now put distance between themselves and their parties and the American president. Shows you just how weak he is becoming overseas, along with here at home. Jackie and David Ignatius, thank you so much. David French, you're sticking around. Coming up next, Democratic Socialists won in last night's primaries, but so did moderate Democrats. What we learned about where the party is just months before the midterms. Plus, what we know about the decades-long sentences handed down to ICE protesters in Texas. One was 100 years. Why their cases are drawing comparisons to January 6th. We are back in 90 seconds.
Why do I believe in the American dream?
We get to make that American dream a reality.
It's that look in their eyes when they have a place to call their own.
I see people get the keys to their house, and I'm like, yeah, go get that home.
I get to do that.
I help people home.
Like, my heart gets filled every time.
So bring us your American dream. We'll help you own it.
Introducing the new GLP-1 pill on Ro. It's the same weight loss ingredient as the shot, now in a pill. The first ever FDA-approved GLP-1 pill for weight loss on Ro, with an innovative formula that finally unlocks real GLP-1 results in a pill. One pill a day to lose 14% of your body weight in a year. The lowest price FDA-approved GLP-1 ever. Now on Ro.
Pain hits fast. So get relief fast. Only Tylenol Rapid Release Gels have laser-drilled holes. They release medicine fast for fast pain relief. Tylenol Rapid Release Gels.
One-a-day 50-plus multivitamins are formulated for your overall health with nutrients to support brain and muscle function. So you're not just setting the pace, you're one step ahead.
Next time, slow down.
One-a-day 50-plus, the one for you.
Look, the mayor in New York doesn't get a vote in the Democratic caucus. The members who are elected get those votes, and we look forward to working with the members that New York elects to serve in the Democratic caucus. But the path to 218 isn't through those districts that the mayor endorsed in. The path to 218 and to Democrats getting rid of the chaos and the insanity that we see is through districts like New York 17.
Democratic Socialists had a good night in New York City, but the party is pointing to centrist wins outside of the city as proof that Democrats are not going too far to the left and that the party is not divided. It is just diverse. Joining us, MS Now political analyst and Democratic strategist and pollster Cornell Belcher, and co-founder of Crooked Media and host of Pod Save America, former Obama speechwriter John Lovett. John, I think this is your first time on the show. Welcome.
Thanks for having me.
It's good to have you. Is the party diverse or divided?
Oh, well, it's sort of starting out nicely. Yeah, I mean, look, there's a lot of attention on what happens in New York because we decided to not have local journalism, and a lot of the reporters and people that pay attention to politics live there. My view on all of this is establishment figures who might be lamenting that some of these people won, in part because they said dumb stuff on Twitter that I think is, some combination of idiotic and reprehensible, in the same way that people afforded Graham Plattner an opportunity to explain and grow and apologize for past comments before they were in getting such attention. I think other candidates deserve the same. But more broadly, stop lamenting the fact that people want power and are fighting for the world they want. If establishment figures aren't offering an alternative that's inspiring to people, you can't criticize the DSA into making those people more inspiring, whether it was Janet Mills or some of these candidates in New York. People are not feeling as though the energy is with some of the more center-left figures. That was not always the case, right? Barack Obama is a center-left figure. He is the most popular national figure in politics, certainly of presidents in recent memory. So figure out why you're not offering a viable alternative. And then on the DSA side of it, The DSA is an organization to me that is animated by defeating Democrats. That makes sense. It's a factional fight for what it means to lead the left. But with more power, I think will come more responsibility and understanding that it is both about fighting the Democratic Party to reflect your values, but also recognizing that it is a coalition that runs from Downey to Hakeem Jeffries and everyone in between, and that we have to figure out how to see each other as being part of one team.
Yeah, there was a past where there was a very diverse coalition, and there was one party leader that was able to bring it all together. That has happened in our history many times successfully, but we've gotten so mired in everything is national and everybody has to run on the same platform. In recent decades, it's gotten more difficult. Are we turning back toward the old model, Cornell? Would it be wise to turn back toward the old model?
Well, I think you always got to blaze new paths forwards because the electorate is always changing, and look, the politics in America is like a Category 5 hurricane. It tries to tear apart everything you put into it and build, and so it will. To the question about whether the party is divided, Katie, I can make an argument that the party has always been divided, right? I can make the argument that certainly. There was an argument made the party was divided under Clinton. It was divided under Obama. Like the Democrats the party's always kind of divided because it's tough to have a big, diverse coalition, and so you're going to have different issues, and we're not always going to rally around the same 5 or 6 issues. But what I do think you see a through line through voters on the left and Democrats are the values, right? And there's a value proposition. And a lot of that value proposition is around democracy and equality and diversity. So there's a values thread that pulls, I think, the progressives and the socialists and the moderates all together into a big tent. And I think, look, there's a lot of navel gazing about the Northeast Corridor in New York. And I had a friend of mine from North Carolina said they aren't watching any more national news this morning because it's all about what happened in a couple of districts in New York, and the story is different. But whether you're in New York, or wherever you are, you got to meet voters where they are, and successful candidates meet voters where they are. Now, that doesn't look the same as in Macomb County. That doesn't look the same as in East Texas. But I think successful candidates and successful Democrats are going to meet voters where they are, regardless of the districts. And we sometimes read too much into what happens in the Northeast Corridor.
Yeah, I think you're totally right about that, which is why I tried to move the conversation in that direction, having the right candidate for the right district, and then having a party leadership, a leader of the party, maybe like a Barack Obama or whoever ends up coming out in the future that is charismatic.
Obama's not walking through that door again, Katie.
I know, and that's what I know, like a past version of Barack Obama. Who can unite everybody? And if there is going to be that person in the future, is there a single message that can unite the party while the candidates also remain different in their different respective districts on, other policy issues? John.
Can I go real quickly on this and then I'll throw it to my friend?
Yeah, sure.
Because I want to level set. Because I went through 2000, 2007, 2008, 2006. We were in the same situation then, where this ideal of the party is not united. We need one central figure to unite us, and a lot of people didn't think that was going to be Barack Obama. And so I think we're in the same situation right now. Is that we're going to have a primary, and it's going to be a big contested primary with a lot of people running in that primary, and it's going to be a tough, hard-fought primary. But on the other side of that primary, someone's going to have to figure out how you unite and bring together a diverse set of voters to rally around them. And he or she, and it's been he a lot, I hope it's a she, and he or she is going to be well positioned, I think, in moving toward a general election when they unite a diverse and divided Democratic Party, just like we saw in 2008.
It certainly would be nice to try as she has not started a war in this country. That would be a refreshing change of pace. John, you were nodding along.
Well, first of all, I just said we've never given a woman a chance to start a war in this country. But sort of that's sad for us. Yeah, look, we were denied a primary And a lot of the tension, I think, is because we didn't have that big debate. You know, the Democratic Party doesn't have a point of view. It has big debates, and then the leaders that emerge collectively reflect what the Democratic Party stands for. So yes, it will be up to the leaders who are part of that primary to come together, whoever wins, and for the process to be fair and open and transparent so people can trust it. But I do think it's also incumbent on like everybody to unite ourselves, right? We don't have to wait around for a leader to tell us about the stakes in this election and why it's so important that we focus on defeating Republicans together. Look, we will have big debates about what the Democratic Party stands for, but you know, we can have a yet another argument about single payer versus a private healthcare system. But if we don't win elections, it's an academic exercise. And there's a lot that people can unite behind, both positively, but also about, you know, taking on corruption, right? Like defining what we're up against and then using that to figure out what we can all come together. Like the Democrats, we kind of have a loser mentality. You know, we've lost a lot. We do. That leads to kind of fractious infighting, inward conversations. A lot of people who are afraid to say what they think because they don't think the voters are going to agree. Maybe they don't trust themselves. Maybe they don't trust the voters. But I think what people see in the energy on the left is people that just believe that they can win and are fighting to win. And I just sometimes I see a lot of I think people that should know better spend a lot of time lamenting the left and not learning from it and figuring out why all that enthusiasm is going in that direction. And it's more than just ideological.
Yeah, but I think you're right about that. And I think it's an astute observation. There are a lot of ideas on the farther left side of things, the Democratic Socialist side of things, the more progressive side of things, that are about lifting everybody up, getting people fair housing that they can afford, universal child care. I mean, all this stuff that you hear on the DSA platform here in New York City is stuff that people broadly want. They want health care. They want child care. They want housing. They want decent employment. They want to feel safe. All of that stuff. I wonder, though, does the Democratic Party have an issue with the perfect instead of the good? Do you have people who are so angry about how things have gone that if their chosen candidate with all of their chosen ideals is not the winner, John, that they stay home? Is there a concern about an apathy problem?
You know, look, there are people that think that that's part of why Kamala Harris didn't win. I think that that's up for debate. I would say, like, everyone has a responsibility. I think it was wrong to not support Kamala Harris, even if there were people that had legitimate concerns, really deep moral qualms about supporting her. My view is, okay, but this is the choice, and we all have agency and a duty to the country. But it was also incumbent upon Democrats to make that case, and by the way, to make people who are upset feel heard. And I think there's a lot of valid criticism that Democrats didn't do a good enough job of that. My view of this is everybody, like, you know, Republicans spend a lot of time kind of forgiving their voters and even their politicians and their presidents as if these people are not moral agents. Like, the same applies to every person voting in these races and to the politicians who they elect. Like, yes, we should have our big fights and we should have our disagreements and we should hash it out, but we are in a fight to save this democracy from a right-wing authoritarian movement. We have to figure out how to come together and support defeating this Republican majority. And to me, everything is about keeping people's eyes on those stakes.
It's a fight worth having. John Lovett, really good to have you. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks for having me. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Cornell, always good to have you. Coming up, the ICE protesters who were just handed multi-decade prison sentences. Don't go anywhere.
We found a trustworthy pro on Angie who put so much care into our kitchen.
He treated it like it was his baby.
So when we needed a godfather for our baby, I couldn't trust anyone else.
There you go. I do kitchens.
Angie, the one you trust to find the ones you trust.
You okay in there? Consumer Cellular knows there are a lot of offers flying around, but they slip away too fast. We don't play games. What you see is what you get. No hot air, just plans starting at $20. Bet you're glad you wore cargo pants. Because cargo pants have all those pockets. You can see how we can cut your bill. Plans start at just $20. Call Consumer Cellular.
Sorry, bud. Not while I weed. Hey! Who let the dogs out?
Spruce, a new weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees for dead weeds in just 1 day. Spruce, pet friendly, weed deadly.
Cinderella's the best.
My little girl loves wearing princess dresses almost every day. Irma has high-risk neuroblastoma. It was really hard to see our sunny, bright little girl hurting. St. Jude touches the lives of so many kids. And so even though her prognosis is still scary, we have a lot of hope.
Every minute matters for the children at St. Jude. They need your help. Please call, go online, or scan the QR code right now and give $19 a month to make a difference.
When your kid has cancer, just the stress and just the worry is definitely the hardest part. And seeing my wife's heart broken.
He was a healthy little boy running around, playing all the time. Childhood cancer is absolutely crushing. Hope is coming in these walls every day as he fights the battle of his life.
The search for cures must continue. Join with your credit or debit card for only $19 a month, and we'll send you this St. Jude t-shirt you can proudly wear to show your support.
The donations and the research is saving our daughter's life. St. Jude, they lift you and carry you on the days that you can't.
They give us lots of love and made me feel like I had two homes, kind of. St. Jude and my home.
You can make a difference. Become a partner in hope today. Please donate now.
Use odor eaters daily to reduce foot pain, control wetness, and destroy odor for healthier feet.
You know, my Medicare statement said I got a knee brace the last I checked. I don't need a knee brace. Check your Medicare statement for unusual charges and report fraud immediately. Learn how at medicare.gov/fraud.
This is Tom. Tom here is a serious guy. He's been that way from an early age. A man with a plan. Some say he got it from his grandpa. Some say his grandpa got it from Tom. In high school, he was serious about winning science fairs. Picture taking, not so much. One thing seriously works for Tom, and that's RM43 by Reagan and Massey. Serious weed control for serious people.
An abnormally long sentencing in Texas is raising questions about protest punishment and the rights of demonstrators in America. Benjamin Song, who shot and wounded a police officer in an armed attack on an ICE facility, was sentenced to 100 years in prison. He was not alone that day. 6 other defendants were convicted of terrorism charges and received sentences between 50 and 70 years. Another, who was not even present at the attack, was given 30 years. Each of those penalties are far harsher than any handed down in the January 6 cases, raising a question about where the line is between prosecuting violence and chilling the right to protest. Joining us, MS Now senior legal reporter Lisa Rubin. David French is back with us as well. Lisa, this is sticky because the guy who got sentenced to 100 years in prison did shoot an officer.
Yes.
But talk to me why some legal experts are looking at this and saying, I'm uncomfortable, this goes too far.
Well, I think part of why they're uncomfortable is when we look at sort of parallels in the January 6 defendants, many of whom were convicted of violent offenses and all of whom have been pardoned, there is an asymmetry between that makes people very uncomfortable. So notwithstanding the fact that Benjamin Song, as you just said, did shoot an officer. There are also January 6 defendants who were convicted of doing some horrifically violent things. The House Judiciary Committee, Katie, wrote a report earlier this year where they talked about people who have been pardoned. And they talked about people who, for example, plunged a stun gun again and again into the neck of Officer Michael Fanone, or someone who had used a stolen police riot shield to crush another officer, Daniel Hodges, who's also been a guest on this network. The asymmetry of that, a group of people on one hand who are doing something that seems ideologically motivated and are pardoned, and on the other hand, these sentences against a group of people affiliated with Antifa, I think, strike people as wrong. But the other thing is the question of whether or not Antifa should be designated as a terrorist organization, as it has been by this administration. If you talk to some people, they would say that Antifa is a loose collection of ideals. It is not a movement, much less a terrorist organization. And yet, when the judge was sort of defending some of these sentences here, the Washington Post quotes one of the sentencing judges saying the difference between this and January 6th is not only how it was charged, meaning the actual criminal charges against certain of the defendants, but that there was a finding of terrorism. And that made a huge difference in the sentences that were originally handed down between the two, even before you get to the question of
So the way
pardons.
the government went after them changed the sentencing guidelines.
Well, the charges themselves, plus there's a terrorism enhancement that can be added. And the fact
Even
that
though
Antifa has
somebody
been,
wasn't even there, she's getting 30 years.
there's a person who wasn't there who was convicted of basically concealing or destroying a record. Mr. Strada, I believe his name is, who was convicted of 30 years for concealing or destroying a record. The actual charge against him, I think one of the ironies here is that particular statute was charged against lots of January 6 defendants for impeding an official government proceeding. The Supreme Court later held that that statute can only be used for mutilating or altering or destroying an actual paper record. And then it's used to charge this guy, who then got 30 years.
David, what are your thoughts on this?
You know, I have no sympathy for these defendants. I mean, this was a violent attack. An officer was shot. So we need to be really clear that this was not some sort of prosecution of peaceful protesters. The issue to me isn't the issue is far less how long are these sentences, which are governed by federal sentencing guidelines after a jury verdict. To me, the issue is far more under this administration. You have one set of violent protesters who gets a pardon and may even they tried to give him access to a slush fund. There may still be some sort of access. This is still something playing out in court. We're not sure where this is all going to end up. So it's the disparity. It's the pardon of the January 6ers. It's the potential establishment, the attempt to establishment a slush fund for the January 6ers. So I have zero sympathy for the violent protesters on either side, whether they're beating and stunning officers on January 6th or shooting officers, as happened in the second Trump administration. Prosecute both of these protesters to the full extent of the law. Both violence should be protested to the full extent of the law. But what we have is an administration that is very enthusiastic about going against left-wing protesters and very lenient to the point of actually rewarding violence on behalf of Donald Trump. That is an unstable system. It cannot persist.
Well said about not having any sympathy for the violent offenders on either side. Let me ask you, David, about what you were writing about today. This is titled "A Malicious Chapter in the History of American Justice." It's not this story, but it's something slightly parallel to it.
Yes, this is involving cases in Illinois. So in Illinois, this is different cases. Dozens of charges were brought against protesters who are protesting the immigration crackdown in the city of Chicago, in the greater Chicago area. And what we have seen happen is unlike the situation in Texas, we have seen incredible incredible irregularities in the process going after these protesters, to the point where the majority of these cases have now been dropped, or the grand juries have returned no indictment, or there's even been acquittals. And so you've had a situation where the zealous pursuit of protesters in Illinois, again, different from Texas, but they were cracking down even on peaceful protesters, and the cases are falling apart. They were violating grand jury rules as they were cracking down on protesters. And this is a classic example of when you have two-tiered justice. the zealous pursuit of one side will always result in miscarriages of justice. And in Illinois, we have seen that repeatedly.
All right, David French, thank you very much. Lisa Rubin, thank you. Navigating a tough subject. I appreciate both of your abilities. Coming up next, 4 years after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, how abortion could still be impacting elections and the midterms, which are coming up.
Dry eye still gritty, scratchy, and tired? With Mibo, eyes can feel. Mibo is the only prescription dry eye drop that directly targets too much tear evaporation by forming a protective layer. Don't use if allergic to Mibo. Remove contacts before using. Wait at least 30 minutes before putting them back in. Eye redness and blurred vision may occur. Ask your eye doctor about Mibo.
It looks like an ordinary staircase, but when you have pain in places like your arms, hands, legs, and feet, even stairs can hurt. As a retired doctor, now that I'm older myself, I use Nervive. Nervive Roll-On has lidocaine to block nerve pain signals. Nervive also comes in a spray for hard-to-reach areas. Getting older happens, but living with pain doesn't have to. Try Nervive like I did, and get your freedom back. Feel alive with Nervive.
These days, I feel more confident and connected, all thanks to Clear Captions. It's given me my independence back.
Clear Captions is a phone captioning service that displays your caller's words, so you can read and listen at the same time, and is provided at no cost through a federally managed program.
My mom has always been independent, but when her hearing got worse, she started avoiding phone calls, and I worried about her. Now, thanks to Clear Captions, she can read every call and never miss a word. The best part? I don't have to worry like I used to.
Hi, Mom. Should I bring over dinner?
Clear Captions gave me the confidence I needed.
Call 1-800-430-2624 to see if you qualify.
There is no cost to you. Get Clear Captions now.
If you're like me, staying connected to friends and family is so important. Clear Captions allows me to keep my relationships going strong.
Clear Captions is a phone captioning service that displays your caller's words, so you can read and listen at the same time, and is provided at no cost through a federally managed program.
For years, I talked to my best friend Carol every night. I looked forward to our calls until I started missing words. Now, thanks to Clear Captions, I can read our phone calls and I don't miss a thing. Carol and I are back to our nightly calls again.
Lisa, it's so good to talk again.
Clear Captions gave me the confidence to talk on the phone again. Why wait? Clear Captions came to my home to set up the phone and showed me how to use it. It was easy.
Call 1-800-430-2624 to see if you qualify.
Clear Caption service is provided at no cost through a federally managed program. Call today.
1-800-430-2624.
Get Clear Captions now.
Save up to 60% on select installed styles of beautiful new Carpeter flooring from Empire Today. We'll beat any competitor's offer, guaranteed. Visit EmpireToday.com or call
800-582-300 Empire
Today.
We used Angie and found a pro who was so invested in installing our picture window, he looked after it like it was his own.
So when we needed to pick someone to look after our own, we knew who to trust.
Sign here. It's a will.
Angie, the one you trust to find the ones you trust.
Right now, Chamberlain University is offering RNs up to 30% off tuition to earn their BSN. Start on July 6th. Save up to 30% on tuition. Chamberlain University. Belong to something greater.
Celebrity Cruises. Nothing comes close.
4 years ago today, the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, making a woman's right to choose something determined by state borders. Since then, 20 states have banned or restricted access to abortions. In 2022, Democrats leaned heavily on abortion rights and exceeded expectations in the midterms. Let's put that map back up on the screen if we can. But when they made the issue a centerpiece again in 2024, it didn't work out quite the same. So, in these places, could 2026 be different? Joining us, co-host of the Strict Scrutiny podcast and author of Lawless, How the Supreme Court Runs on Conservative Grievance, Fringe Theories, and Bad Vibes, Leah Littman, and health reporter for the 19th, Shefali Luthra. Thank you, ladies, for joining us. Shefali, I'm going to start with you. What is it like to be a woman in states where abortion is restricted, if not banned?
It's very difficult, and it's frankly very confusing. You have laws that are changing constantly. You often don't know what your rights are. Abortion is something that is inherently unplanned. It's something that people need when they have unplanned pregnancies, unwanted pregnancies, or when they experience complications and and pregnancies they deeply want. And so as a result, you have people trying to figure out what their state's laws are when they are already in a very stressful, very vulnerable situation. And then in some cases, trying to find out the laws the next state over. If you're in a state like Florida, you're looking at Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, Pennsylvania, really, really far out to figure out where can you get healthcare, something that is very time sensitive because pregnancies progress, and the longer you wait, the more expensive and more involved an abortion becomes.
One of the surprising data points that has come out of the last few years since Roe v. Wade was overturned is that there are more abortions today than there were before it was overturned. In 2021, 625,000 abortions. In 2025, 1.3 million. How do we explain that, Shefali?
This is largely because abortion providers have taken really creative and ingenious and medically safe steps to make abortion more available, including to people living in states with bans. They, in particular, are mailing abortion medications that people can take safely from their homes. This is a very effective, very accepted medical practice, and it has meant that people living in a state like Texas, like Oklahoma, can get abortions through medication that they then take without having to travel hundreds or even thousands of miles to get healthcare. It's also, frankly, made abortions easier to get if you live in a state like California, like New York, or somewhere like Washington, D.C. Maybe you simply don't have the resources or the time to go to the doctor, but you can, in fact, have medication mailed to you. So across the board, we've seen this telehealth model make abortion much more available for people living in states without bans and help people living under bans get around those restrictions.
So, Leah, I'm hoping you can help me talk a little bit about the politics of this. When we talked about the original overturning, we thought that would, lots of folks thought that would be, it would mean a groundswell of votes against Donald Trump and Republicans. It hasn't happened, or it didn't happen in places where it was more expected to happen, but it seems like it could potentially be happening now. I want to play Susan Collins talking about abortion versus Plattner.
I do not regret that vote. I do disagree with Justice Kavanaugh's vote. Obviously, I'm disappointed in that decision, which turned abortion issues back to the states. It has not had an impact on the state of Maine in that Maine actually expanded its law.
If you have to drive 8 hours, if you have to go to another state, if you have to, within your state, go to the one clinic that's available, and the cost of it is out of the possibility for you or your family, you don't actually have access to that. That isn't actually a right.
So even though you can do it in Maine, Graham Plattner is trying to make it a Maine issue by arguing that Susan Collins cast the deciding vote, or one of the deciding votes, for the guy that was able to help overturn abortion. Is it going to be a motivating factor in this next round?
I think it's really hard to say. And I think in some ways, Senator Collins' response gets at this problem, which is what is a woman's life worth? Even if there is this groundswell of political support for abortion rights, for candidates who support abortion access, that's not going to change the fact that some women have lost their lives because of abortion bans. Other women have lost their fertility or their health. And the idea that people in Maine aren't affected by the decision overruling Roe because abortion access in Maine is still available is just a lie. People travel to different states. Who knows if they are going to find themselves in a state with an abortion ban at a time when they might experience unexpected medical complications and need abortion care. You know, as Shefali notes, oftentimes abortion is in response to medical complications that are unexpected. Moreover, in the wake of Dobbs, there have been attacks on states that allow abortion care, including attacks on medication abortion, with Justice Alito, who was the author of the opinion overruling Roe versus Wade, casting his vote to allow a decision from the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit to stand that would have restricted access to medication abortion, not just in states that restrict abortion, but nationwide as well, including in Maine.
And just to button this up, the Bulwark did a focus group. They're always doing focus groups. This is Sarah Longwell, and she spoke to a Cornyn voter in Texas who said many women, likely Republican women, might transition over to Tallarico for all of its crazy beliefs because of the abortion ban there in Texas. There was also Christina, a Kim Reynolds voter in Iowa, who's considering voting for Rob Sand, the Democratic nominee, over Republican Zach Lawn, who supports a total abortion ban, which is more extreme than the current law. So we'll see. Ladies, thank you very much for joining us. I appreciate it. Coming up next, we're going to take a bit of a turn. A sea of red, you know, at New York City Field.
Oh, wow.
Why no glasses?
They make my head look weird.
VisionWorks has a 100-day guarantee. Change your mind, change your glasses. Simple. Let's get you turned around because the Aurora Borealis is that way. VisionWorks. See the difference.
Early birds get the vacation rental. Book your summer stay early on Vrbo and save over $135. Vrbo. Book now and save.
Cinderella's the best.
My little girl loves wearing princess dresses almost every day. Irma has high-risk neuroblastoma. It was really hard to see our sunny, bright little girl hurting. St. Jude touches the lives of so many kids. And so even though her prognosis is still scary, we have a lot of hope.
Every minute matters for the children at St. Jude. They need your help. Please call, go online, or scan the QR code right now and give $19 a month to make a difference.
When your kid has cancer, just the stress and just the worry is definitely the hardest part. And seeing my wife's heart broken.
He was a healthy little boy running around, playing all the time. Childhood cancer is absolutely crushing. Hope is coming in these walls every day as he fights the battle of his life.
The search for cures must continue. Join with your credit or debit card for only $19 a month, and we'll send you this St. Jude t-shirt you can proudly wear to show your support.
The donations and the research is saving our daughter's life. St. Jude, they lift you and carry you on the days that you can't.
They give us lots of love and made me feel like I had two homes, kind of. St. Jude and my real home.
You can make a difference. Become a partner in hope today. Please donate now.
AARP.
Are you joining AARP?
Actually, I just did.
Call or go to joinaarp.org to join today for just $15 for your first year with automatic renewal, and your second membership is free. And get instant access to discounts on eye care, prescriptions, savings on travel, dining, and deals from top retailers. So many ways to save. Instant resources, tools, and tips to help manage your money, maximize your health, and so much more. Member offers find you wherever you are. And AARP is the largest advocacy group for people over 50. Your voice will be heard.
I am nowhere near ready to retire, and AARP has been a great resource for that.
I love the local retail discounts. We checked out the hotels, the dining. AARP can save us a lot of money.
Quite a bit. Join and get an insulated trunk organizer free, plus AARP the magazine.
1-866-834-4976 or go online today.
Most homes are prepared for simple things, like scrapes and sniffles. But what about for your heart? Meet Cardia Mobile, the #1 doctor-recommended personal EKG that lets you check your heart from home the moment you feel something. Know what's going on with your heart with Cardia Mobile. On sale now for just $69 at cardia.com or Amazon. Cardia Mobile lets you screen for potential heart issues anywhere, so you can catch problems early by reading the electrical activity of your heart from an FDA-cleared EKG. You get instant detection of 3 of the most common arrhythmias and helpful tools to track and manage your heart health. Cardia Mobile is the #1 doctor-recommended personal EKG. Plus, it's the most affordable EKG you can get without a prescription at a fraction of the cost of a smartwatch. When it comes to your heart, timing matters. Be prepared. Put Cardia Mobile in your medicine cabinet today for peace of mind anytime. Get Cardia Mobile on sale now for just $69 at cardia.com or Amazon.
One more thing before we go, a moment we did not want you to miss. Here is what is going on right now at Citi Field.
Since 2019, swings and misses 1-0 and 2. The Norwegians in center field they make up an enormous percentage of the crowd today because this is a makeup day game in the middle of the week. So there isn't a lot of fandom here other than our Norwegian friends.
Try as they might, they were not able to row the Mets out of this humiliating season. If you are a Mets fan, cover your eyes, cover your ears. It's 10-3 right now. If you're a Cubs fan, congratulations. That's going to do it for me today. Deadline White House starts after a quick break.
Tap into the data you need to see the market your way. Introducing the new Power Trade Pro, your ultimate desktop trading platform. It gives savvy traders like you nearly unlimited customization with up to 120 tools across 6 workspaces, plus automatic pattern recognition and education built right into the charts. Finally, a platform that thinks like you, from the original place to trade online.
So I ran some numbers. You guys might want to consider moving.
Somewhere else?
I doubt it.
These shall ease your grievous throat most readily.
Or maybe a saltwater gargle.
Sold. Congratulations, sir. That is a new record.
You realize a JPEG doesn't count as a financial plan, right?
Maybe. I mean, yes. No?
PNC Bank believes a little boring advice goes a long way.
These days, I feel more confident and connected, all thanks to Clear Captions. It's given me my independence back.
Clear Captions is a phone captioning service that displays your caller's words, so you can read and listen at the same time, and is provided at no cost through a federally managed program.
My mom has always been independent, but when her hearing got worse, she started avoiding phone calls, and I worried about her. Now, thanks to Clear Captions, she can read every call and never miss a word. The best part? I don't have to worry like I used to. Hi, Mom. Should I bring over dinner?
Clear Captions gave me the confidence I needed.
Call 1-800-430-2624 to see if you qualify.
There is no cost to you. Get Clear Captions now.
If you're like me, staying connected to friends and family is so important. Clear Captions allows me to keep my relationships going strong.
Clear Captions is a phone captioning service that displays your caller's words, so you can read and listen at the same time, and is provided at no cost through a federally managed program.
For years, I talked to my best friend Carol every night. I looked forward to our calls until I started missing words. Now, thanks to Clear Captions, I can read our phone calls and I don't miss a thing. Carol and I are back to our nightly calls again.
Lisa, it's so good to talk again.
Clear Captions gave me the confidence to talk on the phone again. Why wait? Clear Captions came to my home to set up the phone and showed me how to use it. It was easy.
Call 1-800-430-2624 to see if you qualify.
Clear Caption service is provided at no cost through a federally managed program. Call today.
1-800-430-2624.
Get Clear Captions now.
Do not hire wrong guard. It's so expensive. Instead, hire right guard. It costs less and still works for 72 hours straight. Just a typical shift. Right, guys? If it's not right guard, it's wrong guard.
Celebrity Cruises. Nothing comes close.
Hi there, everyone. It's 4 o'clock in the East. Power, revenge, vanity, corruption. Those are not the usual or normal words anyone thinks of to describe the United States president, but it is those prevailing themes that leap off every single page in a brand new book about Donald Trump's second term as president. Regime Change Inside the Imperial Presidency of Donald Trump. It is written by 2 New York Times reporters who have contributed enormously to what we as the public know about Donald Trump and his inner circle. Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan are those journalists. On every page, the book reveals something that in normal times would be scandalous and big news, the kind of stories we'd talk about for the whole 2 hours on this show. And there are dozens of them in here, dozens of carefully reported accounts of Donald Trump pushing or ignoring norms and boundaries as those in his orbit do nothing over and over again to resist his worst impulses. Take, for example, the monumental decision to launch a war with Iran earlier this year. On that, Haberman and Swan report this. They write about how in February, Donald Trump met with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu inside the Situation Room, which was weird in and of itself. They report, quote, the Situation Room had rarely been visited by a foreign leader in person for such a sensitive meeting. Inside the sit room, Netanyahu presented his case for attacking Iran, on which Trump was then sold. And when Trump's team met afterwards to discuss the plan's feasibility, here's how that went, quote, when Trump joined the meeting, Ratcliffe briefed him on the U.S. intelligence assessment of Netanyahu's presentation. The CIA director used one word to describe the Israeli prime minister's regime change scenario, quote, farcical. At that point, Marco Rubio cut in, quote, in other words, it's bullshit, he said. Ratcliffe added that given the unpredictability of events in any conflict, regime change could still happen, but it should not be considered an achievable objective. Trump quickly weighed the assessment. Regime change, he concluded, would be, quote, their problem. It was unclear whether he was referring to the Israelis or the Iranian people. But the bottom line was that his decision to go to war against Iran would not hinge on whether parts 3 and 4 of Netanyahu's presentation were achievable. Trump remained very interested in accomplishing parts 1 and 2, killing the Ayatollah and Iran's top leaders and dismantling the Iranian military. Donald Trump here not reckoning with the reality that his advisors presented to him, as well as the reality of how his decisions will play with the American people and the rest of the world. The war with Iran remains deeply unpopular and is ongoing. Just 24% of the public thinks it has been worth the cost. The war has also created an unprecedented rift inside Donald Trump's own party and political coalition. But there's only one thing on Donald Trump's mind, and that is power. That motivation is as clear as day in another riveting story from the pages of Regime Change. Haberman and Swan report this, quote, Trump gestured for his aide, Natalie Harp, to bring us copies of a 2-page document. He began reading from it, reciting the names of some of history's most powerful figures, explaining how each fell short of his own power as U.S. president. Alexander the Great, the Caesars, William the Conqueror. They didn't have airplanes, right? You couldn't travel around. Genghis Khan, Attila the Hun, Tamerlane, Napoleon, he said with relish, Hitler, Mao, Stalin. These leaders maintained power through fear, he said. Who would ever do a thing like that, right? Trump lingered on the document's central argument that each leader, however fearsome in his day, had no global reach. Their power was local, but his was not. Donald Trump's gluttonous relationship with power, while growing increasingly detached from reality, is where we begin today with the co-authors of that important new book, New York Times White House reporters Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan. Hi there, guys.
Thanks for having us, Nicole.
Thank you. Maggie, let me start with you and the Iran reporting, which is riveting and devastating. It represents the biggest broadside Trump has taken politically from key figures in his own coalition. And for all the bluster, there's stories this week about subpoenas for reporters at the Washington Post and the Wall Street Journal. I haven't seen anyone refute the facts of that account. Does the White House essentially stand by what you've reported?
Nicole, again, thank you so much for highlighting the reporting and helping us bring it to an audience that is interested in hearing it. Look, what the White House has to say for themselves, they can, but yes, it is notable that so far the White House has said nothing. And we should note that that bit of reporting, actually, we first put in the New York Times within 5 weeks of the war, 6 weeks of the war beginning, April 7th, I believe, and I still have not heard any refutation of it. What it does show you, and what we tried to show readers, is how decisions are being made at the highest levels of their government, the highest levels of the White House. And to be clear, not everything is black and white, Nicole. Yes, Netanyahu clearly was presenting Trump with a very specific set of points that could happen that appealed to Trump. We described Trump's reaction in that highly unusual Situation Room meeting. But Trump's own advisors did say to him, here is what could happen. Here is possibly doable. Regime change, clearly not something that could be done, according to his own CIA director, his own Secretary of State. And the most pointed voice among all of these advisors who did not want to see this happen was J.D. Vance. And the president got annoyed with his vice president for talking about this. Donald Trump is operating on pure gut in this term, really more than at any time we have ever seen him. And one of the things that was so surprising to us in reporting this book was just how unrecognizable this term has been. And we tried to show that at various points. But the Iran war decision was entirely Trump's, and he wanted to do it. It was not just being strung along by Netanyahu.
I mean, I think, Jonathan, what's so interesting about the reporting, which sort of reads like the stories that you're both known for, these inside the room TikToks, is that there is, and the 200 pages on retribution and the enemy within paint a totally different portrait of figures like Todd Blanche, who are sycophantic and compliant. But inside the sit room, Marco Rubio, John Ratcliffe, and I believe his top military advisor all tell him that what the Israelis have presented is farcical, BS, and not achievable. It does feel like an anecdote and a bit of reporting with dire consequences, not just for the 13 families who lost loved ones in this war, but it does feel like a different kind of piece of reporting in the book where people said no.
Well, publicly, Trump has said, no one mentioned to him
any of these dire scenarios about the Strait of Hormuz or munitions or what have you. That's just not true. He was absolutely warned about munitions. Dan Kane laid out what could happen with American supplies of critical long-range weapons. God forbid that we might need in a war against a major power. We're now in a really bad position with our stockpiles of long-range weapons because of this decision that Donald Trump made to go to war. He was absolutely warned in these meetings, but he had a gut instinct that this war would be over quickly. He thought this would be a rapid collapse and capitulation from Iran. And it was, as one aide described to us, magical thinking. He just had a feeling. And he was emboldened by some of his risks that he took over the last year, in particular authorizing an operation to go in, sending Delta Force into Venezuela in the dead of the night to snatch a sovereign head of state out of his bedroom in his pajamas and do regime change in Venezuela. Thank God no Americans died in that operation, but I think that gave him the confidence to say, oh, I know what they're telling me, the intelligence community, but, I know better because I have a gut instinct for it.
I mean, Maggie, it's that operation that starts the book with this incredible portrait that you paint of New Year's Eve. Just take us through that reporting.
Sure. So, it seems like a lifetime ago, Nicole, at least it does to us. But on New Year's Eve, the Trump top levels of the administration were hanging out at Mar-a-Lago for Trump's New Year's Eve party, which he's been throwing forever, long before that he was president. But it's become something of a ritual since he took office, where a lot of top officials go down there. And he's basically the top levels of his government, including those who were involved in this operation. Not everybody, but almost everybody were there. You have Todd Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General at the time, seated to Trump's right, I believe it was, at the head table. You had Kristi Noem, then the Homeland Security Secretary, dancing to Ice Baby. Stephen Miller was on the dance floor. And they were preparing for this operation in Venezuela that was still very secret. Now, at the time, it was clear that Trump was moving toward this, and his hopes that Venezuela was going to capitulate voluntarily, that Maduro would capitulate voluntarily, just weren't coming to fruition. And so they were moving ahead with this remarkable operation. But everything seemed terrific for Trump. Everything seemed to be moving in his direction that night. He was in his mind, at the height of a year back where he felt, extremely powerful, and people around him really believed that he could accomplish, anything essentially, because they really believed his sense of himself that, he has this ability to hear frequencies that other people don't, that they have an almost mystical belief in him, this group of aides. And the new year rang in, and this Maduro operation happens a few days later. And then a few days after that comes the killing of Renee Good in Minnesota. And a few weeks after that comes the killing of Alex Preddy. And so what was this height of Trump feeling as if he was in this incredible moment of power and of this new presidency, this supremely powerful presidency, where he has expanded executive power in a way really no president in our lifetime. And it's hard to think of a true comparison to him and his approach in American history. It all began to get away from them very, very fast.
One thing,
the
Nicole,
approval ratings. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, one thing that I think it became really apparent to us through this reporting, and I think it's a misconception, is this group of people around Trump, much more than the first term, is very good at keeping secrets. I mean, there is this phrase that they use, we're the most transparent administration ever. Trump says it all the time. It's a complete canard. When they actually want to keep secrets, they're very, very good at it. And whether it's a secret about a Trump family investment from the Emiratis in their crypto business, or whether it's the memorandum of understanding to go to war, to end the war in Iran, which very senior people in the US government had no idea what was in that document. I'm talking about very, very senior people at the Pentagon, State Department, intelligence community. When you're running, I think people quite grasp there's still a sort of a first-term lens that people are looking at this administration, but there's really this is really a country being run by 5, 6, 7 people sitting around. And when you're that concerned with secrecy, with limiting leaks, you're not allowing certain people in the room who might have subject matter expertise to offer. So one thing we report on in the book, which I think is astonishing, is the lead up to the war with Iran. They knew, because he'd been presented with this, they knew that there was a chance that they would create what ended up being the biggest global energy shock in history. The 2 people that would have to manage the fallout of that shock, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, Energy Secretary Chris Wright, they weren't in the room for the meetings leading up to the war. They weren't in the room. So when you're limiting your exposure, Trump is in a very tight and pretty small bubble. He does talk to outside people, but for the really critical issues, it is a tiny, tiny group of people. And that's why it's so hard when we're doing this reporting. It is so hard to get in and crack open and get that information out. It really just about killed us to do it, but we think it's very important.
Well, and Jonathan, I would say from reading it, I didn't have the impression that they were good at keeping secrets. I got the impression that they were good at lying. I mean, Scott Bessent is caught in a lie when it comes to what sounds like you guys report out. Boris Epstein basically tries to extort, blackmail, or charge him, choose your verb, to represent him while he's a very public candidate to be Treasury Secretary. And when he's asked by Democrats if the story that he appears to be the source on is true, he says no. I mean, where is the line between keeping secrets and lying?
Well, 2 things could be true, and that's a great example of a very murky set of facts that we lay out. We basically show that this is what he claimed in this internal report that we obtained, that was written by the White House counsel, Dave Warrington. And Boris Epstein has obviously claimed the opposite. He wouldn't say it under oath. But that's actually a very telling example, because Trump's own White House counsel, Dave Warrington, produced a report early on warning Donald Trump not to be spending time around Boris Epstein, his personal lawyer, and warning about dire consequences, potential legal ramifications for that. And Trump, because of the sense of, no one can touch me, I have immunity conferred by the Supreme Court, there's going to be no mechanisms for accountability. Again, if this was the first term, potentially people like that would have been excommunicated, or at least kept at a very far distance, like he did with Roger Stone and Paul Manafort. It's not been the case in this term. But for your broader point about lying, Maggie and I have took an approach in this book of assume everything is false until proven otherwise. And that's why we get a situation where we left just a painful amount of material on the cutting room floor because we couldn't be sure it was true. And we went to great lengths to make sure that everything we put in the book, it's not some wispy, Donald Trump is thinking this thing, it is anchored in this room on this day at this time, and here are the people and here's what they said. And that work, I think people just think this spills out and we hold like a swill bucket and catch it all. That might have been the case in the first term. It's certainly not the case now.
No, I mean, it's like, I don't know. I don't know enough about mining, but it feels like the process to make a diamond, squeezing something so hard till this thing comes out that'll be around long after we're all gone. It's incredible. I want to ask you about managing the Jeffrey Epstein fallout, because that seems like another example where they may not like what's been reported, but no one has proven that what you report isn't exactly what happened on the inside. I want to read that Situation Room, also a meeting that took place in the Situation Room, to you guys, and have you fill in some of the details for our viewers. Also ahead for us, the U.S. intelligence community is in turmoil after Trump's friend Bill Pulte took the reins as DNI, acting DNI, with officials fired or relocated in just the first few days since he's been there. The ranking member of the House Intelligence Committee, Democratic Congressman Jim Himes, will join us. Also later in the broadcast, as poll after poll shows Trump standing with the American people in free fall over his failure to address the things people care about, largely the cost of living. Donald Trump has canceled the signing of a bipartisan bill to make housing in America more affordable so that he can try to force through his voter suppression agenda. We'll have all those stories and much more when Deadline White House continues after a quick break. Maggie and Jonathan will still be here, so don't go anywhere.
Giving my son a needle during an allergic reaction is traumatic for both of us. So we said, hello, Neffy, the only needle-free epinephrine nasal spray for emergency treatment of allergic reactions.
Use at first signs of allergic reaction. Ask your doctor how to use Neffy. Certain medical conditions may worsen. Tell your doctor about nasal, heart, or other medical conditions. High blood pressure, if you're pregnant or breastfeeding, and all medications. Side effects include nasal discomfort, headache, runny nose, shakiness, and throat irritation. This school year, ask your doctor for Neffy or visit getneffy.com to learn more.
There's the measurement fee, delivery fee, restocking fee.
And installation.
That's not my department.
With Empire's Home Floor Advantage, we have clear, all-inclusive pricing.
800-588-2300 Empire.
Today.
I can't change my AMD diagnosis, but my eye doctor and I can change what I do about it with a plan that includes the most advanced PreserVision formula yet.
Introducing new PreserVision AREDS 3. A unique vitamin B complex is combined with the clinically proven AREDS 2 nutrients recommended to help reduce the risk of moderate to advanced AMD progression. A new triple action formula to help support macular health, made to protect, nourish, and boost.
For me, it's got to be 3.
New PreserVision AREDS 3.
Why do I believe in the American dream?
We get to make that American dream a reality.
It's that look in their eyes when they have a place to call their own.
I see people get the keys to their house, and I'm like, yeah, go get the home.
I get to do that.
I help people home.
Like, my heart gets filled every time.
So bring us your American dream. We'll help you own it.
There's a rhythm that picks up when life slows down. When you have ATTR cardiac amyloidosis, there's still beauty to tend, still joy to gather and give. It's about living for what you love and not letting ATTR-CM define who you are. Attruby is an oral medicine proven to help adults with ATTR-CM live longer and have fewer hospitalizations due to heart issues. Attruby helps slow the progression of ATTR-CM. Tell your doctor if you're pregnant, plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding, and about the medications you take. The most common side effects were mild and included diarrhea and abdominal pain. If you have ATTR cardiac amyloidosis, ask your cardiologist if Attruby is right for you. Time to get busy living.
Sometimes, the sweet smell of victory stinks. Adding Lysol laundry sanitizer kills 99.9% of odor-causing bacteria detergents leave behind. Clean is good, sanitized is better.
Score lasting dry eye relief with Don't use if allergic to MIBO. Remove contacts before using and wait at least 30 minutes before putting them back in. Eye redness and blurred vision may occur. Ask about prescription dry eye drop MIBO.
Does RAV stand for a really attractive vehicle?
Or rock anything vehicle.
Or runway approved vehicle. I can get used to this.
For me, being a part of this place has always been about the people, not about the politics.
From the field to the studio, Jacob is finding the heart of the story. Connect with Jacob Soboroff. Weekends at 10 a.m. Eastern on MS Now.
He commented more than once that, that Hitler did some good things too. And of course, if you know history, again, I think he's lacking in that. But if you know what Hitler was all about, it'd be pretty hard to make an argument that he did anything good.
So what would you say when he said to you that Hitler did a lot of good things?
Well, I tell him that. I said, first of all, you should never say that. But if you knew what Hitler was all about from the beginning to the end, everything he did was in support of his racist, fascist life, philosophy, so that nothing he did you could argue was good. It was certainly not done for the right reason.
We're back with Maggie and Jonathan. Jonathan, I think when Kelly breaks his silence and sort of confirms something that had been out there for a while, that Trump admired Hitler and wanted his generals to be more like the German generals. Which ones? Those ones. People thought that was twisted and mixed up with Hitler's ideology, as Kelly says there. But his love of Hitler's power is overrides, I guess, whatever offense. And I don't know that he takes any offense or not from what Hitler did. But I've now read this so many times on the air since it came out because I find it both shocking and galling and clarifying. It's on page 411 of the book. And a golfer's caddy. I mean, Trump describes it in the section as a historian, but there's no evidence that it's a historian. It's Gary Player's caddy. Is that right, Jonathan?
His former caddy, yeah.
Is he also a historian, or does he want to be a historian, or was he once a historian?
I think
never a historian.
He's an enthusiast about history.
He's a reader. He reads books. Me too. Okay. Yeah. Let me read this section. The point of the story was not about golf. It was about a friend of Player's, a man Trump describes as a historian. They had attended an event honoring the golfer, Gary Player, and Trump said, and the historian, whose name Trump doesn't recall, but we've established isn't a historian, gives him this document. He gestures to Harp, who you guys have some incredible reporting on. He pronounces her name in French for no reason. She doesn't appear French. Is she French?
Not that we know.
Not to my knowledge.
But he describes her. He says Natalie is just her first name in French. Just so weird if it wasn't also ominous. But let me read this from the book. Trump gestured for this aide, Natalie Harp, to bring us copies of the 2-page document. He began reading from it, reciting the names of some of history's most powerful figures, explaining how each fell short of his own power as U.S. president. Alexander the Great, the Caesars, William the Conqueror. Quote, they didn't have airplanes, right? I have to stop you now that I have. Was he kidding about the airplanes?
You never really know with Trump. He didn't seem to be kidding. He was sort of making a point that they didn't have the ability to project power, that their power was confined to their geographic region. But he, as US president, can project power around the world and not just reshape America, but reshape parts of the world.
Okay, let me keep going because I do think this is crazy. You couldn't travel around. Genghis Khan, Attila the Hun, Tamerlane, Napoleon, he said with relish, Hitler, Mao, Stalin. He goes on to admire how they, quote, maintained power through fear. Over 200 pages of the book are sections called Retribution and the Enemy Within. Is there anything else that animates this second term, in your view, Jonathan, other than retribution and the enemy, and prosecuting and persecuting the enemy within?
Oh, no question. I think Donald Trump wants to, like we say in the epilogue, reshape the world in his, according to his ideas. And it's interesting when you look at, he's a very visual person. And so when people present to him national security aids, they often present maps. He's made very clear that these large areas of territory that are sovereign nations, but are in the Western Hemisphere, he views as potentially American soil. Greenland, Canada. He told us, he admitted to us that he'd said, we had reporting that he'd been telling people privately that Venezuela was essentially, should be America's 51st state. That's more than a rhetorical flourish, because that's the way he views the new leader, Delcy Rodriguez, essentially as an American puppet. And he views Venezuela as a giant oil field. It's a very sort of 19th century colonial type of mindset, but that's how he views the world. Raw power. And look, that document, it wasn't that he was saying, such and such terrible dictator did actually great things. It was more that the morality didn't come into it. The only metric that was really assessed in that document was raw power. And that was what he was relishing, was that they had power, but he had more.
Maggie, I want to ask you about another piece of reporting that you guys released before the book was published, and that is about the sit room meetings to manage the fallout from the Epstein file release. Just take us through how, I don't know that Democrats have seen the nipple allegation document that some of those crisis management meetings center around. But just take me inside what you uncovered and explain why they were in the sit room. Were they hiding from him?
So, Nicole, this was an extraordinary series of meetings that took place in the White House Situation Room, which, again, is the most, and you know this, it is a complex of rooms. It is a secure area. Cell phones aren't allowed. And it's been used, this complex, not every single conference room the same way, but it's been used for President Obama to monitor the Osama bin Laden raid. It's where Lyndon Johnson monitored the Vietnam War. Because, again, to try to avoid leaks, it became the comms crisis center for how to handle the release or non-release of files and documents and paperwork related to Jeffrey Epstein and the investigations into his crimes. And so there were a series of meetings in before the one that we first write about. There were 4 that we focus on specifically. But these meetings in particular that we write about were primarily, almost exclusively, about how to deal with President Trump and his total lack of interest in releasing anything related to Epstein, and how angry that was making his political base. And this was all coming right after he had expended all of his political capital passing the One Big Beautiful Bill. Instead of talking about that, they were, on July 17th, the top levels, again, of government, the vice president, White House chief of staff, White House counsel, attorney general, deputy attorney general, FBI director, various comm staff, and that isn't even the full list, that's a partial list, are in the Situation Room, in the conference room, because the base is revolting over the fact that the DOJ and the FBI had earlier that month put out a memo saying they had looked at all the files. There was nothing left to investigate. No one was going to be prosecuted. They weren't releasing anything more. And Jeffrey Epstein died by suicide. And they put out a video along with it from Epstein's prison. It was missing a minute, which several people did not realize in the Trump administration till it went out. And so that helped just fuel further anger. It was the first time that they had really seen Trump's base not listen to what he was saying, which was, don't talk about this anymore. It's a hoax by Democrats. And so a White House where not everyone thought that Epstein was a huge issue. Vance, Kash Patel, the FBI director, Dan Bongino, they had spent years talking about the Epstein files as a massive, likely cabal of child predators, and that there must be a client list that existed and should be released. Several top Trump advisors were fairly blind to how potent this issue was within the MAGA base. And they really believed that this was not going to be a huge storm. So the blowback just caught them by enormous surprise, and the president didn't want to hear anything about it. He was snapping at everyone. This particular first meeting that we write about really was about how to deal with what they were looking at. This is where Vance proposes, what if we got Ghislaine Maxwell to talk to Congress? Todd Blanche, talks about how she may want something in return if she speaks to officials. Dave Warrington, the White House counsel, without endorsing any of the options, but talks about what could be done. People are very adamant that she should not be pardoned in this meeting, which I think is of note, just because she later was moved to a lower security prison. The question that you're asking about came at a meeting in August, and that at that point, this had now been going on for weeks. And by then, they were planning to put out a website, a public-facing library of all Epstein-related material. They were also facing a subpoena from the House to put out a range of material, not everything that we saw later in the Epstein Transparency Act. But as they were talking about what could be on this website, this large volume, they were talking about, do we put up things that have been public already? Do we put up civil suits, documents in civil cases? There was a civil case in an unrelated matter, not related to Donald Trump, but in it, One Epstein victim had made a secondhand claim in an email to a reporter a decade earlier that involved Donald Trump and an alleged nipple fetish. Now, this person who it supposedly was about never came forward. This was uncorroborated. We certainly didn't learn anything to suggest it existed. And it was unsealed, this claim, in January 2024. So I just want to make very clear, this was public, but somebody in Trump's world had done a search of what was in this Epstein library that they were preparing to make public themselves. And the nipple allegation popped up immediately. And so in this sit-room meeting in mid-August, again, they're talking about what to do. And J.D. Vance is saying, release everything, even uncorroborated claims about the president. This nipple, whatever it was, secondhand claim would fall into that category. And Vance says, he didn't think the president would mind. He's been accused of worse. And Blanche argues that, it would be very clear why something like this was not prosecuted. And again, it had been public, although most people in that room didn't know about it before. And Susie Wiles, the White House chief of staff, very quickly informed the vice president that no, President Trump would not be okay with it. And so that version of the Epstein library never went public. They still dragged their feet on responding to the House subpoena. And this crisis, again, I'm using the word crisis. This was not a national security crisis, but this sort of ongoing PR situation engulfed them. And officials described it to us as them being paralyzed by this, because they really couldn't figure out how to get out of it. And now, Nicole, what was shocking was we got hold of these memos, these internal memos by Trump's political team. In March, focus groups were conducted, one of which was on the day that we saw the president, and he gave us that document that you were talking about, featuring what he called the top 10 of history's, monsters and conquerors. And it showed that Epstein is still really breaking through to voters in these focus groups. They were bringing it up proactively. And so if you want to look back at a moment that really sort of froze this White House and this administration, it was the beginning of the meetings around Epstein and what to do.
Yeah, I mean, I want to ask you guys to stick around through one more break, because I think since you two have been covering him, since I've been talking about him, he's at his lowest standing politically, and it just diverges from his sort of perception of himself as one of the greats, if that's even how we describe Stalin and Hitler. I guess it's how he describes him on page 411. But I want to try to understand that seeming contradiction between his political low point and how he sees himself. I'm asking you guys to stick around through one more break, and we'll try to broaden the lens. And I want to ask both of you to gaze into your crystal balls about what November holds for the country. I also want to ask you about his health and why he can't stay awake in his own meetings at his own desk in the White House. Stay with us.
We know why you've put off your best smile. The time, the cost, the anxiety. That's why Aspen Dental is changing how dentistry is done, with technology to make care comfortable and flexible hours to fit your life, all at an affordable price. New patients without insurance get an exam and x-rays for just $29. Not waiting for tomorrow. That's the Aspen Dental difference. Aspen Dental. It's time to smile again.
We are living with AFib, and over 500,000 of us have left blood thinners behind. For life. We've cut our stroke risk and said goodbye to our bleeding worry with the Watchman implant. Watchman, it's one time for a lifetime.
Bet you can't run as fast as T-Mobile. Bet you I can. Well, you better pick it up, because T-Mobile now has the fastest 5G home internet. Watch this. I'm okay.
T-Mobile now has the fastest 5G home internet, just $35 a month.
I know what you're thinking. Here's Kristen Bell on a luxurious vacation with her pretend kids. But I'm really here for all the points I get with my City Strata Elite card. I live for a fancy dinner where I don't have any idea what I'm eating. But what I really love, 6 times the points. Just eat your points, sweetie. I love you more than all the stars in the sky. And slightly more than all the points I'm earning.
City Strata Elite. Rewards where it counts. That's the point. The Evergreens family vacation started with Expedia, the one place you go to go places. When hockey season ended, summer started. Dad knew his crew didn't need much, but they did need peace and quiet. And lots of space. So they planned their flights, car, and vacation home all in one place. Great, right? Nice job, Dad. Expedia, the one place you go to go places.
Jardiance plays a role in my story, too. I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well with Jardiance, a once daily pill that helps lower my A1C. It works 24/7 in the body to flush out some sugar.
And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardiance can lower the risk of cardiovascular death, too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine and infection between and around the anus and genitals. Both may be fatal. Severe allergic reactions, dehydration, urinary tract or genital yeast infections in men and women, and low blood sugar. Stop taking and tell your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, rash, swelling, trouble breathing or swallowing. Tell your doctor about lightheadedness, weakness, fever, pain, tenderness, redness, or swelling between the anus and genitals. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardiance is a little pill with a big story to tell. And if you ask me, it's pretty swell.
Action!
My new evil phone company will have the most confusing pricing and plans of all time.
Who would join that? With Verizon, you can get the new Simplicity plan for only $30 a line.
Sip it.
Introducing Simplicity, just $30 a line.
You know, my Medicare statement said I got a knee brace. The last I checked. I don't need a knee brace. Check your Medicare statement for unusual charges and report fraud immediately. Learn how at medicare.gov/fraud.
Boom. I won't be cleaning mold and mildew next week, thanks to this.
Did you know Lysol disinfectant spray can actually prevent mold and mildew growth? Spray it every week to break the cycle. Lysol, what it takes to protect.
Hey, sweetie, what are you doing for July 3rd?
Who makes July 3rd plans?
Why don't we do a special on that news thing of yours?
They would never go for... All right, I'll call.
Independency Live with Anderson Cooper and Andy Cohen.
We're back with Maggie and Jonathan. Jonathan Swan, why is he always asleep behind the Resolute desk at his own meetings with his own carefully managed and supervised press corps?
Well, the short answer is we don't know because they're not fully transparent about his health. What we do know is that he doesn't sleep a lot. And we have a part of the book where aides one morning at around 10 o'clock, needed to reach him and couldn't reach him. An aide went up. It turned out he was asleep. So it seemed like he had been up all night and then perhaps slept in the early sort of, 5 a.m. through, in that early sort of morning period. So we don't know. There's a lot we don't know. And that's a story that we're continuing to dig on because they put out, that he saw 22 specialists. We don't know who those specialists were or what their specialties were. They put out very incomplete health information. He's an 80-year-old man that we know has chronic venous insufficiency. The blood flow in his legs is not working the way it should be. We've seen the swollen ankles he's showing evident signs of aging, but there's just a lot we don't know there.
Maggie, the retribution campaign that is detailed focuses on all three parts of it, which we don't always do a very good job at here. The enemies, which we see and we cover when grand juries refuse to indict, or in the case of Comey, when they do indict. But you guys report out the retribution against media companies. That seems psychically to be as central as the better publicized campaigns against perceived individual enemies and law firms.
Absolutely, Nicole. I mean, there are a couple of buckets of what we would describe as both a retribution campaign and a bullying campaign. And it is various industries, and you have covered this, and many of us have, universities, law firms, individuals such as Chris Krebs or Miles Taylor, and yes, media companies. But he started with this lawsuit against ABC, which we get into in detail how there had been a framework for a settlement worked out. And Trump's top legal advisor, Boris Epstein, encouraged him that he could get more money and tens of millions of dollars. And Trump liked the sound of that better. Trump agreed to an amount not as big as what Epstein was saying, but something more than what the original framework was. And then he decided he didn't want to do that, and it came up to the wire. And they did settle. The Trump folks didn't get everything they wanted, but you have seen that it has had a chilling effect as he goes after CBS and other companies on a lot of aspects of media and other industries.
Well, it is a pleasure to get to talk to you guys. That's something we get to do all the time. I've had this on my desk since I've had it for a couple of weeks, and I open it up and flip through it, and there's reporting to support just about everything in the news. So congratulations on an incredible body of journalism. Thank you both, Maggie and Jonathan.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much for having us.
The book is called Regime Change: Inside the Imperial Presidency of Donald Trump. It is out now. After the break, an ominous sign from the office responsible for managing our nation's intelligence agencies. Their social media feed is suddenly pumping out pictures of Donald Trump. We'll talk about that next.
You're seeing Skechers' famous glide step footwear everywhere. And now that famous design is available in hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Get the comfort and style of glide step now with the convenience of slip-ins with no bending down or touching your shoes. Try glide step Skechers slip-ins.
The extreme heat is here, and animals across the country are struggling to survive.
These are incredibly dangerous environments. Think about the risk to that animal's life.
When temperatures soar, animals are pushed to their limit.
They're trying to get out of the elements, and you can tell that they've tried everything they could.
Every hour can mean the difference between life and death.
They don't have access to water. They have no access to shade. They are trapped, quite literally, at the mercy of the sun.
In conditions like these, animals have no time to wait. Heat exhaustion can set in fast, and once it does, survival is uncertain. This is an urgent appeal for help. We need 1,000 new donors so we can help reach more animals who've been left in the scorching heat. Please help now by visiting this website, calling this number, or scanning the code here on your screen. Where there's need, we go there for animals. But right now, we need you. Donate just $19 a month. It'll take just a few minutes of your time, but it will mean everything to an animal who's almost out of time, an animal who's suffering.
We pride ourselves on trying to get there and help these animals before it's too late.
Many animals are almost out of time, so please don't delay. We need 1,000 donors right away so we can help rescue more animals from painful distress. Sign up with your monthly gift in the next 5 minutes, and we'll send you this welcome kit, an adorable plush dog to remind you of this moment in time when you did your part to help. For just 63 cents a day, you'll give them protection, water, and emergency medical care. Please don't wait. Help save an animal today. Go online, call, or scan now.
You've put up with your old shower for too long. It's outdated, unsafe, and it's time to replace it. But why struggle with a lengthy shower remodel when Jacuzzi can do it in just one day? And there's no need to break a sweat or your budget. Right now, we're waiving all installation costs, plus offering 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year. So you can finally convert your old bath to a safer, easy entry shower, complete with a custom seat, grab bars, and slip-resistant floor installed in 1 day.
My overall experience with Jacuzzi has been wonderful. Everything was customized to the way I wanted it for the price that I wanted to pay.
I've had a great experience from start to finish.
Don't take matters into your own hands. Do it the smart way. Give Jacuzzi Bath Remodel a call.
There are only weeks remaining during our limited time offer. We're waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-202-8219.
Lily doesn't play like she's 62. She plays like you owe her something. And with Insure Max Protein, she always collects.
Told you she still plays.
You're in your prime, so keep it that way. Insure yourself.
Here it comes. Everybody brace yourself.
This is a great night to vote no matter what you care about.
There are scores of Americans that simply cannot afford their lives right now, and they're saying, hold on.
Change versus status quo is a very strong argument. Tonight's got a lot of surprises. This one is perhaps one of the more interesting surprises.
The voters need to understand what's really happening here.
We're going to keep the updates coming.
We have a slightly better understanding today of the firings that are underway since Donald Trump's political ally Bill Pulte has taken over as acting director of national intelligence. CBS is reporting that more than 50 career and political staff have been removed from their roles. 6 were fired and 45 have been sent back to their home agencies. Meanwhile, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence is busy doing this, posting and resharing various flattering photographs of Donald Trump on the official Office of the Director of National Intelligence Twitter page. I want to bring in the House Intelligence Committee's ranking member, Democratic Congressman Jim Himes of Connecticut. Congressman, what are you able to understand to be happening right now at the Office of the Director of National Intelligence?
Yeah, Nicole, the answer to that question is an ugly one, right? So, everything I know is what's being reported by the press, which I guess is leaking out of ODNI. There was a panic yesterday when the story was that hundreds of people were being fired. And let's be very clear, this is an entity that keeps Americans safe by tracking terrorists, by tracking cartel shipments of fentanyl into the United States, you name it. It got to a point where I finally had to do something I'd never done before, which is pick up the phone and call the director of the Office of Legislative Affairs at ODNI, and they had nothing to tell me. So apart from having a completely unqualified person, operating inside a very, very sensitive, very high stakes agency with no knowledge of what he's doing, they are once again showing incredible disdain to the representatives of the people who actually fund those agencies. So if you hear a little frustration in my voice, it's because it seems like every journalist on the planet knows more than the Congress of the United States knows right now about what Bill Pulte is doing at one of our most sensitive federal departments.
One of the stories that's been reported is that counterterror individuals in that office is being targeted. That's sort of on the other side of a red line. And I know in the time of Trump, that sounds stupid, but in this area of active war with Iran and other American adversaries, certainly not any less mad at us than they've been in the last 20 years. What do you understand about depleting our resources and our footing in the counterterror space?
Yeah, it's important that people understand, because they often don't know what the Office of the Director of National Intelligence is. Amongst other things, it houses the National Counterterrorism Center. So I want you to imagine an operations floor with lots of very good and patriotic and capable and well-trained people staring into screens, tracking terrorists, looking at plots to attack the American homeland, looking at plots to bring down airliners, you name it. And that is inside ODNI. Rumors were yesterday that maybe there were firings there. Again, because they are showing remarkable disdain to the Congress. I don't know that for sure. I will tell you, you were running the Pyongyang-like dear leader tributes that Bill Pulte has been putting up on Twitter. He did take a moment out of those loving portraits of the President of the United States to say that he had met with the National Counterterrorism Center and that he respected what they did. So, again, I would like to imagine that the Congress of the United States would not be learning things from Bill Pulte's Twitter feed, but I got some tiny, tiny little bit of confidence that maybe he actually met with the National Counterterrorism Center instead of firing it.
I know you have to go vote, and I know we kept you waiting. So we will, 1, let you go, and 2, we apologize for being tardy. Please come back if you learn anything else. We're grateful to you for your time today.
Thanks so much, Nicole.
Thank you. Up next for us, Donald Trump's voter suppression push has dealt another blow in the courts. Stay with us for that.
Save up to 60% on select installed styles of beautiful new carpet or flooring from Empire Today. We'll beat any competitor's offer, guaranteed. Visit EmpireToday.com or call
800-522-300
today.
When it's time to start your business, it's time for Shopify. Designed with easy to customize themes, sell everywhere people shop, and never miss a sale with the world's best converting checkout. See why millions of businesses sell with Shopify. Start your free trial today.
1 in 3 people in the U.S. will be diagnosed with cancer in their lifetime.
When I got that phone call, it didn't seem real.
A cancer diagnosis is news no one ever wants to receive.
Doctor told me that there was no cure for this diagnosis.
But the American Cancer Society is here to help every step of the way.
I tell my patients when they're first diagnosed that the American Cancer Society has an incredible amount of resources for patients.
We offer 24/7 trustworthy information and support.
Calling the 24/7 helpline and ask them any question that I wanted about my breast cancer, that gave me so much peace.
It's a roller coaster that you have to figure out. And there are resources, not just for me, but for my family as well.
Good to see you again.
Free rides to treatment and lodging when treatment is far from home.
My stay at the Hope Lodge is absolutely free. You literally come and get your treatment done and heal. That's it. That's all you focus on.
Every day, the American Cancer Society makes sure everyone can get the care they need.
It's not just the treatment of the disease process, it's taking care of the person as a whole.
Thank you, Daniel.
No problem at all. The American Cancer Society has impacted the lives of millions of people.
Navigating a cancer journey is difficult. The American Cancer Society understands that better than anybody else.
When it comes to ending cancer, every voice counts.
We need more people to take action.
Every journey counts.
We have more that we need to do.
Every survivor counts.
We're in this together. You're not by yourself.
Donate today and your gift will be doubled at cancer.org/hope.
Over 500,000 people with AFib have left blood thinners behind with Watchman, a safe one-time implant that reduces stroke risk and bleeding worry. For life. Watchman. It's one time for a lifetime.
Oh, gum problems. You need new Parodontax Gum Strengthen and Protect with hyaluronic acid. It strengthens the gum seal for long-lasting gum protection. So gum experts.
After last month's massive solar flare added a 25th hour to the day, businesses are wondering, what should we do?
I'm thinking company-wide power now.
Anything can change the world of work. From HR to payroll, ADP designs for the next anything.
Save up to 60% on select installed styles of beautiful new carpet flooring from Empire Today. We'll beat any competitor's offer, guaranteed. Visit EmpireToday.com or call
800-582-300 Empire.
Today.
It has been legal setback after legal setback for Donald Trump and his attempt to make voting more difficult for Americans. Today, another federal judge delivered the death knell to Donald Trump's first anti-voting executive order, permanently blocking key portions. Specifically, the ruling stops the provisions that would have forced new proof of citizenship requirements onto federal voter registration forms, restricted military and overseas voters, and pressured states to reject ballots that are postmarked by Election Day but arrive after Election Day. One of the plaintiffs who originally sued over the executive order, New York Attorney General Tish James, said this, quote, "Generations of Americans fought tirelessly for the right to vote, and we honor their legacy by protecting that right against anyone who tries to undermine it." We'll stay on top of this story. Coming up next, Donald Trump makes an in-kind contribution to Democratic midterm campaigns by torpedoing a popular bill with bipartisan support aimed at reducing the cost of housing. We'll explain why he did that after a short break.
We are living with AFib, and over 500,000 of us have left blood thinners behind. For life. We've cut our stroke risk and said goodbye to our bleeding worry with the Watchman implant. Watchman, it's one time for a lifetime.
My mom is the most caring, helpful person. But when she got diabetes, it was hard for her to put her health first. With Dexcom G7, she's learned how to control her diabetes so she can be her amazing self.
Attention all seniors. You could now get up to $50,000 to help with your funeral and other final expenses, including credit card debt, with no medical exam, starting at less than $1 a day.
I want you and your brother to know I'm at peace with my homegoing.
Ma.
Now wait, I'm happy to be out of the hospital, but I know my time will come. So I made a call and found out that I'm eligible for up to $50,000 in coverage to help with my funeral and final expenses.
$50,000 for your final expenses.
Yes. I read that the price of a funeral can be $10,000 or more. And I have some other bills too, and don't want you or anyone in this family paying for my debts or anything like that. So now I'm at peace, knowing my family won't have to deal with all these bills when I'm gone.
How did you get coverage? You just left the hospital.
Well, there is no medical exam. There is no waiting period. And I got covered right over the phone. Plus, my rates can never be increased, my benefits can never be decreased, and my coverage can never be canceled.
Mom, I'm so glad you made that call.
Don't leave loved ones with your debt. Call 800-799-1058 now and see if you qualify for up to $50,000 for your funeral and other final expenses starting at less than $1 a day. There's no medical exam, and you can be approved even if you have pre-existing health conditions. Call 800-799-1058 now. There's no paperwork, no hidden fees, and no waiting periods, and you can get coverage right over the phone starting at less than $1 a day. Call 800-799-1058. That's 800-799-1058.
My new evil phone company will have the most confusing pricing and plans of all time.
Who would join that? With Verizon, you can get the new Simplicity plan for only $30 a line.
Zip it!
Introducing Simplicity, just $30 a line.
Sometimes, the sweet smell of victory stinks. Adding Lysol laundry sanitizer kills 99.9% of odor-causing bacteria detergents leave behind. Clean is good, sanitized is better.
Dry eye still gritty, scratchy, and tired? With Mybo, eyes can feel. Mybo is the only prescription dry eye drop that directly targets too much tear evaporation by forming a protective layer. Don't use if allergic to Mybo. Remove contacts before using. Wait at least 30 minutes before putting them back in. Eye redness and blurred vision may occur. Ask your eye doctor.
2 minutes ago, we were all supposed to be down in the rotunda while Donald Trump signed it into law. But Trump has now said, nope, he's not going to do that. You know what that says to me? It says to me that Donald Trump just doesn't care about the cost squeeze on American families. This is the guy who said affordability is a made-up word that Democrats came up with. Affordability is a hoax. He said about inflation, he loves the inflation. Yeah, he does. He doesn't care about high prices for millions of people across this country.
Hi, everyone. It's now 5 o'clock in the East. It is a bigger mess than usual in Donald Trump's Washington, D.C. right now. We're not just talking about the mess he's made of the reflecting pool. 17 months into Trump 2.0, and Donald Trump is more detached from reality and out of touch politically than ever before, as his priorities veer further and further away from what Americans, including the vast majority of his own voters, say they want by the day. Earlier today, as the senator was alluding to, Donald Trump torpedoed a chance to show Americans that he doesn't actually think affordability is a hoax made up by Democrats. He canceled a bill signing that was meant to champion a landmark bipartisan piece of affordable housing legislation, and he did it just 2 hours before that ceremony was supposed to begin. He did it to demand legislation to make it harder for the American people to vote. Donald Trump posted this on Truth Social, quote, "Today's housing news conference and signing is hereby canceled until such time as we pass the desperately needed Save America Act, which I consider to be a national emergency." It was followed by 2 pictures of the reflecting pool. It was so weird and last minute that even Republicans were caught flat-footed. They were in the middle of a press conference where they were publicly in front of the press championing the bill and applauding Donald Trump for his help in getting it passed. It caused the ever-loyal House Speaker Mike Johnson to actually voice some exasperation with his dear leader, Donald Trump. Watch that.
I talked to them about it this morning, an hour before you made that announcement. I convinced him that I thought that was his priorities and good policy.
He's not making life easier to
Yes.
You guys are going to have to be excited.
We're doing our job. Speaker Johnson is just the latest Republican, though, to let his exasperation with Donald Trump spill into public view as Donald Trump delivers today's unforced error. With 4 Republicans breaking with their colleagues yesterday and voting on a resolution directing an end to Donald Trump's deeply unpopular war in Iran, a war which is causing some to defect from Donald Trump's political party entirely. Earlier this week, Marjorie Taylor Greene did just that. She announced that she is joining Tucker Carlson in his decision to leave the GOP. It is in no small part because of Donald Trump's war with Iran. It's a trend that is likely to continue as new polling shows just how deeply unpopular that war is with the American people. As we reported last hour, less than a quarter of Americans, 24%, believe the war with Iran has been worth the costs. Just 34% of Americans approve of Donald Trump's handling of his presidency overall. What would be a 5-alarm fire for any normal president seems unlikely to break through with Donald Trump, who instead posted this on Truth Social in all caps, quote, "My real poll numbers are the highest they have ever been. Thank you, President DJD." Donald Trump's completely delusional presidency, causing even Speaker Mike Johnson to flee, is where we begin the hour with some of our favorite reporters and friends. Puck News senior political columnist and national affairs analyst John Heimland is back. Also back with us, Media Matters for America President Angelo Carasone and managing editor of The Bulwark, contributor Sam Stein is here. Sam, first of all, can you add any reporting to our understanding as to how Mike Johnson, of all people, who seems to have wired his own little bat phone inside the Oval Office for like a game of Simon Says or Mother May I, how did he end up in cross signals with Donald Trump?
Well, from our understanding, this was totally out of the blue. And it wasn't just Mike Johnson who was caught off guard. There were actual members of Donald Trump's staff who even minutes, hours before the signing ceremony was set to take place, were boasting about the bill signing and the legislation, the housing legislation that was going to pass, talking about how it's going to bring great financial relief to people who are looking to buy a home. And so this is sort of a classic Trump move where when there was no drama, he demands that it be inserted. Where the spotlight would have been on a lot of legislators, he demands the spotlight be on himself. And I would just add one element to this because I think this is really rankling a lot of lawmakers on the Hill and the Republican side of things. It's not just the excessive drama and the just torpedoing of this piece of legislation. It's the monomaniacal insistence on getting the Save America Act, the SAVE Act, passed into law and using whatever parliamentary means are possible to do so. Now, there are no parliamentary means possible to do so. They'd have to blow up the filibuster. And he's insistent on this. And it's causing a lot of consternation and frustration among lawmakers on the Hill. So when Johnson was fleeing there, the questions were about the housing, but what they really were about is the SAVE Act. The House has passed and the Senate cannot do it. And Donald Trump is demanding essentially everything come to a halt in order for that to pass. And I will just say, I think this is in some ways the more important story here, because Donald Trump has basically made it doctrine for 30% of the country that our elections are fraudulent. It's no longer just him spouting off conspiracies and everyone entertaining them. People now legitimately believe that our elections, which there's been no proof that there's widespread corruption in our elections, 30% of the country at least believe that this is the case. And because of that, they are willing to hold hostage basic legislative processes, including widely bipartisan bills to provide financial relief to American public. And it's causing people like Mike Johnson to basically rip their hair out in the most polite possible way that Mike Johnson can do so without offending Donald Trump.
Well, the problem, I guess, politically then is that 30% of the country believing their delusional lies. First of all, it says something about the lack of intelligence of the 30%, because how does Donald Trump win 2 of the last 3 elections if the elections are so corrupt, right? I mean, The left has done a
Too big
terrible
to
job
rig.
corrupting and corrupting our elections if Trump won too, the last three contests. But 30% of the electorate is not enough to hang on to really many of the seats if the size of the political wave that is heading their way is to be believed from Republicans. I want to read you, Heilman, what Republicans are saying. This is a Republican Senate staffer who says, quote, "We saw glimpses of this during Trump's first administration, but never in my lifetime have I seen a president so deliberately attempt to lose majorities for his own party," the Republican aide told our Capitol Hill reporter.
Yeah, Nicole, I was going to say that 30% doesn't win you a seat anywhere in the country. You might. I'm not trying to say that that you can't put together a bunch of in safe seats. You can't put together. You eventually get to 50+1. But I mean, the number of people who believe what Sam correctly cites is not enough. And the problem for Donald Trump is that that number has stopped moving in any way. To the extent that there was a base underneath Donald Trump, it has been eroding. Maybe not it's not crumbling, it's not completely falling apart, but all you need is a little bit of that. When you combine it with the absolutely devastating numbers that Republicans are seeing with independent voters, and I'll say I've spoken the last 72 hours to a strategist in Georgia, a strategist in Kansas, and a strategist. Where's the third one from? There was a third one that I talked to in a Senate race. All of whom are seeing. Oh, in Texas, all of whom are seeing Republicans in their focus groups open to the idea of voting for the Democratic candidate for Senate in those races. Now, Georgia is a democratically held seat. John Ossoff is a very strong candidate. Obviously, Texas is going to be an hugely important race. Kansas is not a race that's currently on anybody's radar, but there are people out there who will tell you that they think it's not impossible in the right year with the candidate the Democrats or who's likely to win the primary there, who's the largest preacher, has the largest congregation, a United Methodist preacher out there. That in the right year with the right candidate, it's not impossible. There is a Democratic governor in Kansas now, so it's not impossible. And you're starting to hear the signs there among Republicans who are getting frustrated, not just in the political class, but voters who are fed up with this. And the last thing I'll say, is that there's the most important thing that's said in this entire exchange is the part of Trump's post where he says the phrase national emergency. And I think that when you start to think about what all of this is about, Sam's correct focus on the SAVE Act piece of this is that Donald Trump is starting to broadcast his strategy for interfering with, intervening in, and trying to steal the 2026 election, something that we've talked a lot about on the show over the course of many, many months. But national emergency is a phrase that you should remember, because I think we're going to start to see it more and more in Donald Trump communications, both on social media and in his language when he talks about these things on the stump. That is how you get to a justification for starting to seize control of the election apparatus and mechanisms and means by which we hold elections. National emergency. He said it right there. I think we're going to hear it again.
I think we are. I mean, I think it's important. It is meant to shock and terrify people. It is important, Angelo, to point out that he's gone 0 for 9 in these legal efforts to seize control of elections. States have to claim the national emergency. States have to acquiesce. They've gone to court and they haven't lost a single case around his effort to federalize our elections. I also want to go back to his political weakness, because to do something extrajudicial, to do something in defiance of the courts, which I think we're talking about Trump, we have to always put that on the table also. He now has less than 45% support from his own rural voters. Let me read this from Marquette. Among people who voted for Trump in 2024, approval has fallen from 94% in February of 2025 to 80% now. In February of 2025, 63% of rural residents approved of Trump. That has fallen to 44% now. Rural voters are literally in every state in the country. And for Trump to be underwater almost 60-40 with rural voters, is historic, not just for Trump, but for any Republican.
It's true. And I think that there's an important thing, and John sort of referenced it a little bit before when he was talking. Regrets are not necessarily defections. Defections are material. They will affect the outcome of elections. They will not just, so when these regrets continue to mount up and somebody says, you know what, I'm not just going to, be upset about this. I'm either going to stay home because I can't vote for anybody, or I'm actually going to even go one step further and I'm going to vote for the opposing party. And Steve Bannon today, when he was talking, and it's worth noting, there's something very significant about this particular exchange, because he was upset that Trump didn't go and do the bill signing, because he was pointing out how popular the bill was and how it's important that they try to seize this affordability narrative and show that Republicans are working for them, precisely because he is concerned about these regrets becoming defections in a measurable way. And this is the same guy that about a few weeks ago was the one saying that you need to withdraw Bill Pulte's nomination, make him acting, and go on strike until the Republicans pass the SAVE Act. I mean, he's been the champion for taking this sort of, I'm not going to do anything as president actions until Republicans pass the SAVE Act. And even he recognized that today it was important to have the symbol, the narrative, the story that Republicans are dealing with it, because he's seeing the same thing here, which is that these regrets can actually turn into something more. And that, to me, is the part, and that's what scares me. That's sort of the wrapper, is that Trump now has sort of made a decision. So aside from the fact that he signals his strategy and where he's going to go with the SAVE Act, he's now on a course. He's on a collision course that he can't adapt from. He's no longer trying to win popular support or get Republicans on board. He's trying to use a game of chicken with his own party to get them to do something extreme that he wants. And he doesn't care how unpopular it gets, because now it's sort of too far. He's already made his decision. Those numbers can continue to dwindle down, and he hopes that Republicans break first and give him what he wants so that some of the pain can be taken away.
Sam, I want to come back to the specific grievances spilling into public view with Republicans and Donald Trump. And then I want to come back to John on these three races, Kansas, Texas, and Georgia. But this is from our correspondent, that Trump told John Thune, to Angela's point, that he needs to be a leader and get the votes for the Save America Act. Bill Cassidy confronted Trump over the Iran MOU. Our reporting is that Cassidy was, quote, yelling at Trump. At one point, Trump told Cassidy to sit down, but Cassidy refused to do so and raised his voice. It turned into a war of words. Trump called Cassidy a, quote, lunatic. Cassidy referred to Trump as brother, and Trump responded that he wasn't his brother. Trump also went after Dave McCormick from Pennsylvania, the husband of Dina Powell, who was Trump's first-term national security advisor, deputy national security advisor, for missing yesterday's war powers vote, which Trump lost. But McCormick was with Trump. The animosity that Trump is showing to the Republicans is not new. It's actually a hallmark. And I just had Jonathan Swan and Maggie Haberman on. What's new is that at least the ones that have paid with their seats, their Senate seats, are I don't know if confronting is too strong of a word, but are starting to contemplate some distance. So I guess my question is, are these things going to miss each other in terms of a head-on collision? Is his popularity going to be such that when he goes to carry out a coup, some of these folks have already taken him head-on and lived to tell?
Well, I don't know if they're going to live to tell, right? So when you look at Cassidy, for instance, he was humiliated by Trump, and he confronted him today, but that's only after he lost his primary. Another thing that happened today was Tom Tillis, another Republican who was basically pushed up by Trump, admitted that he regretted his vote for Pete Hegseth for defense secretary, which is a remarkable admission to make. McCormick's an interesting one because he was with Trump all day, which is why he missed the vote, but Trump got mad at him. You know, I know this is going to sound weird.
And attacked him.
And attacked him. This will sound weird, but in a way I understand why Trump's frustrated, and here's why. For a year and change, Republicans in the Senate and in Congress gave Trump everything he wanted. They rarely raised objections. They basically, rolled over when he told them to do it. And they confirmed some of the more unqualified people you could possibly imagine for his cabinet. He got what he wanted whenever he wanted with very slim majorities. he got accustomed to the idea that they would never say no to him. And now we're talking about what? 4 Republicans who voted to end the war in Iran, a small amount. I don't know. For instance, I think a good example of what it could mean is Bill Pulte. We just talked about him. He put this manifestly unqualified person to be DNI. Republicans said, no way, not going to happen. We won't reauthorize Section 702, which is a key spying agency tool in the toolkit, until you put someone serious in there. Trump responds by saying, okay, I'll put Jay Clayton in there, someone who everyone is fine with on the Hill. And then he pulls Clayton's nomination because he doesn't want to not get his way. And Republicans are left basically with very few tools to stop this from happening. So it strikes me that Trump is just content to basically steamroll as much as he can for as long as he can and throw fits on those rare opportunities when Republicans do stand up and say no way.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'd point out that Jay Clayton is only good compared to Bill Pulte. He also went on television and carried the water as a election denier in the state of California. Repeated the lie that there's fraud, a lie that Bill Barr called bullshit. So, I mean, there is no voter fraud in America. It's something that Donald Trump's second administration has looked at and found that people here illegally do not vote. There isn't fraud. So, I mean, there are these like traps of relativity that we all still get caught in. And I know that wasn't your intention, Sam, but the idea that they have no tools, they could cut off the funding immediately. I mean, Republicans have nothing but tools. They literally control one of the 3 branches of government, and it's the only one that isn't functioning. I mean, the executive branch, I hate everything they're doing, but they're functioning. The judiciary is functioning. Congress is the only branch of government currently not functioning. We'll pick this up on the other side. I'll let you respond, but I have to sneak in a break. Also ahead for us, we're learning more about what Donald Trump knew about his massive and ongoing failures at the Lincoln Memorial Reflecting Pool. And when he knew about those failures, there's brand new reporting that puts in doubt, well, pretty much everything Donald Trump has said publicly and everything wants us to believe about what has gone wrong after his expensive renovation job blew up in his own face. Also ahead, one of the Democrats with a very good chance to flip a Republican House seat blue this fall and help lead the Democrats back to power in Congress will join us fresh off her primary victory last night. Army veteran Kate Conley now turns her focus to a vulnerable Republican in a district former Vice President Kamala Harris won. She'll be our guest later in the hour. Deadline White House continues after a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
These days, I feel more confident and connected, all thanks to Clear Captions. It's given me my independence back.
Clear Captions is a phone captioning service that displays your caller's words, so you can read and listen at the same time, and is provided at no cost through a federally managed program.
My mom has always been independent, but when her hearing got worse, she started avoiding phone calls, and I worried about her. Now, thanks to Clear Captions, she can read every call and never miss a word. The best part? I don't have to worry like I used to.
Hi, Mom. Should I bring over dinner?
Clear Captions gave me the confidence I needed.
Call 1-800-430-2624 to see if you qualify.
There is no cost to you. Get Clear Captions now.
If you're like me, staying connected to friends and family is so important. Clear Captions allows me to keep my relationships going strong.
Clear Captions is a phone captioning service that displays your caller's words, so you can read and listen at the same time, and is provided at no cost through a federally managed program.
For years, I talked to my best friend Carol every night. I looked forward to our calls until I started missing words. Now, thanks to Clear Captions, I can read our phone calls and I don't miss a thing. Carol and I are back to our nightly calls again.
Lisa, it's so good to talk again.
Clear Captions gave me the confidence to talk on the phone again. Why wait? Clear Captions came to my home to set up the phone and showed me how to use it. It was easy.
Call 1-800-430-2624 to see if you qualify.
Clear Caption service is provided at no cost through a federally managed program. Call today.
1-800-430-2624.
Get Clear Captions now.
Evil phone company that will charge a fee every time you want a new phone.
Who would join that? Verizon just got rid of activation and upgrade fees.
They're doing what now?
That's right. No more activation or upgrade fees.
Sometimes the sweet smell of victory stinks. Adding Lysol laundry sanitizer kills 99.9% of odor-causing bacteria detergents leave behind. Clean is good, sanitized is better.
Dry eye still gritty, scratchy, and tired? With MyBo, eyes can feel. MyBo is the only prescription dry eye drop that directly targets too much tear evaporation by forming a protective layer. Don't use if allergic to MyBo. Remove contacts before using. Wait at least 30 minutes before putting them back in. Eye redness and blurred vision may occur. Ask your eye doctor.
Islanders! A new bombshell has entered the villa.
Hey, hello, baby.
He's feeling himself. Wait, a second bombshell has entered. See what gets your heart racing in Minions and Monsters. And watch Love Island USA, only on Peacock.
Deadline White House, weekdays from 4 to 6 on MS Now.
This is your way of celebrating America. The White House did it much differently with the UFC fight. What did you think about that?
It was a travesty.
Yeah.
What else can you say about it? It's embarrassing. I was embarrassed to be an American.
We're back with John, Angelo, and Sam. Helen, I love Larry David. And I think you can sort of believe that nothing matters, right? I was so moved by everything that happened in Chicago last week. The speeches given by former President Obama, former First Lady Michelle Obama, and someone said, well, it's one great day of feeling great, and then back to the march toward autocracy and a potential national emergency. Or this great Bruce Springsteen, Tom Morello tour, and then it's back to most people with microphones in their face say nothing. But I actually take the opposite view. I think every little thing makes the next little thing possible. And I think when you look at sort of how autocratic movements crumble, it's not one thing, it's every little thing on top of the other. And I wonder how you see the overreach, the little flecks of resistance, and we won't give Republicans more credit than that, and increasingly big figures in culture and entertainment saying it's all a travesty.
Well, I think it's important, Nicole, and I think it's not so. I mean, I agree with I'm on your side here, and I think that we do spend a lot of time focusing on what some small number of Republicans are going to do or not going to do, and there's slivers of resistance, and why are they doing it, and what's the consequences going to be, et cetera, et cetera. It is the case that there is only one way to stop the slide towards authoritarianism, and that is at the ballot box. And so the thing that I pay attention to more than anything else is what has been happening, not in some vague way on the ground, but what has happened at elections over the course of the last 17 months. What's happened is the most demonstrable and consistent fact that we found is that Democrats are overwhelmingly enthusiastic about voting for non-Republican candidates this November. And we've seen this not once, not twice, not in an outlier way, but in a consistent way. When people have to vote, Democrats are showing up, and they're showing up in large numbers. They're showing up in large numbers by the standards of off-year elections and the standards of special elections. And they're turning these Trump margins from 2024, not just exceeding them, not just turning them back, but blowing them out of the water. And so that's not a poll. That's not a focus group. Those are points on the board, right? Where you're saying, here's a team that's winning, a team that's on a roll. And can a team that's winning and on a roll show up in the playoffs and collapse? It can, but it generally doesn't. I mean, what we're seeing here is a deflated Republican electorate that's not inclined, not excited about its options, doesn't believe that Donald Trump has done right by them, doesn't believe that the Republican Party around Donald Trump has done right by them, and a Democratic Party that is, and not just Democratic Party per se, but anyone who has an open mind to not voting for a Republican, they are showing up. And I think that's where the culture stuff matters, because it's not so much that it does create a knock-on effect where one thing leads to the next thing. But more than that, it just creates a larger sense of momentum and of community that makes people realize that they're not alone, and that they're not on the wrong side of history, and that they're not on the wrong side of some inexorable movement that's just going to keep rolling over them, that they can, get inspired by the cultural moments and feel freed by those cultural moments. And then when the moment comes when they have a chance to go and register their disapproval of what's going on at the ballot box, they can do that. And again, if that was a hypothetical, theoretical thing I was saying, you might say, well, maybe. But I'm saying, look at the last 17 months. It's been an unbroken string of Democratic advances and Republicans in retreat. And this goes back to the first thing we were talking about. Donald Trump is doing nothing to turn that around. He has done nothing. He's done the opposite of nothing to turn that around. He's made it worse systematically. And that is why you're starting to see Republicans not just resist occasionally in public, but privately freak out, which is what they're doing every day. It's mid-June. It's almost too late to turn it around, even if Trump had it within his capacity. But he doesn't have any interest, and in fact, he seems to be racing in the opposite direction. And so every Republican who's in his right mind or her right mind right now is freaking out and does not want to see Donald Trump in their district or state in a million years between now and November. And that is going to be a huge story also going towards November, as Republicans going, yeah, thanks, but no thanks, Mr. President. Why don't you just skip my district or my state? Because you're nothing but bad news for me.
Yeah, I mean, Angelo, this is a thing that will happen. I mean, Trump seems a little tired to travel, but if he wants to, and I say this from some experience, when you're below 30% or around 30%, it's hard to land Air Force One anywhere other than like the reddest corner or the reddest district or the reddest state. No one wants just the spectacle of your plane landing or of the traffic jams or of you being on your local news because a visit from the president saturates the local news. One of my indicators is Jessica Tarlov from The Five. And, in the early months of Trump's second term, I mean, she's always exquisitely prepared, but I almost, was nervous for her. Now she runs the table. You could tell I don't know if they're capable of embarrassment, but the whole power structure of that table, and she's just one person, but I think she called Jesse Waters a guy who, shills for an idiot. And everyone was just stone silent afterward. I mean, it's not just vibes. It is, if you trust your eyes, if you trust your ears, Donald Trump is a political loser right now, and that is undeniable.
Yeah, he's got a bad story. And I think your observation about Fox News is really important because we're seeing the edges fray on both ends, right? Murkowski, Collins, some of these, the stuff we talk about the Republicans, Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene on the other end. Fox News has been the firmest in there trying to carry water for the story that Trump is telling, and they just can't do it anymore. When you start to even expose it a little bit, like the Tarlov example, it's impossible. And they are his firmest part. That's my point. They are the strongest part that Trump has, Fox and the larger Fox audience, and even they are having a lot of difficulty carrying water for Trump right now, which is reflective of the larger reality that he's operating in.
Angelo and Sam, to be continued. Thank you so much.
Over 500,000 people with AFib have left blood thinners behind with Watchman, a safe one-time implant that reduces stroke risk and bleeding worry. For life. Watchman. It's one time for a lifetime.
Early birds get the vacation rental. Book your summer stay early on Vrbo and save over $135. Vrbo. Book now and save.
Cinderella's the best.
My little girl loves wearing princess dresses almost every day. Irma has high-risk neuroblastoma. It was really hard to see our sunny, bright little girl hurting. St. Jude touches the lives of so many kids. And so even though her prognosis is still scary, we have a lot of hope.
Every minute matters for the children at St. Jude. They need your help. Please call, go online, or scan the QR code right now and give $19 a month to make a difference.
When your kid has cancer,
just the stress and just the worry is definitely the hardest part. And seeing my wife's heart broken.
He was a healthy little boy running around, playing all the time. Childhood cancer is absolutely crushing. Hope is coming in these walls every day as he fights the battle of his life.
The search for cures must continue. Join with your credit or debit card for only $19 a month, and we'll send you this St. Jude t-shirt you can proudly wear to show your support.
The donations and the research is saving our daughter's life. St. Jude, they lift you and carry you on the days that you can't.
They give us lots of love and made me feel like I had two homes, kind of. St. Jude and my home.
You can make a difference. Become a partner in hope today. Please donate now.
Get the gear that works as hard as you do. The Blue Business Plus credit card with no annual fee. Terms apply.
Hi, I'm calling to verify your Medicare number.
I'm not telling him anything.
Yes, hello?
If someone calls asking for your Medicare number, hang up. Learn more at medicare.gov/fraud.
You never know. You never. Is this you? Yeah, it's my new RAV4. Do you think RAV stands for Rugged Adventure Vehicle? Whoa, dude. I feel like it's the Ridiculous Acceleration Vehicle. Isn't it the Recreational Activity Vehicle? I guess it could mean anything you want. Oh yeah? What else you get? Toyota. Let's go places.
You're telling me, even if it proves to be true, that damaging a lining in the reflecting pool is something that Puro wants to prosecute to the full extent of the law, if it's proven true, and yet they're releasing people who pled guilty to assaulting a police officer? What freaking parallel universe did I just wake up in? Man, I'm telling you what, I'd like to think a $15 million membrane could withstand a pocket knife.
Where's that Tom Tillis been? Welcome to Earth One. There he was. That was Republican Senator Tom Tillis on the national embarrassment of incompetence, failure, hypocrisy, and deflection that Donald Trump has focused the world's attention on with the debacle that is his utterances and his handling of the renovation of the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. His rushed renovation and his $14 million pool liner couldn't last 3 weeks. As for Trump's lame excuses, so-called vandalism without any evidence, and the now 6 arrests, again, without any evidence of vandalism. There is brand new reporting that we brought you yesterday from the New York Times that reports that internal government documents show the Trump administration knows and has known that there is zero indication that any of the problems with the reflecting pool have been caused intentionally. But Donald Trump's lies about vandals are still out there because he needs some sort of explanation, even if it's untrue, as to why his liner was seen floating on the surface in chunks, mixed in with the algae that returned, which Trump also blamed on algae vandals. I want to bring in our reporter, Ariel Hickson, who joins us now from the reflecting pool. John is still with us. Ariel, something that Amanda Carpenter reported, having been down on the mall with out-of-town visitors, is that the security presence was unmistakable. What can you tell us about that?
Nicole, I think that is quite accurate. I'm looking around right now, and the amount of National Guardsmen that I have seen patrol this pool has been quite striking, because they are walking up and down the area. They're kind of making sure that tourists are not getting too close to the water. That's something I have noticed. They appear to be friendly to a certain degree, but if someone gets really close to the water with their phones, they appear to approach them at times and kind of I've asked them what they're doing. Now, something else that I have noticed is that there have been security cameras installed around the pool. If you want to take a look, right over in the corner, there's a bunch of them. I'd say at least 6 or 7 around surrounding the pool to get a better idea of, what's been happening around the area, especially as the president has had those claims regarding quote unquote vandals without evidence. So what we can see right now is that the president is quite serious about this. He is threatening to put people who potentially tamper with the pool in jail. But once again, he has no evidence that that is actually happening. And that is very much changing the scope and the feel of the reflecting pool right ahead of America 250 and July 4th.
Heilman, the security cameras are not going to catch any vandalism because we know from the Trump administration that there hasn't been any. Again, this is from the New York Times. Quote, they have no evidence for razor blade claims, while a June 9th report by the U.S. Park Police described the cuts as razor blade slashes made along a 20-foot-long stretch of the foam. The administration has yet to present evidence supporting that assertion. Neither the Interior Department nor the White House would provide charging documents, citations, or the names of anyone arrested. They did share the Park Police incident report, which said any suspect or suspects were unknown. The report also did not mention any damage to the pool's blue sealant, nor did it describe any vandals dumping fertilizer. So I don't know, maybe the cameras will get Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance in wetsuits with paintbrushes painting the bottom of the thing, but they're not going to find any vandals because Trump's own administration doesn't assert that there are any.
Nicole, don't underestimate the power of AI. The artificial intelligence can generate all kinds of strange images. I say this somewhat mockingly, but also in somewhat anticipatorily that we are going to see at some point, images on Donald Trump's Truth Social feed that will show, a gang of marauding Antifa terrorists who have jumped into the pool in the dark of night and run their razor blades or their samurai swords or something along the bottom of it, or Jim Comey. This could easily be added to the Comey indictment. Jim Comey is well known to do a lot of work in his wetsuit. After he gets all done with the seashells by the seashore, he dives into the reflecting pool with a dagger between his teeth and slices open the thing. I mean, it's all so ridiculous.
Don't give him any ideas, Simon.
I know. I don't want to give many ideas. I'm just sort of trying to imagine where this is going. I mean, it's just ludicrous.
Yeah.
I've been told that there's that finally the pool may be getting reflecting pool might be getting slightly blue again. So, Donald Trump may not have made America great again, but it's possible that enough peroxide and chlorine is going to start to MRPBA, I guess, instead of MAGA, make the reflecting pool blue again. Maybe that could be something that Republican candidates could run on this fall.
Only if the ducks don't die. I mean, every action has a reaction. We'll stay on top of the story. Ariel Hickson, thank you for joining us. Heilman, thank you for spending the hour with me again today. We are grateful. When we come, Democrats hope to take back control of Congress in November. They're going to need to defeat Republicans that Kamala Harris won. One of those districts is in New York's Hudson Valley, where Army veteran Kate Conley is looking to knock off a highly vulnerable Republican congressman. We'll talk to her after a short break.
The cause of America is, in a great measure, the cause of all mankind. Many circumstances have and will arise which are not local, but universal. The sun never shines on a cause of greater worth.
Every day, we set the agenda. Money, power, and politics meet fresh perspective. And what's at stake is on the line. Every story, every moment. Watch the new lineup weekdays on MS Now.
We are living with AFib, and over 500,000 of us have left blood thinners behind. For life. We've cut our stroke risk and said goodbye to our bleeding worry with the Watchman implant. Watchman, it's one time for a lifetime.
You know, when it comes to gutter protection, there's a lot of names being thrown around out there, but there's only one Leaf Guard. Now, other companies will try to sell you a screen, a mesh, or a cover to go over your old gutters, but those don't compare to Leaf Guard. The top's not a cover, it's part of the gutter. Leaf Guard is the only patented one-piece seamless system with a clog-free guarantee and transferable lifetime warranty. And during our Ugly Gutters sale, trade in your old gutters and we'll give you up to $500 toward your purchase of a complete Leaf Guard system. And we'll even haul your old gutters away, plus zero down and payment starting at just $75 a month. And call during this program for a bonus. Receive a free $100 Visa gift card with your in-home estimate. Leaf Guard is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and according to Guild Quality, Leaf Guard customers are twice as happy. But don't just take our word for it.
We just wanted to know that we had good gutters.
To never clean again, that sold me right there.
It's one seamless piece from one end to the other.
Leaf Guard works so well that it's received the Good Housekeeping seal for over 20 years. And it's attached to the fascia with screws, not nails. It's not coming down. And you get the added protection of our exclusive fascia wrap. Don't deal with those old gutters any longer. Call during Leaf Guard's Ugly Gutters sale. Trade in your old gutters and we'll give you up to $500 towards your Leaf Guard purchase. We'll even haul your old gutters away. Zero down and payment starting at just $75 per month. Plus a bonus, call during this program for a free $100 Visa gift card with your in-home estimate. Call 1-800-398-2198. Now, let me give you that number again, 1-800-398-2198.
Before we had a country, we had a hospital in Philadelphia. Turns out, at first, just the first of many. We had the first medical school, the first maternity ward, even the first x-ray. Thank goodness for that, right? First, the change surgery and survival. You could say that firsts are kind of our thing. First then, first now. And we're just getting started.
Bet you can't run as fast as T-Mobile. Bet you I can. Well, you better pick it up, because T-Mobile now has the fastest 5G home internet. Watch this. I'm okay.
T-Mobile now has the fastest 5G home internet, just $35 a month.
Taxing the rich is not going to close our budget deficit. I hope you realize that.
My question for you, what is your line? What is the line that you won't cross? What can Trump do that you will say that's wrong?
Hey, bro, you can leave now. Goodbye. Goodbye. We won't proceed until you're gone. Goodbye. You want to act like that? Goodbye.
Hey, bro, you can leave now. Words that might just bite him in the you-know-what. That's a taste of the political environment that the Trump administration has created for their Republican allies in Congress wanting to be reelected. Those were scenes, some of them we've played on the show before, from town halls hosted by Republican Congressman Mike Lawler. Mike Lawler represents the district that encompasses much of New York's Hudson Valley. Lawler is viewed as one of the most vulnerable Republicans in our country. And last night he learned who he will face in the November election. It's Army veteran Kate Conley. She won a hotly contested Democratic primary in New York's 17th congressional district. Conley served 6 tours overseas before becoming the National Security Council's Director of Counterterrorism during the Biden administration. Kate Conley was first on this show back in March of 2025 when we were talking to her about the reporting that we were learning about the Signalgate debacle. We are very happy to welcome her back today, fresh off last night's win. Congratulations.
Nicole, thank you so much. It's great to be back, especially like this. And I have to say, Mike's own line is what I'd like to say back to him. Hey, bro, you can leave now. That's what we're working hard to do this November.
I mean, the audacity of the things they say under some sort of delusion of not being held accountable by voters is extraordinary. Has that been a factor in the primary campaign that you ran?
Nicole, I have to say, after the last 15 months of going to every corner of this district, the consequences of Mike Lawler's leadership are very clear. Since he has been elected in November of 2022, it has only been harder for working families to put food on the table, keep a roof over their heads, or afford health care, or keep the lights on. And that record, he can't outrun. The accountability is coming because the pain that people here are feeling is real. And while he is a very talented political operative, going back to the difference between me and Mike Lawler, for the last 20 years, Mike Lawler has been a political hack, while I've been out there leading America's sons and daughters in defense of this nation after 9/11. He is very good at using his words as a smokescreen to hide for his failures to deliver for his constituents. But that's running out because people are seeing through it and they're feeling the pain and they deserve better.
Kate, what is your sense of how damaging it is for Mike Lawler to not have an answer to one of your potential future constituents who says, what is your line? I mean, this seems to be, especially in swing districts, on people's mind, that even if they voted for Trump, they don't like being represented in Congress by people who aren't strong.
Nicole, what we see is Mike Lawler votes one way, and that is Donald Trump's way. That's why his voting record is 100% aligned with Donald Trump. And so for he can try to pretend like he wasn't the deciding vote in H.R. 1, the one big ugly bill last year, but people know the truth. And the truth is, we just saw 37,000 people have their health care in this district put at risk because of those Medicaid cuts and the failure to reinstate the premium tax credits. So going back to his lies are not going to get him out of this. People are suffering, and it's because of his decisions. And so, yes, we do know the answer to that woman's question. There is no line. We've seen it when it comes to the war with Iran, where Mike Lawler 4 times has allowed Donald Trump to have a blank check on a war that this administration is too incompetent to actually execute by leaders like Pete Hegseth, who should never have been confirmed, and where we have an administration that still cannot articulate a clear exit strategy or objectives. And so this just goes back to, we are watching a Republican-controlled Congress continue to fail this country. We're watching Mike Lawler be a critical part of that. And so my job is to make the case to the people of this district that they deserve better and to fight for them and fight for this country.
You see even 4 members of his own party voting to rein in his power to wage war with Iran. What do you hear from your potential future constituents about the war with Iran and especially the price of gas that seems to correlate in all the wrong ways?
Nicole, as someone who during 16 years in active duty after 4 years at West Point, doing 6 tours overseas, multiple tours to Iraq, Afghanistan, I've seen what happens when you have a war in the Middle East with an administration that does not have a clear plan, does not realize what it's gotten itself into. And shame on America if we have not learned this lesson already. Our service members deserve better. And what I hear every day here in a district that is incredibly patriotic, that is incredibly service-oriented. I mean, those are the values that were instilled in me growing up here in the Hudson Valley that led me to go to West Point after 9/11. People are frustrated with the incompetence, and we are literally paying the price, from the gas pump to the loss of service members to the duress that's being put on families who are now having to make trade-offs between groceries or gas. They just want it to end. They want government to actually solve real problems that they are facing, and this administration refuses to do that.
Kate, your race is going to be watched by everyone around the country. We're grateful to have a chance to talk to you today. And again, congratulations on your win last night.
Thank you so much, folks. Please check us out, kateconley.com. This fight will determine who controls the House. So excited to take it on and humbled to be in this position.
We'll stay on top of it. Thank you so much. A quick break for us. We'll be right back.
I never thought this would happen.
When disaster takes control of your life, we got you. Get it back with a single call to the team that shows up fast to make things right. Surf Pro, like it never even happened.
We are living with AFib, and over 500,000 of us have left blood thinners behind for life. We've cut our stroke risk and said goodbye to our bleeding worry with the Watchman implant. Watchman, it's one time for a lifetime.
Is your bath or shower old and outdated? Maybe it's difficult to step over and feels unsafe. Your reasons for needing a bath remodel are personal. So is your remodel experience. From the very first call, with Jacuzzi, our design experts can work with your style to transform your space into the customized bath of your dreams without breaking the bank. Right now, we're waiving installation costs and offering $0 down, no interest and no payments for a whole year. Whether you need a safer, easy entry shower with grab bars and a custom seat, or to add a bathtub for the kids, or just want to modernize your old, outdated space, Jacuzzi can make your dream bath a reality in just one day. It's time to personalize your bath remodel with Jacuzzi.
Don't wait. Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com for a limited time offer. We are waiving all installation costs and there's no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-560-6799. That's 800-560-6799. Call now.
Keep steady and rest your head. Don't you be pulled by the silence. Get ready for storms ahead. We are the lamb and the lion.
There is fear in our communities, growing threats to our freedoms, and it's getting worse every day. I wrote this song to meet this moment, and if you're outraged too, the time to fight is now. Because all of us at the American Civil Liberties Union are fighting with you. And together, we're a force to be reckoned with. So please join us as a guardian of liberty today. You can call or go online to myaclu.org. Your gift of just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, helps protect our democracy and all of our freedoms.
Breathe out, don't keep it in. Grief is a sacred giver. Keep steady and rest your head. At dawn we ride together.
This is no time to retreat or give up, because when we fight, we win. Together we'll defend free speech, due process, civil liberties, and all our rights. Please join us. Call or go to myaclu.org today. Use your credit card and you'll receive this special We the People t-shirt to show you're helping to resist those who would take away our rights.
When the sky turns gold and we ride for mothers, fathers who have cried. When the sky turns gold and we will rise.
Together, we will protect people, not power, because we the people means all of us. Please call or go online to myaclu.org today.
In this climate of fear that we covered with Maggie and Jonathan, we try to lift up and show you the moments where artists or entertainers or athletes like Larry David decide to use their fame and their platforms to call out the Trump administration. And the hallmark of the second Trump term has been mostly conspicuous silence in many of those spaces. My guest on this week's episode of the Best People podcast, Pulitzer Prize-winning sports journalist Pablo Torre, knows the why and the how of why so many remain silent better than anyone. And you can listen to what he told me by means of explaining it to me right now. You just scan the QR code on your screen or download the Best People wherever you get your podcasts. Be sure to let me know what you think on Instagram or Blue Sky. One more break. We'll be right back.
When you're concerned about your heart, a 6-lead EKG is better than 1. Can your smartwatch do that? Meet Cardia Mobile 6L Max, the personal EKG that provides a more complete view of your heart than any smartwatch. Cardia Mobile 6L Max detects 6 of the most common arrhythmias, including atrial fibrillation, a leading cause of stroke. Save during Amazon Prime Day, going on now at Cardia.com and Amazon.
T-Mobile has the best network. That's why there's no better place to get iPhone 17 Pro on them. Hold on.
We should have music. You gotta feel it. I should dance.
This is big. At T-Mobile, get the incredible iPhone 17 Pro on us.
On 3. Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance to help people save hundreds. 1, 2, 3.
Liberty Mutual.
Nailed it.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Over the years, you've talked about the winning seasons and the losing seasons. Now it's time to talk about your next season. For more than 30 years, Right at Home has provided seniors the care they need to stay at home. Call Right at Home today.
My name is Karen, and I'm the head pharmacist at Corvallis Drug. This pharmacy has actually been here for over 100 years. I love the fact that I know all of my customers by name. We'll get customers come in and they're looking for a brain supplement, and Prevagen is the one I recommend. My husband, I put him on it about 6 months ago, and he's noticed a difference. I've noticed a difference in him. It's just a product that I believe in.
Prevagen has been the #1 selling brain supplement nationwide for over 10 years.
We are living with AFib, and over 500,000 of us have left blood thinners behind for life. We've cut our stroke risk and said goodbye to our bleeding worry with the Watchman implant. Watchman, it's one time for a lifetime.
Turn up the heat with Culver's new jalapeno jackpot burger and chicken sandwich.
Long-lasting battery life on Dell XPS. You can stay plugged in, even when you're unplugged.
Using tough, hefty, color-coded party cups to keep track of the Anderson triplets? Strong choice, Amy.
Score lasting dry eye relief with Don't use if allergic to MIBO. Remove contacts before using and wait at least 30 minutes before putting them back in. Eye redness and blurred vision may occur. Ask about prescription dry eye drop MIBO.
Hey, sweetie, what are you doing for July 3rd?
Who makes July 3rd plans?
Why don't we do a special on that news thing of yours?
They would never go for... All right, I'll call.
Independency Live with Anderson Cooper and Andy Cohen.
Now you can watch Ali Velshi 5 nights a week in prime time as he takes command of The 11th Hour.
Breaking news in the last hour.
The 11th Hour with Ali Velshi, weeknights at 11 on MS Now. Deadline White House, weekdays from 4 to 6 on MS Now.
Thank you so much for letting us into your homes tonight. We are grateful. The Beat with Ari Melber starts right now. Hi, Ari.
Hi, Nicole. Thanks so much. Welcome to The Beat. I'm Ari Melber. We're following what has become a series of Trump setbacks today. Republicans say the president has been hurting his party's midterms chances. And that's a complaint that obviously is often lodged in private, or these sort of blind quotes, as they call them. But it burst into a direct confrontation today with Republican Bill Cassidy yelling, that's the word we're told, yelling at President Trump to his face about the faulty war, the tenuous Iran deal, the retiring senator, recounting his side today.
I stood and said, you have not told the American people what's going on. It was supposed to last 4 weeks. It's lasted 4 months. Our original objectives have not been achieved. He did not particularly care for my comments. Raised his voice. I lost my temper. I made it clear that I wasn't going to be bullied, and made it clear that I think we need answers.
So you have, according to that account, 2 people yelling at each other. We would have to amend Senator Cassidy's statement that he wasn't going to be bullied. I think an English teacher would say, well, if you want to be accurate, the full sentence is, I'm not going to be bullied by Trump anymore. Because like a lot of Republicans, his word, they've been bullied a ton. Now, that was the scene at what was a rare visit by Trump to go meet with Senate Republicans in a group. And Trump was also, according to reporting, reduced to asking for more help from Republican leader Thune amid setbacks. Remember, Trump just lost that big Senate war powers vote, with Republicans turning on him. And that was coming after he had squeaked by in prior votes. So if you're counting this as momentum, he's losing it. The anti-Trump vote there was a huge deal. It shows the national opposition to Trump's Iran war, as well as high gas prices, landing in the Senate. This was the scene, as you see there, him losing the vote. Now this shaky peace deal could leave the U.S., according to experts and now some Republicans, on a worse footing than before Trump started the war. So he's reeling from a rejection by a Congress run by his party. You know, you can go all the way back to Vietnam, where the opposition actually took many, many more years to build to this level. to find this kind of united opposition. And I say that as a reference point because sometimes people think, well, is Trump getting away with everything, or it all seems to just kind of happen and not matter? But it's actually quite the opposite. In ways we can measure, this is higher, faster opposition than other presidents have faced. Now, back then, it was Vietnam, you may recall, that led Congress to pass this new law, which was at least going to try to prevent future unilateral wars from running away from the American people by just a president, because the power to declare war in our constitutional system is supposed to actually be with Congress, although that has been, of course, circumvented many times long before Donald Trump. But here's what I can tell you. Right now, Donald Trump is actually the first president since that Vietnam-era law passed to ever actually see both houses of Congress use the War Powers Act to reject him as commander-in-chief, to reject what he's doing abroad with, again, your tax dollars, your military, and of course, if you're in a military household, what he's sending young men and women to go off and fight. No other president has seen this kind of opposition on record in the Congress to their ability to be commander-in-chief, and this has happened despite his party controlling the Congress. Here's how the New York Times reported it. Trump's loss in this week's vote is the first time the enactment of the War Powers Resolution of 73 that both chambers of Congress have approved a resolution directing a president to end a military conflict. The Times reporting that the House passed the measure earlier this month after Republican leaders who tried to block it basically failed and were, quote, unable to keep the party unified. Now you can say that again. Those setbacks in a Congress that we're told is so partisan or so under Trump's thumb, those setbacks are on the biggest issue. And if you follow Republican politics, if you follow conservative leading podcasts, and you don't have to, we'll follow it for you and update you on the key takeaways, the headlines. This issue and Epstein, the Iran issue and Epstein, have split this party unlike anything else in the last 2 years of this Trump second term. Setbacks are also context for Donald Trump's odd retreat on a different issue today. I mentioned he's got multiple problems. Well, Trump's Republican Party was actually excited about what they called a rare legislative breakthrough, passing a pretty sizable housing bill, which their leaders touted. They had some Democrats on board. So as recently as last night, you had these kind of headlines that were kind of like celebratory. We're going to send this to Trump's desk. We got bipartisan support. Look, we're still able to do things on the domestic front. And then today, Trump abruptly canceling his own party's planned signing. And he added an unrelated new demand that Congress should bow to his plot to meddle in the midterms that apparently he might realize he's doing worse in because of all these problems. Now, let me tell you what this means. Some stories are simple. We don't need a lot of DC analysis or jargon. 2 points here. On substance, Trump's plot is just a panicked midterm shakedown. He's just literally saying, give me what I want to distort, corrupt, or disrupt what would otherwise be the looming vote, which he's worried about losing. Shakedown. Point number 2, very simple. On political strategy, DC insiders, legislative experts will note this was a sudden, weak, and incompetent legislative strategy because even apart from the strings that he wanted to attach, let's say it wasn't a midterm plot, let's say it was just a legitimate request to fund something else. Everybody knows the time to attach those strings to a bill is before the lengthy process of passing it out of both houses of Congress, not after, not on the signing day. And Trump had very little measures to explain himself when asked about it.
My home is on a table with so many Americans.
It's just every election's important. We're doing very well.
Yeah, sure, every election's important, but why would you need, in a panicked way, in this summer period with just a few months to go, to try to change the rules or the law for the election? I mean, these are the same rules that Trump won the election in last time, right? It's a panic move. Now, because he is him and operates the way he does, he ignored what the Republicans said, what some of his own aides said, probably what he would have done in the first term, where you have something from your own party and you have a PR signing bill and you kind of do that while you make your other points. But this is second term Trump. He is not the communicator he once was. He's certainly not the planner he once was. And as I'm mentioning, even apart from the fact that it is unlawful to try to distort the vote while you're in government, and there's many rules to prevent that, whatever the goal was, Donald Trump coming in the day of the signing and asking for something is ineffective. In other words, he's not getting any action on that today. So the move was ineffective at the thing he wants, but also canceled the other thing that Republicans say would help them in these midterms. Now, Trump is usually trying to focus on opponents. He sees them on the left, he sees them in the media. But I want to point out, his opponents are increasingly obviously in his own party now. The conservative-leaning Wall Street Journal put it like this: Trump is now living on a collision course with a newly defiant Republican Senate. And that is the battle ahead of the midterms. Now, that would be enough problems, but he has more. The polling shows that Donald Trump's second term has been rejected by the nation. On many issues, we live in a 50-50 nation. These debates sometimes about woke culture and liberal issues, they sometimes, by some people, ignore that there are plenty of people, sometimes 50% plus, that have a different view on some of those issues. So, again, if we just measure where people are, you might want them to be in a different place, I can point you to issues that are 50-50. Trump is not a 50-50 issue. He is crashing to new approval lows. This is a 60-35 kind of issue now. And what's also louder in D.C. are these Republicans that are suddenly saying what they avoided or were afraid to say when bowing to Trump for so many years. And that goes to the narrative of this. So sometimes we report just what's happening, period. Other times we have the narrators. And so when people in Washington or people in power say something more, that's going to affect how it's covered. That's kind of pretty straightforward. And you might have noticed, as I'm alluding to, we're hearing more and more from at least some of the Republicans. And some of them are just talking because they're now retiring. So Trump can't touch them in a future election. That includes Senator Tillis, who's saying the party's got to get its act together, that it's had conflicting messages, and he's now speaking out against Trump's D.C. vanity projects.
Damaging a lining in the reflecting pool is something that Puro wants to prosecute to the full extent of the law, if it's proven true. And yet they're releasing people who pled guilty to assaulting a police officer. What freaking parallel universe did I just wake up in?
Okay, Tillis trying to summon some outrage, but his metaphor might be a little more incriminating than he realizes. Senator, do you feel like you just woke up to all this? This is the universe you woke up to, but this corruption, this anti-police agenda, as he mentions January 6th, has been clear for years. And he was just trying to avoid upsetting its leader. I guess now, as he says, what has he woken up to? Then there's the smaller issue of the reflecting pool, which late night has been going at.
Now you got people across the country coming over to gawk at the fact that you turned the reflecting pool into a Kool-Aid bucket.
Trump somehow went from draining the swamp to creating one.
This is how far America has fallen. The last time we collected this many people around the reflecting pool was for civil rights. People were like, we must come out to support Dr. King. 60 years later, we're like, a slimy pool, this I gotta see.
So there are funny parts, except for the parts that aren't that funny. There is a war reckoning going on in this country, even as the president tries to get us out of this war on whatever terms he can. And if you're sitting around going, okay, well, when are they going to do anything? They have started doing anything. They have started doing things. I mean, the War Powers vote is a once in a 50-year event. We know now how we got here. How do we get out of here? Senator Raphael Warnock. We'll ask him when we're back together in 90 seconds.
Incoming dishes! Dawn Power Wash flies through 99% of grease and grime in half the time.
Yeah, it absorbs grease 5 times faster. It even replaces multiple cleaning products.
Ooh, those suds got game.
Dawn Power Wash, the better grease getter.
Over 500,000 people with AFib have left blood thinners behind with Watchman, a safe one-time implant that reduces stroke risk and bleeding worry. For life. Watchman, it's one time for a lifetime.
My mom had her identity stolen, and seeing just how stressful that was changed everything for me. Now, I use the Experian app to check my FICO score and even get real-time alerts. It helps me feel in control. Get started with the Experian app.
This one goes better with the walls.
This is so much easier than the home improvement store.
There's the measurement fee, delivery fee, restocking fee.
And installation.
Oh, no. That's not my department.
With Empire's Home Floor Advantage, we have clear, all-inclusive pricing. No surprises. And installation is on your schedule.
Call or visit EmpireToday.com and get the Home Floor Advantage.
800-588-2300 Empire.
Today.
Your home needs work. Where do you go?
Angie.
Angie?
That's where Angie came in.
With Angie, find top-rated pros in your area, plus compare quotes and pricing to help you get all your jobs done well.
Angie, the one you trust to find the ones you trust.
Joining us now is Democratic Senator from Georgia, Reverend Raphael Warnock. He has a new book out, The Crooked Places Made Straight, Reflections on the Moral Meaning of America, out now. You can get yours wherever books are sold. Welcome.
Good to be here with you.
Good to have you. So I ran through a bunch of issues. Let's start with what is a historic rejection of the president's exercise of his commander-in-chief powers. You're in the body where that occurred. How did that happen? How did we get here? Does it matter?
Well, I think it's an important inflection point. We have watched this Congress under the leadership of Republicans give over its power time and time again, confirming people who are egregiously unqualified for office, the likes of Pete Hegseth, Robert F. Kennedy. And then Trump dragged us into an illegal war of choice. We kept hearing different explanations for why we were there every day. And we committed as Democrats that we were going to hold our Republican colleagues accountable. We held vote after vote after vote. I sponsored one last week, which was narrowly defeated. And finally, this week, we had the votes necessary with just enough Republicans to hold this president accountable.
What comes next? How do you view the peace deal? Have they sort of kicked too many issues down the road?
Well, I mean, this is deadly serious stuff. I mean, we had an agreement to hold Iran accountable. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. We can't allow that to happen. And we had an agreement which held them accountable, which required regular inspections. And Donald Trump tore up that agreement because Barack Obama put it together. And here's where we are. And an issue as serious as that is outstanding. It's still unresolved. And he talked about regime change. The regime is very much in place. In fact, it's younger now and probably more radical. He has made that region even more unstable. And today Americans are a lot are less safe than they were before he ever started this war. Sending people into harm's way is the gravest decision an American president can make. And what we're seeing is that this president is unserious about everything concerning the American people, including sending us to war.
The other big news, of course, was this housing cancellation. I want to play a little bit of Speaker Johnson discussing it today and get your thoughts.
Why is President Trump blindsided Republicans on a number of legislative issues, including this morning's signing?
I wouldn't call it a blindside. He's been saying consistently for months that the state of America is a top priority. I talked to him about it this morning, an hour before he made that announcement. I convinced him that I thought that I was I needed time to go through with him the great policies and the changes we made from the original Senate bill, which was not a great product.
But isn't this unhelpful?
I think it'll delay the signing, but I think we'll get it done.
So what happened here? And you were part of efforts to try to actually have more regulation to protect homeowners or would-be homeowners over what might be a more Wall Street system. So tell us about what you were working on and what's going to happen here.
Look, in this divided moment in our country where the partisan differences are real and deep, we managed to pass through the Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs Committee, of which I'm a member, a housing bill, which hasn't been done in about a generation. And I mean, think about this. Tim Scott is the chair and Elizabeth Warren is the ranking member. You know, it sounds like a joke that went bad. Tim Scott and Elizabeth Warren walked into a bar, but they came out with a bipartisan bill. It passed unanimously through our committee. It passed overwhelmingly through the Senate, passed the House. Here is the thing, Americans are hurting. People are struggling. Housing is unaffordable. I have a provision in this law which finally stops private equity from sweeping into our communities as they've been doing in Atlanta and in other places, buying up so much housing stock that they pushed up the price, sent rents and other costs soaring, pricing ordinary families out of the market. I mean, you're trying to buy a house in the local neighborhood and your competitor is a big corporation, private equity. And so it was past time for someone to do something about it. I'm glad that I got my provision in the bill. And there's some other good provisions in the bill. It's bipartisan. Donald Trump was on his way over to sign it. And because he's so obsessed with himself, he keeps bumping into himself, tripping over himself. And here is where we are. He says it's more important to pass the SAVE Act. Give me a break. This is a voter suppression bill that's focused on a problem that does not exist. Everybody knows that housing is a real problem.
And you know, you mentioned what you were doing, which is looking at Wall Street or speculators, basically working against regular people who still have maybe the American dream of trying to get a home, which has gotten harder. And that's kind of work that we don't hear as much about in this era. But you're obviously doing it, and you found a way to break through and get it in the bill. The other thing that's going on, of course, is a lot more speculation and AI-related investment on Wall Street. We had Elon Musk at one point becoming a trillionaire on paper, the first in world history. That sort of moved around a little bit. But I'm curious, given your mention on private equity and what Musk has done just in the last week, and what two other big AI companies want to do in the coming year, we're told, is take up, a few $1 trillion. Do you view that as risky for the public? Do you think there's enough knowledge and regulation on this? And should Congress do anything?
Donald Trump's economy is working very well for people like Elon Musk. This announcement that we have for the first time in human history, something called a trillionaire, that's not good news. That is a reflection that because of deep structural issues in our politics, wealth is increasingly concentrated at the top, and the divide between the very, very wealthy and the rest of us has gotten wider and wider. People feel it in their pocketbooks, and they feel it in their soul. There's a kind of soul weariness in our country because Americans are seeing the growing divide between what the ideals of our country and where they actually live, their ability to keep the promises that all of us make to our children. And so they're soul weary, which is why I wrote my book, which is a kind of sermon to the country as we approach the 250th anniversary of the country, the crooked places made straight. I can tell you that this town increasingly is owned by private equity, owned by the wealthy and the well-connected, so much so that even when we get something done, it's so incremental in part because our system is awash in money, and so we've got to give the people their democracy back. Donald Trump has added to this problem, and he continues to assault the voices of ordinary Americans with this foolishness about passing the SAVE Act, with his audacity of sending the FBI into my Fulton County, Georgia, in order to snatch up ballots, subpoenas harassing ordinary election workers. All of this are signs of the democracy being under assault, but we can't lose hope. Part of what they're trying to do is weaponize despair, convince us that they've already won and so we need not fight. I think we proved this week when Georgians stood up and frightened the Georgia legislature and its governor around this gerrymandering, that the people can make a difference. And it's time to straighten our backs and recognize that that's where the power is. It's we, the people. That grand American creed stated 250 years, it's up to us to keep it alive.
All big thoughts tonight, and on more than one issue. Senator Warnock, thank you so much. I'll remind folks, the book, which he was just referencing, is called The Crooked Places Made Straight: Reflections on the Moral Meaning of America. We've got a lot more coming, including Obama saying Trump is obsessed with him.
You got to ask him what it is that
The obsession?
The obsession.
I know what it is.
I obviously, have a room in his head.
Rent-free.
Rent-free. We'll get into that. And the Mamdani effect, results coming out of New York that show Democrats, some of them, want to go more left. We're going to look at how that affects the midterms with Jay Komanduri later tonight.
There's a rhythm that picks up when life slows down. When you have ATTR cardiac amyloidosis, there's still beauty to paint, still joy to gather and give. It's about living for what you love and not letting ATTR-CM define who you are. Attruby is an oral medicine proven to help adults with ATTR-CM live longer and have fewer hospitalizations due to heart issues. Attruby helps slow the progression of ATTR-CM. Tell your doctor if you're pregnant, plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding, and about the medications you take. The most common side effects were mild and included diarrhea and abdominal pain. If you have ATTR cardiac amyloidosis, ask your cardiologist if Attruby is right for you. Time to get busy living.
We are living with AFib, and over 500,000 of us have left blood thinners behind for life. We've cut our stroke risk and said goodbye to our bleeding worry with the Watchman implant. Watchman, it's one time for a lifetime.
Febreze. Smells great in here. What is it? It's my trash.
Introducing Febreze Trash Odor Fighter. It reduces up to 99% of common trash odors, replacing them with 45 days of freshness. And it works on all kinds of trash cans.
Like a relentless weed, moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms can keep coming back. Break away to what's possible with Tremfya. Tremfya can help with remission at 12 weeks, 1 year, and 2 years. Some had visible repair of their intestinal lining. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and TB. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Break away with Tremfya. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today.
I'm Richard Karn, and everyone loves my hose. The Pocket Hose Ballistic, now made with a bulletproof polymer that is 5 times stronger than steel. Just turn on the water and it expands to a full-size hose. And look, our Pocket Pivot rotates 360 degrees. It prevents tangles, kinks, and leaks. Then turn off the water and it shrinks back to a pocket size so it's easy to store. Get your Pocket Hose today at the Home Depot, Walmart, Ace Hardware, and Amazon with free shipping. But they're going fast.
Oh, no. My ring.
You think you know someone until they make an unexpected leap. It's like finding out E-Trade is running with Morgan Stanley, so you can invest and bank under one roof.
Good then, better now. 6 health essentials in every bowl.
Starburst, different every time.
At the Home Depot, we've got 4th of July savings.
And all your appliance answers.
Yeah, this one really keeps me on my toes.
With Whirlpool, you're ready for the unexpected. Get a fridge that can flex to your needs and the all-new UV Clean feature that helps reduce bacteria. Find your appliance answers now at the Home Depot.
DirecTV's looking pretty trim these days with these genre packs. Finally, your favorite channels and streaming apps are bundled together, so you can pay for the TV you actually want to watch. DirecTV got hot. Like really hot. Seriously, guys, it's like way too hot.
We just had some new elections, so what did we learn? Well, no House primary race is going to resolve every issue for the whole country. But these New York primaries last night had a pretty clear trend line with voters greenlighting more of Zohran Mamdani's progressive push. In fact, 3 Mamdani-endorsed Democratic socialists, who often struggle in prior elections to win over older or less liberal Democratic voters, all 3 won last night. And 2 of the races actually ousted current incumbent Democratic lawmakers. Now remember, statistically, primaries usually do not oust the people who already have the job, and they have the advantage of name recognition, usually establishment money. They usually beat the lesser-known candidates. When this happens, though, when they're ousted, people take notice. Remember, that's how AOC rose to prominence, another New York liberal, along with Mamdani himself. And he was unknown 2 years ago. The now surging mayor drawing a line from his upstart win to these brand new faces.
We are showing there is a new path for politics in our city and in our country. We are showing that last June, a year ago tomorrow, was not an anomaly. It was not the end. It was the beginning.
Mamdani saying his win was no anomaly. Now, you could see why a politician, of course, would want to seed that idea and connect himself to other victories here. But many in the media, and certainly the New York tabloids, they love a big, clear narrative. So today you can cue the new headlines crowning Mamdani a party kingmaker, including in the kind of political paper of record, the Washington Post, reporting on how his endorsees share both his progressive economic platform and his fairly strong position on basically ending American support for Israel. And that's a shift from the traditional Democratic Party platform, which supported a 2-state solution. Supporting 2 states has historically meant support for both Israel and a Palestinian homeland. And the issues are complex, and 3 New York races do not ensure Mamdani is now a national kingmaker. Doesn't mean that he would help. He might even hurt someone in a more conservative Democratic primary in some states. But on the evidence, it does suggest that he has this motivated and enduring base willing to turn out. And if you want to do apples to apples, that a popular mayor with a motivated base is already above the past 2 Democratic mayors of New York. Nationally, the party is debating the implications of all this. And this is a Democratic Party, which, remember, is currently already led by 2 New Yorkers, and depending on how you count, of course, 2 members of minority groups, Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, who was speaking about this today by emphasizing the party's potential unity.
I don't think we're on opposite pages. You can ask him whether he thinks we're on opposite pages. He doesn't believe we're on opposite pages. There are multiple races supporting House Democratic incumbents is what I have done as leader and will continue to do. So with respect to races where he may have endorsed a different candidate, we have agreed to strongly disagree, and we put it into the hands of the people of New York to decide what's the best path forward.
Jeffries there emphasizing the structural point that he leads the House Democratic caucus. So by definition, he works with and supports the members of that caucus who were these incumbents I mentioned, and that the mayor, who structurally is not a part of the House, obviously, has a little more freedom if he wants to buck the party and pick the insurgents. And that is true. In other words, it's a true defense. But it doesn't capture the entire tension here, because Mamdani could be in the House, and we might still expect him to be a bit more of a rabble-rouser, certainly pushing for people who aren't just card-carrying Democrats. That's what being a kind of democratic socialist or liberal on economic issues, that's what that means. And remember, it was also in New York where AOC went at a Democratic incumbent, creating a lot of buzz and ultimately ousting that longtime party leader.
Even for Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, a stunning result.
She accomplished what many thought impossible, beating out 10-time incumbent Congressman Joe Crowley.
And a major upset for one of the highest-ranking Democrats in the House of Representatives.
Here's the important part. He's number 4 on the Democratic leadership chart. Crowley had aspirations to someday be Speaker of the House.
The shakeup raises new questions about the future of the Democratic Party and its leaders in the Trump era.
That Trump era has continued, of course. AOC was an immediate star in Congress, a big progressive, doing things that did draw national attention, including her work with Bernie Sanders. But if you compare her to some of these figures today, they're different people, and we'll have to watch what happens. But some of the early worry that she would, as this outsider, be too much of a rebel didn't really play out. She worked closely with Democratic leadership on many issues where they could find common ground. She buried the hatchet very quickly with Nancy Pelosi and showed that she understood how to govern, not just campaign. She, of course, supported the national ticket, something that you would expect from Mamdani as well. And that is just on the intramurals. On the big picture, if you move out of some of these primaries, Democratic voters look more motivated for the midterms. You can see the gap there. Polling also shows when you ask voters today, a lot could change, but right now more say they plan to vote for Democrats by about that 5-point margin. The other big dynamic here is not just who's an incumbent versus a challenger. It's not just who's more conservative versus who's more liberal. Economic issues and affordability, though, those are issues that go well beyond just what liberals want these days. There is something else looming over all of this. With this elderly president who is so unpopular, but a lot of elderly Democrats. It is generational change. And our next guest says you can't understand any of this without understanding that. Jake Omenduri is back with us next.
Over 500,000 people with AFib have left blood thinners behind with Watchman, a safe one-time implant that reduces stroke risk and bleeding worry. For life. Watchman. It's one time for a lifetime.
Arthritis causes pain in your joints. Unlike pills, Voltaren gel is applied to the site of pain, penetrating deep through the skin to the joint, reducing intense pain caused by inflammation so you can move more freely. Voltaren, clinically proven long-lasting arthritis pain relief.
This is an urgent appeal from Save the Children.
أنا صوتي بيموت من الجوع ما صوت أغذية كمان بيغوا بالليل بيبكوا من الجوع يعني ما بنحسن يعني نعمل لهم أكل أنا بضل باخدها بسكتها وما بتسكت كمان مو بس أختي الفيرة جوعاني وأخواتي كل تله داعشة ويحمسوني
For Tariq, Asha, and Kaltoon, watching their siblings experience the pain of malnutrition is heartbreaking. They are among the millions of children at greatest risk in the global hunger emergency. We need your support right now to help save children's lives. Please call or go online to give just $10 a month, only 33 cents a day. You can help us provide food, essentials, life-saving medical care, and help children who need it most. We need 1,000 new monthly donors this month to reach children around the world and right here at home. Please help children like Kaltoon so they don't have to watch their siblings suffer. Please call or go online now with your monthly gift of just $10, only 33 cents a day. You can help provide food, medicine, care, and protection by calling or going online right now and giving just $10 a month. Your donation today can help secure additional grants, which can multiply the impact of your support up to 10 times. And when you call with your credit card, we will send you this Save the Children tote bag as a thank you for your support. Your small monthly donation of just $10 could be the reason a hungry child survives. Show them they're not alone. Please call or go online to givetosave.org to help save lives.
So I ran some numbers. You guys might want to consider moving. Somewhere else? I doubt it.
These shall ease your grievous throat most readily.
Or maybe a saltwater gargle.
Sold. Congratulations, sir. That is a new record.
You realize a JPEG doesn't count as a financial plan, right?
Maybe. I mean, yes.
No?
PNC Bank believes a little boring advice goes a long way.
Doctors recommend turmeric more than any other supplement for joint health. I trust Cunol Ultra High Absorption Turmeric, made with the #1 doctor recommended form of turmeric, clinically tested to support joint health and a healthy inflammation response. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Over 500,000 people with AFib have left blood thinners behind with Watchman, a safe one-time implant that reduces stroke risk and bleeding worry. For life. Watchman. It's one time for a lifetime.
Chevy Equinox, America's most awarded compact SUV for dependability.
I do not have a skill issue. I have a Wi-Fi issue.
Oh, whatever, man.
And this is from the woman over there.
You just earned 5% cash back on that. Also, if I start a conga line, will you join?
Earn 5% cash back at different categories each quarter on up to $1,500 in purchases when you activate.
America, 250 years of independence. Since 1916, Boeing has lifted our nation to the skies. America and Boeing, together we make history. Boeing backs America.
You could be universally loved and still completely ignored by your cat. Introducing Sheba Ignored to Adored. Get their love in 12 days, guaranteed or your money back.
For too long as Democrats, we've thought that simply fighting back against Donald Trump is a sufficient political message. We also have to fight for something. It's just, do we have the political will to deliver it?
Mamdani speaking to us just days before that big election he won. Let's turn to Che Komanduri. It's Che Day here on The Beat. Very fitting after a primary election day. Veteran of the Obama campaign. Che Komanduri is back with us. Che, what happened in New York, and why do you argue that generational change is also part of the filter, not just left-right?
Yeah, I think that there is a sense that, hey, those are just a bunch of lefty New Yorkers. It has no national implications. I think that these elections and the popularity that Zohran Mamdani has shown in New York does have national implications for the country. There is a tremendous desire in this country for generational change. There is a sense that we now have a literal swamp, as AOC said, in Washington, D.C. The status quo is not working. Capitalism has not worked for a lot of younger Americans. And it's been quite a long time since younger Americans have seen a capitalist economy that has worked for them. All of these things have led to a sense that the status quo is not working and that we have a politics that is run by a gerontocracy that has put us in this place. I mean, it's no coincidence that in 2016, Donald Trump became the oldest man ever elected president. That record was beaten by Joe Biden. And then Donald Trump came back and beat that record again. And that is a big part of where we are. Mamdani represents the opposite of that. He is youthful, he is energetic, he is exciting. The fact that he's Muslim and he's socialist also, I think, gives him a countercultural feel. I mean, seeing all those old people freak out about him only makes him seem rebellious to young people and something cool that they want to attach themselves to. Young people do want to attach themselves to that. You know, and young people are not afraid of change. They never have been. I mean, I remember, not that I remember, but I remember reading a line from Wordsworth about the French Revolution. And he said, "Blessed was that dawn to be alive, but to be young was very heaven." I mean, change is not frightening to young people. Young people embrace it. They want the change. They want the revolution. They want the new ways of doing things and new ways of doing politics.
Che, I don't know if anyone's quoting Wordsworth about the French Revolution over on Fox News tonight. Okay, you might have to only pull up here for that. But here's how they did sound on Fox. Take a listen.
Let us be very clear. The so-called democratic socialist movement in this party, it's not a good thing. Now, you're looking at a group of people, they're driven by envy, resentment.
A vote for any Democrat anywhere for any office is empowering a party that wants to strip this country to the bone, to take away our security, our defense, our way of life. Tonight brings really terrifying evidence of, just as you said, how far this cancer has spread and is spreading.
It appears that, you know, a pretty scary transformation is now fully underway in the Democratic Party.
Take it away.
Yeah, I mean, they're old men who simply don't get it. You know, they look like Mr. Wilson yelling at Dennis the Menace to get off his lawn. But one guy who does get it, I would argue, is Donald Trump. You know, game recognizes game. You know, he has actually been very complimentary towards Mamdani. He understands his appeal.
Striking, yeah.
Yeah. And one thing I would also say is it's not just Mamdani. You know, you see it with AOC, but you also see it with certain people on the center left. Look at the viral success of John Ossoff and of Pete Buttigieg. I mean, they appeal to the exact same things. Generational change, demographic change. John Ossoff is Jewish. Pete Buttigieg is gay. They're not doing your father's politics. They have dynamic communication styles, and they're huge viral successes as well. So it's not just about the ideology. It's about speaking to change and embodying that change yourself.
And you're discussing also style and substance. And the Democrats have worried that they, for many elections, have been too much on substance and white papers and Washington language. But then when met with some of these people, and maybe some are too far and they'll burn out. I mean, not all of the squad kept their seats, but AOC did emerge as a generational talent. Do you think here the style is important for even the concerned establishment Democrats to notice?
Yeah, and I think one person who actually, I will say, did notice it way back in 24 was Jim Clyburn. He went to Joe Biden and said, my entire career, I have believed substance beats style. But Joe, right now, for the first time, I think style beats substance. And Donald Trump is beating you. That's what Jim Clyburn recognized and understood. And I think that the fact is we live in a new age with a new messaging environment, and the people like Mamdani, like Ossoff, like Buttigieg, like AOC, who embrace that new environment, they are going to thrive and succeed. You know, another thing I will say, it's no coincidence this all happened after the Knicks victory. Zohran Mamdani draped himself in that Knicks victory, and he understood what too few Democrats understand, which is the enormous political power of sports. Donald Trump understands that. Boy, he's at every sporting event, and it does work for him. Zohran understood it as well.
That's a great final point you make, Che, because there's how liberals sometimes conceive of themselves. They're for everybody, civil rights for everybody, jobs for everybody. But then it does creep in a kind of condescension of what a lot of people like, which could be the sports, the wrestling, the music. And Mamdani, who clearly has political talent, he also has, of course, he's a Knicks fan. We don't have any reason to doubt that. Rode that wave with what you might call a dash of sprezzatura. Che always classes up the place, so he makes me up my game. Good to see you, sir. When we come back, Donald Trump has some cabinet picks that are blowing up in his face. We'll get into that next.
The finest luxury fragrances are now exclusively available at your local store. Unstoppable's Unlimited Collection makes everything smell magnifique. Luxury laundry scent beads so you can smell unstoppable.
Summer's burning heat is here. And for many animals, help can't come fast enough.
These animals are suffering from rays of sun that they can't escape. They don't have access to any shelter or shade. They're licking the bottom of bowls that have been dry for days. These animals are dying from heat.
For many animals across the country right now, the suffering is excruciating and time is running out.
There are animals wasting away under the hot sun, no access to shelter, no access to fresh water. They are suffering.
Will you help an animal who's suffering in the burning sun right now? Visit this website, call or scan the code on your screen. Your gift of just $19 a month can be the difference between life and death for an animal this summer.
There are situations in which an animal will lay down and they will give up, because that honestly is their better escape from this reality.
And that's why we can't give up, and why we need you right this minute. We've been giving animals new beginnings for 160 years, but there are more animals who need us right now. 63 cents a day will help an animal who may not survive much longer. We need 3,000 new donors in the next 30 days. Join with your monthly gift in the next 5 minutes, and we'll send you this welcome kit and this adorable plush dog.
We know it's our responsibility to give them that shelter as soon as possible, to get them that water, to give them that chance to survive.
So please, don't wait another second. Help rescue an animal today. Go online, call, or scan right now.
When you need fast relief from your backed up gut, MiraFast works naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes. MiraFast acts faster, works gently. Now find MiraFast in the kids aisle for gentle, worry-free constipation relief.
Did you say 12 o'clock? Okay. See you tomorrow at 12. I can't hear clearly on the phone anymore.
Let me show you something that will change your life. This is a clear captions phone. It allows me to read what a caller is saying.
Really?
You can read what the caller is saying as they say it. It's easy to understand and respond to immediately.
It sounds expensive.
Actually, there is no insurance or Medicare required. The service is provided at no cost to you through a federally managed program.
Hi, Grandma. Hi, honey. How are you?
Give your loved ones the connection they deserve. Call now to see if you qualify.
There is no insurance or Medicare required. Clear Caption service is provided at no cost to you. We deliver, install, and train you on how to use your phone.
Call 1-800-403-7539. That's 1-800-403-7539. Call 1-800-403-7539.
You've put up with your old shower for too long. It's outdated, unsafe, and it's time to replace it. But why struggle with a lengthy shower remodel when Jacuzzi can do it in just one day? And there's no need to break a sweat or your budget.
Right now, we're waiving all installation costs, plus offering 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
So you can finally convert your old bath to a safer, easy entry shower, complete with a custom seat, grab bars, and slip-resistant floor installed in 1 day.
My overall experience with Jacuzzi has been wonderful. Everything was customized to the way I wanted it for the price that I wanted to pay.
I've had a great experience from start to finish.
Don't take matters into your own hands. Do it the smart way. Give Jacuzzi Bath Remodel a call.
There are only weeks remaining during our limited time offer. We're waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-202-8219.
A busy day on the Hill, and we're joined by Senator Dick Durbin of Illinois, the top Democrat on the Senate Judiciary Committee, who also sits on the powerful Appropriations Committee. Good evening, and how are you approaching the acting Attorney General's confirmation hearings, Todd Blanche, who's had a string of controversies in this period?
Well, there's certainly many questions to be asked and answered. We have seen him before, talked to him before, but now that he's become the president's personal attorney, even in the administration, there's so many questions that have to be answered. This notion of exempting him from any liability from the Internal Revenue Service for life, that has never been done in America before that I've heard of. And he, of course, is representing Trump and his family in that endeavor and many others.
Yeah, and you have Republican senators, including just today, I showed earlier in the program, referencing Jan 6th, the administration's anti-police stance there and freeing violent convicts. Shouldn't that all be pressed on Blanche? And if he doesn't have good answers, then why would Republican senators who say that still confirm him?
Well, I hope you're right, Ari, because it's rare that these Republican senators will stand up and say, I'm opposing a nominee. We had a nominee today that said that cops are dumb as dirt, and the program he's trying to administer grants to police departments across America. I mean, it's hard to believe that some of these ultra mega nominees, the things that they've tweeted and said, and still are being ignored by many Republican senators.
Yeah. The big war powers vote we also covered. People are busy. People are worried about gas prices. It's summer. But this is historic. As you know, and I reminded viewers, this is the first time any president has seen this rejection from both houses of Congress. How did we get here? Does it matter? And where do you see the peace deal going?
Well, the Republicans have felt it. The word that came out of their luncheon today in the Senate with the president was they're going to try to get a get well vote even as early as this evening so that they can say to the president, no, we didn't disapprove of your war. But I think the American people see through that. 2 out of 3 American people think there was a mistake for this president to attack Iran. And what has happened afterwards is no victory whatsoever as far as they're concerned. And now this notion that even when both the House and the Senate reject the president's initiation of a war, they're going to somehow get well politically. I don't buy it.
I want to play some of the Republicans as well today discussing these various issues, including Donald Trump using a very kind of ineffective or tardy style, you know, saying I have these requests on the midterm voting mess when the bill was already at his desk, et cetera. Take a look at the reaction.
His message today was clearly Save America Act.
Did he say he won't sign the bipartisan housing bill until Save America Act is passed?
He's never said that today. What he said is that the Save America Act is exponentially more important than the housing bill.
What are your thoughts about the fact that President Trump seems to be, you know, he pulled Jay Clayton's nomination last week. He's been doing, he said he wasn't going to sign FISA without the Save America Act. Right. Now he's stipulating
this. Well, this is consistent with that.
Why do you think he's doing this?
It's a mystery.
Is it a mystery? Is it incompetence? And what has it been like for you trying to govern with someone who, even when you get a bipartisan bill, the president sort of isn't there on the other side of the table?
Well, I can tell you this. Housing is a problem for families across America. The fact that the average buyer of a home has to be over the age of 40 now to afford the cost of these homes is a clear indicator that a lot of families are struggling to make ends meet. They're struggling with rent payments, with mortgage payments, and we need a housing bill. So we put together a bipartisan bill, really bipartisan. Elizabeth Warren and Republicans as well joined together, find a bill, a consensus, a bipartisan measure, pass it in the House and the Senate. And what does the President of the United States say? Stop it. I'm not going to sign it. I refuse to until I get my wishes on this SAVE Act for voter suppression. You know, that just shows the extremes this man will go to. He may not have said it in the lunch today, but he said it very clearly in the tweets that he put out last night.
And finally, as Illinois celebrated, along with the nation, someone that you backed very early on, Barack Obama. I'm going to cue up here one moment, lighter moment from his recent interview. Take a look.
You got to ask him what it is that the obsession. The obsession. I know what it is. Yeah, I obviously, have a room in his head. Rent free. The idea that I'd be worrying about came before somebody who came before and me trying to measure, like what's he done today? Look, constantly worrying about that is a strange thing to me. It shows me somebody who's not focused on the American people and the job they're supposed to do.
Just about 30 seconds, but your thoughts on his response to Trump's alleged Obama obsession and, of course, celebrating that library.
Ari, let me just tell you something. I went into that library a couple weeks ago, and I had a feeling I haven't had for month after month, put up with this president and what we've gone through. I remembered a president we respected, a president who had no scandals in his administration of any measure, a president who really led this country, even though he was controversial to some. And now look what we have. Even the Republican Party is split into pieces and meets behind closed doors. The Barack Obama era was a great era for America. And I think people, if they visit this presidential center, will understand the feelings I just expressed.
There you have it, a little living history. I wanted to get that in. Senator Durbin, thank you very much. We'll be right back.
Thanks.
We are living with AFib, and over 500,000 of us have left blood thinners behind for life. We've cut our stroke risk and said goodbye to our bleeding worry with the Watchman implant. Watchman, it's one time for a lifetime.
New Game Plus has no business making Grace's dish towel smell this good. Especially after that. Our greatest scent ever. New Game Plus with Oxy.
With Chime, you bank fee-free and
5% cash back, like in restaurants, or gas, or groceries, even bills and streaming.
all right, no more megaphone. Chime is America's #1 choice for bank.
Kids, dogs, and dinner parties definitely leave their mark. You make the memories. Let us handle the deep clean. Life brings it in. Stanley Steamer takes it out. For floors, furniture, air ducts, and more, visit StanleySteamer.com.
The Economist has everything worth knowing. Some people read headlines, others read between them. Carry a lasting advantage with The Economist in your back pocket.
On a Day 50-plus multivitamins are formulated for your overall health with nutrients to support brain and muscle function. So you're not just setting the pace, you're one step ahead.
Next time, slow down.
One a Day 50-plus, the one for you.
Students today face unique challenges. Adolescence can be confusing, complicated, and scary, with lots of change, a ton of pressure, and a complex world around us. When it comes to improving youth mental health, we need a comprehensive solution, and students need to be a part of the conversation. If we don't get this right, we'll miss a critical opportunity to make real change for generations to come. Get involved today at empowerourfuturecoalition.com.
Ready to cut your bill? We're ready to help. Consumer Cellular gives you the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage for up to half the cost of big wireless and the best customer service in the business.
Call now and see if one of our U.S.-based Switch Pros can cut your bill by up to half.
We are living with AFib, and over 500,000 of us have left blood thinners behind for life. We've cut our stroke risk and said goodbye to our bleeding worry with the Watchman implant. Watchman, it's one time for a lifetime.
I do not have a skill issue. I have a Wi-Fi issue.
Oh, whatever, man.
This Father's Day, spend more time with Dad by spending less with low prices guaranteed. Give him more of what he loves: grills, smart home tech, and tools to build memories together. Give more and do more this Father's Day at the Home Depot.
And this is from the woman over there.
I just earned 5% cash back on that. Also, if I start a conga line, will you join?
Earn 5% cash back at different categories each quarter on up to $1,500 in purchases when you activate.
Long-lasting battery life on Dell XPS. You can stay plugged in, even when you're unplugged.
Thanks for spending time with us on The Beat. The weeknight starts now. Good evening and welcome to The Weeknight. I'm Simone Sanders Townsend with Michael Steele and Luke Russert. Happening right now, Donald Trump is trying to hijack our nation's America 250 celebrations, not only trying to put himself at the center of our festivities, but he's also trying to undermine democracy, determined to push through unpopular legislation to rig our election.
Also ahead, stunning new details on a blow-up today between the president and Senate Republicans. Yes, I said Senate Republicans, with one senator yelling at Trump, refusing to back down. Senator Tammy Duckworth weighs in.
And later, a weeknight exclusive. Senator Maggie Hassan is here demanding answers from the Trump administration about the special access a certain 79-year-old man received to an obesity drug that's not yet on the market. But we begin with breaking news tonight. Donald Trump is hijacking America's 250th birthday celebration, throwing another big party for himself. That's right, folks. Trump is hosting a kickoff rally for his Great American State Fair. This is a live picture of the National Mall where Trump is set to speak in about 90 minutes. While Trump is the headliner, I think Vanilla Ice might also be there. He's also deploying the military for a flyover featuring stealth bombers and fighter jets. And get this, Kash Patel's girlfriend will sing the national anthem.
She's a star.
Yes, she is. I can't wait. Trump's onstage appearance was only announced after a wave of musicians dropped out of the event. This summer should be a celebration of American values and what we've achieved as a nation, right? Yeah, with me? No, but Trump wants to make sure he's the face of America's 250th birthday bash. And tonight's partisan political rally, it's just one part of his ongoing years-long effort to inject himself into the center of the American story.
Last summer, Trump demanded a military parade for the Army's 250th anniversary, which just happened to fall on his birthday. The president is trying to take over our cultural institutions like the Kennedy Center and the Smithsonian.
all in an attempt to rewrite the darker parts of our history. Then there's this, ugly green mess of his own making at the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. In Trump's mind, the public can have him for the nation's 250th birthday celebration, or it can have nothing. But just because the president is centering himself doesn't mean America has to pay attention. Tonight, Eugene Daniels is with us. But I think it's so important, the story we just laid out for folks, because, again, what is happening on the National Mall tonight is the kickoff. The Great American State Fair is powered by Freedom 250, which is Donald Trump's partisan 250th semi-quincentennial celebration that he has siphoned off public dollars from. And America 250 is the bipartisan effort that was established by Congress, that they themselves are having their own events. There's a lot of great things happening under America 250. And I really think it's important that the American people understand that this is a distinction that also makes a difference.
I think it's too late for that, to be honest. I think that ship has sailed into a sandbarge because there has been no effort, largely probably suppressed by this administration, to level up what is the actual American, right, that all of us celebration of our birthday. It has all been branded and rebranded by Donald Trump and his crazy America thing. And the actual efforts, I think, Luke, that the country would want to turn out for, I don't see the energy for it, to be honest. I mean, when I'm in the grocery store, I'm talking to folks. I'm at the post office. We'll get to the post office later, what they're up to. Stay with us on that one. People just don't have that same oomph for the 250th birthday.
Where did the ball come from? I'm turning around because
there's always a few fans of his, but I think on the more macro level, it speaks to something which is very concerning. It's the narcissism of this president to make what is supposed to be a unifying moment all about himself. And quite frankly, we have not seen this in recent American history. Presidents have gone out of their way to try and downplay things, have this austere humility to them. Aw, shucks, right? I'm just one of the people as much as I can possibly can be, right? And he doesn't want to do any of that. He wants to make Washington, D.C. about himself. He wants to make America 250 about himself. And the longer we go down this road, you see America as a democracy turning into what is seemingly the government of one single man. And that's something which is not who we are. It's not what our founders envisioned. And it's very scary.
I just know what the celebration in the country was like in 1976.
I heard it was a place to be.
For our 200th anniversary, Eugene. And trust me, it wasn't this.
Yeah.
We were a country coming off of the Vietnam War. We had a big cultural decision in the Supreme Court with Roe versus Wade. We had the sexual revolution, the upheaval going on in religious institutions. But the country gathered itself around the idea of who we are at 200. Here we are sitting at 250, and the only name that keeps popping up everywhere I go is Donald Trump.
The birthday, the anniversary of the founding of this country is supposed to be about we the people, and the ever-present journey to expand we the people. And I think what is such a good metaphor for how Donald Trump and how this era of politics works is tonight. And the rest of the weeks as we get to July 4th, which is that Donald Trump lacks focus to actually do something about the things that are hurting the American people. His party is begging him to focus on literally anything but the things that he cares about, right? To pass bills, to sign bills, like the one the housing one that
housing
you
bill.
can't have.
You can't have it, right?
The SAVE Act, unless I get the SAVE Act. He is politicizing the birth of this country because that is who Donald Trump is. It's who Donald Trump has always been. He doesn't have a humble bone in his body. He doesn't have that in him.
No, but they're taking it a step further.
Yeah.
And they're taking it to a step where I think it's this idea of the urgency of now, only I, Donald Trump, can save you. I am the only thing that's going to keep this country from going to total shreds. I want to play what Mike Johnson said today about this Save America Act, because I thought the language was very instructive to how they think.
This is not a joke. We are in a fight right now to save the republic. And every American needs to take this seriously. You need to wake up. This upcoming midterm election is not the midterm elections of years ago. This is going to decide the direction of the country. Are we going to maintain our status as a constitutional republic on our 250th anniversary? Or are we going to make a new choice and go down some road towards a communist utopia?
No, communist utopia. All right, this is an administration which is nationalized companies, like bought shares of. The last time I heard that was what communist countries do, right? This is a administration that has curtailed people's freedoms. This is an administration which has walked a very thin line close to autocracy, and here they are positioning the midterms as, if you don't support us, America is going to a communist utopia. That's intense language from the Speaker of the House.
And this Speaker of the House doesn't typically use language like that, right? He's supposed to be genteel. He's from Louisiana. Everybody likes Mike Johnson. I think it shows you the pressure that he is getting and the pressure that all Republicans are getting from the top. Right. Donald Trump is demanding not only that they try to figure out how to get the votes for the Save America Act, which they do not have the votes for. They don't have the votes for that in the Senate.
Which, by the way, massively curtails voting and is a very scary thing. So
exactly.
Sorry.
No, but what he's doing is pressuring them to talk in these apocalyptic terms, because that's how he operates. He wants people to believe that if Democrats stay in power, the end of the country is nigh. When at the end of the day, what we have seen when it comes to us as a democracy, there has been one president in my lifetime that has tried to and has succeeded in shrinking the democracy and shrinking the we the people and going way further than even Richard Nixon could have possibly believed a president could go when it comes to curtailing the freedoms of the people that live in this country.
Here's my thing, though. I actually, I think some of them are being pressured to use this apocalyptic language, but I also think some people believe it. Sure, Mike Johnson is genteel, but he was also one of the chief cheerleaders of Donald Trump's big lie post January 6th. He bragged on his podcast that he used to have with his wife that was very weird. By the time he became a candidate for speaker, baby, they had to take him down. You cannot find episodes of the podcast, but I encourage y'all to search up YouTube and look for yourself.
Or something on that
it was very weird. The podcast, some of the topics were very strange. But he himself would brag about the fact that he spoke to the president every day. He was encouraging him to keep up the challenge of the 2020 election. So I think Mike Johnson actually, more than some folks, believes what he said right there. Yeah. I'm not suggesting he's a zealot, but I am suggesting that he plays very close to the extreme wing of the Republican Party right now. And my concern is that people don't understand that what is happening is this 250 celebration, what this government is trying to do is make it a celebration of one political party's version of America. That's why the Freedom 250, they're going across the country. And you know who's powering the little vans that are going across the country, educating people about our history? I'm using air quotes for the people listening. PragerU. The same people that said, slavery wasn't that bad, it gave them jobs, trying to teach those little cartoons with the kids. It's like conservative radical schoolhouse rock with lies. Meanwhile, America 250 is going across the country asking people to tell their stories, talk about their vision of America, the fabric that brought us all together. They are trying to indoctrinate us and at the same time X a lot of people out of the story of this country.
And it's not even the full party, right? It's not even the full party of that has a vision of this. This is about Donald Trump. Right? He centers himself in everything. He demands everyone else centers himself. One of the things that has always been true about Donald Trump, even when he was in New York City and, saying the kinds of things that he was saying that were very similar, but he wasn't in politics, is that he tried to make people live in a reality that he was creating, right? When he was going out talking about the kind of deals he was going to do, when he was talking about how successful he was as a businessman, none of that was true. But he bent the reality to his will. And he's been doing that in the Republican Party and forcing everyone in the Republican Party to do the same thing. So whether or not they actually believe it, they actually assist in bending the will. And that means the voters, the people that live in this country have no idea what is true.
So that I'm glad you went there, because that's exactly the MO that has been in place since about 2013-14 with Donald Trump. It is the backbone of The Apprentice, where for the series run of that show, Donald Trump pretended to be the guy who fired people.
Right.
Donald Trump pretended to be the big boss behind the desk. That's all scripted stuff, folks. This was not spontaneous reality television where you actually are following somebody in their day-to-day lives, because even that is scripted. But it created a character that Donald Trump could play to the nth degree. And he's continued to play that. And in the process of doing that, let's go to the heart of your point of why we are where we are right now. He turned his viewers into his voters. And that is the core, to your point, Luke, of what we're seeing out here on the mall today. Those are people who are watching Donald Trump in 2017, 2015, and believing what they saw on Channel 4, Channel 10, whatever channel they saw him on, right? Watching, thinking he was the guy, you're fired. Well, yeah, you're supposed to, because the script said you're fired.
Right.
Okay. But we're not in a script now. And again, to your point, that's what he's doing. Here's the last point for me, though. I think the speaker's right up to a point.
Yeah.
Because America needs to understand the first part of what the speaker said. Take the communist stuff and throw it away, because that's just outright BS, and he knows it. There's nothing communist about anything we're seeing now. Authoritarian, yes. Communists, no. But
taking the government taking a stake in the companies. I thought that was a little common. But it's them, not the Democrat.
Right, in the overall scheme of saying that, you know, this administration is not doing that, it is. Okay, here's the reality, and I want you to touch on it.
Yeah.
The speaker is the one who's out there saying this stuff. You've got the Senate fight we'll talk about in a little bit. You've got all these pressure points, but the reality of it is it doesn't change where the American voter is right
Exactly.
now.
Exactly.
All of this drama, down from the reflecting pool to the arch to the East Wing to the Iraq War, doesn't change where Donald Trump is right now, and that is in trouble.
All of his numbers are bad.
All of his numbers
and all
are
of
bad.
those fans that became his voters are also people who they saw him as someone who's like, oh, he's a millionaire, a billionaire. I can be that. But they also saw someone who was going to fix their problems. And that was true in 2016. That was true in 2020. That was true in 2024. And what they are seeing in the summer of 2026 is a Donald Trump who is only focused on himself for a year and a half. They have passed one bill as Republicans that actually was supposed to do something for the American people. He has focused on the Kennedy Center. He has focused on gilding the White House. He has focused on the reflecting pool, and now it's green. All of those things have nothing to do with the everyday lives of the American people, and people are hip to it. And both Democrats, Republicans, and independents are over it. And they want someone to do something to fix their lives, and Donald Trump is not.
Don't ride the Ferris wheel, Eugene.
Yeah, I'm concerned because who put the Ferris wheel up?
Right.
Look,
no
check
big
out,
contract.
check
No.
out America 250,
No big contract.
everyone.
You don't
We'll be
get on
talking
it.
about it.
Trust
Check out America 250.
Don't ride it.
I'm
No
done
bid.
with them. MS Now's Eugene Daniels. We're done with you as well. Thank you. You can catch more Eugene every Saturday and Sunday morning on the weekend, starting at 7 a.m. Eastern, right here on MS Now. He also co-hosts a very amazing podcast. New episode tomorrow. Stay with us, folks. In just a moment, Senate Republicans, they actually blew up at Donald Trump today. This was after he abruptly canceled the signing of a critical bipartisan housing bill. Senator Tammy Duckworth will join us at the table, and later, a weeknight exclusive. Senator Maggie Hassan is investigating new reporting that a 79-year-old man got special access to an experimental weight loss drug with the help of the Trump administration. Now, she wants to know who that man is and how he got that access. You're watching The Weeknight.
Big odors, a big distraction? Try new Febreze Air Mist. With 50% more odor fighters to instantly restore just cleaned freshness. And that's huge.
When you're concerned about your heart, a 6-lead EKG is better than one. Can your smartwatch do that? Meet Cardia Mobile 6L Max, the personal EKG that provides a more complete view of your heart than any smartwatch. Cardia Mobile 6L Max detects 6 of the most common arrhythmias, including atrial fibrillation, a leading cause of stroke. Save during Amazon Prime Day, going on now at cardia.com and Amazon.
Home inspectors, contractors, roofers. All kinds of pros recommend Leaf Filter. Why? Topped by stainless steel micro mesh, Leaf Filter is engineered for protection. In testing, Leaf Filter handles double the water volume of common hood-style guards without overflow. Our product design is driven by relentless innovation. ensuring optimal performance even in the toughest storms. And we back it all with a lifetime clog-free guarantee.
Call 833-LEAF-FILTER or visit leaffilter.com.
People always ask me how I stay ready, how I lock in when it actually counts. They think I must be on something. It's pure, it's potent, it's all me. Something that never lets me down. Armra, I'm on it.
Bubble your insurance with Liberty Bibbity and save hundreds.
Cut. It's bundle your insurance with Liberty Mutual and save hundreds.
These are fun.
I know they are, but let's focus. Let's go again.
Are they in my hair? Stubble and shave.
It's not it.
Bumble and save.
Bundle with an N.
Crumble and save.
Who gave him crackers?
Cuddle and wave.
You know, that's close enough.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Want the fastest working GLP-1 for half the price? Ro now offers FDA-approved weight loss injections cheaper, so you can see weight loss results faster. Lose 20% of your weight on Ro. See if you qualify at ro.co/TV.
I never thought this would happen.
When disaster takes control of your life,
we got you.
Get it back with a single call to the team that shows up fast to make things right. ServPro, like it never even happened.
The first time I experienced vertigo, the room was spinning, like I was in a clothes dryer. Then I started taking Lipo Balance support. Its ingredients are clinically shown to help reduce dizziness and spinning. Take back control with lipoflavonoid.
Extreme weather moving into the area. Better stay inside.
Don't let what's happening outside affect how you feel inside. Pella windows are tested against extreme heat, cold, wind, and rain.
Turn up the heat with Culver's new jalapeno jackpot burger and chicken sandwich.
Ford employee pricing. You pay what we pay.
Hi, I'm calling to verify your Medicare number.
I'm not telling him anything.
Yes, hello?
If someone calls asking for your Medicare number, hang up. Learn more at medicare.gov/fraud.
Before Apoquel Chewable for allergic itch, giving dogs pills was a battle of wits.
Oh, Maria, I'm wise to your foolish game.
Is it gone?
Totally gone.
Relief for itchy dogs can be easier. Apoquel, the trusted #1 treatment for allergic itch, is available in a tasty chewable that works fast.
May cause worsening of existing parasitic skin infestations, serious infections, or pre-existing cancers. New neoplasias have been observed. Do not use in dogs under 12 months of age with serious infections or in breeding, pregnant, or lactating dogs.
Ask your vet for Apoquel Chewable.
Do it!
After my accident, I didn't know where to turn, so I turned to Brown and Crouppen. When I had questions, they had answers. They handled everything.
Injured? Call Brown and Crouppen, your Kansas City accident lawyer.
Don't let student loan debt hold you back. Refi at SoFi.com. You could save thousands and get to your goals faster. SoFi, get your money right.
Breaking tonight, folks, new reaction from Donald Trump on his legislation that would make it harder for Americans to vote. Trump derailed landmark housing bill today to try to force through the Save America Act. You've heard of that. Moments ago, he was asked if he was open to compromise.
Not really, no. The Save Act should be, it's not compromise. It's voter ID, it's proof of citizenship, and it's also the mail-in ballots. We want mail-in ballots for the military if they're away. We want them for people that are ill or people that are in some form handicapped or have a hard time or people even that are on vacation. I'm open to that. But mail-in ballots, you have to vote because we have a lot of rigged elections.
All of that's not right. Also breaking, MS Now's Michael Schnell has new reporting from inside the Senate GOP's closed-door lunch, where Senator Bill Cassidy confronted the president over the Iran Memorandum of Understanding. Quote, according to two sources, Trump eventually told Cassidy to sit down, but Cassidy refused. He raised his voice even higher. Trump responded by calling Cassidy a lunatic. Cassidy referred to Trump as brother, prompting Trump to reply that he wasn't his brother. Joining us now, Democratic Senator Tammy Duckworth of Illinois, who I know she really wanted to be in that meeting, but she is a member of the Senate Armed Services Committee.
Senator Duckworth, thanks so much for coming on the show. This housing bill, this was the signature bipartisan piece of legislation that Congress was actually going to do something for the American people.
Yes.
This housing bill was going to reduce costs. It was going to increase housing supply. It passed the House 358 to 52. It passed the Senate 85 to 5. This is one of the few things on Capitol Hill that both parties came together and said, you know what? It should be easier for Americans to own a home, and private equity shouldn't be able to buy up all these single homes that are out there. On its way to go, Senator Warren said hi to Michael Steele on her birthday the other night, and she was talking in the makeup chair. She said, I am so happy because as bad as things are, America's going to get this housing bill.
Yeah.
And guess what happened? They literally set the stage. The stage was ready. People were going to come.
Yeah.
And they called it off because the president said Americans cannot get access to housing unless you make elections less free and fair and it make it harder to vote. Have you ever seen anything like this?
I've never seen anything like this. On top of that, you should know that Senator Warren negotiated with the White House. She negotiated with the White House on this bill. So it wasn't just us, our side of Capitol Hill. She actually negotiated with the White House.
And
that's why it
Waters on the
passed.
House side, yeah.
Yeah, and on the House side. And so, you know, this bill was going to help people. It was also going to keep large equity businesses from buying up all of the middle class homes that, you know, first home buyers are trying to buy, so that you actually have access to them. And now he's stopping it. He's derailed the whole thing, refuses to sign the bill because he wants to make it harder for Americans to vote.
It's actually insane.
Yeah.
He's literally trying to hold us hostage, and he is telling us very clearly what he cares about. Senator Tim Kaine was here yesterday, and Michael asked him a very good question about what his maybe hope is for, you know, if you all take back the Senate. And he said he laid something out that I thought was very profound, and it played out today. He essentially said that there are very few things that Donald Trump cares about. So on those things that he cares about, okay, you can't really talk to him about those things, but all these other things is up for fair game. And so it was his belief that potentially, if Democrats take back the Senate in this next Congress, there will be some things that Donald Trump will be willing to sign. This housing bill, frankly, is an example of that. But today, he told us what he cares about. He cares about restricting access to the ballot box. He cares about ensuring that women like myself, whose passport does not match my birth certificate, whose doesn't match my driver's license, because I took my husband's last name, wouldn't be able to vote. He is trying to attack citizenship from every single way here, and he is willing to literally throw the American people to the side. Affordability is the #1 thing folks care about.
It is. It is.
This is crazy.
He's already made gas prices too expensive. He's also zeroed out the funding request for LIHEAP, which is a low-income heating program that senior citizens rely on. And let me go back to what you said about you not being able to vote. If you have a different name on your birth certificate than is on your driver's license, you cannot vote. And so for the 69 million American women who took their husbands' names, you cannot vote. That birth certificate is not valid. By the way, military IDs will not be valid for you to be able to vote. Neither will your real ID. You know, all that time we all went back and got that new real ID with the star on it.
$45 at the airport now if you don't have it.
Well, you know what? That doesn't qualify anymore. So you have to go in with a passport that matches your current ID. And you know how hard it is to get a passport? I mean, #1, it's expensive. And #2, there's such a backlog in the State Department. Some people are waiting 3 months, 6 months to get a passport. And so think about the 69 million American women who married and took their husbands' names. You can no longer vote under the SAFE Act. And so that is what he's doing. He wants this. And in order to have this, in order to have housing for young Americans, you know, young people who want to buy their first home, who don't see home ownership as being something that they can achieve, he's going to hold women who are married and took their husbands' names hostage.
It is very clear, Senator, Donald Trump is the killer of bipartisan efforts, the killer of good ideas in governance. He did it on immigration.
Yes.
He killed the efforts on immigration.
24 hours before we were going to vote for
He's done it on healthcare. He's killed the efforts on healthcare. And now he's killed the efforts on housing. America, wake the hell up. Because of Donald Trump, you do not have access to the full band of healthcare opportunities and options that you need. You don't have access to housing, as the senator noted, where you can actually afford to go and purchase and not be in competition with a conglomerate that's trying to buy up every house on the block. But at the core of all of this, for me, still remains voting.
We have an election coming up.
The voting piece is critical.
Yes.
I want to let you listen to the Postmaster General regarding why the U.S. Postal Service won't deliver mail ballots if states don't hand over your voting identification information.
So yes or no, if a state refuses to turn their absentee voter list over to the federal government, will the Postal Service still mail their ballots under this proposal rule?
Under our proposed regulation, no. We would tell the state that we need the manifest in order to, look, what we're asking for.
That's the answer. You would tell no. So the proposed rule basically coerces states to conform to these new requirements and hand over their absentee voter rolls or face the consequences of not being able to vote by mail.
Senator, that is the core of this. They want to insert themselves in the prerogative of the states that is given to them under the Constitution of the United States, which they don't give a rat's ass about.
They do not. And this is President Trump is a man who's never defended the Constitution of the United States, and he doesn't have a single member of his family serving in uniform to defend this nation. And yet he wants to take the liberties and freedoms away from everyone else. And remember that the federal government messes things up, and it's hard to get things fixed. So if they take over our voter rolls and start to just delete people off of those voter rolls because, you have the same name as someone else who died, good luck trying to get yourself back on those voter rolls, right? I deal all the time in constituent services with people who, have been declared dead by the government, and they spend 6 months to a year trying to get their Social Security check again. And so this is about disenfranchising voters, but it's also really, really dangerous because this is fundamentally against our democracy. Every American has the right to vote. You should be able to vote. It should be an easy thing for you to vote. I mean, they're trying to make it as difficult as possible because they want only the wealthiest people in this country who can afford to have a passport, who can afford to pay the fees to go and vote.
Senator, real quickly, Iran, it caused a blow up in the Senate side lunch today with Senator Cassidy and Donald Trump getting into it because Congress flexed its muscle. Congress said, hey, we are the body that can declare war. We are not in favor of this war. Do you see any change coming in the near term? It's clearly losing popularity on the Republican side.
Well, it's never been popular. Donald Trump ran on the platform that he was not going to start any more wars and that he was going to put America first. And, the deal he's making with Iran right now.
I'm looking for where that's happening.
He wants to put $200 billion to rebuild Iran, and yet I can't get an additional $26 billion to rebuild our air traffic control system. To help Americans fly more safely in our airspace. He won't. 1 in 5 people in SNAP had their SNAP benefits cut and are now hungry. People on Medicaid are now no longer able, many of them no longer to get Medicaid. And so he wants to rebuild Iran before he wants to rebuild America. And so, yeah, I would be, if I were the average American, I'd be pissed off
And
too.
just real quick on that last point, America, do you understand what the senator just described?
That was good. He wants to rebuild Iran before he rebuilds America.
Exactly. And bottom line, the thing she's talking about is not communism, it's caring.
Michael Steele.
I know, right?
Senator, I was about to say Senator Steele. Senator Duffy, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. After the break, a weeknight exclusive. Senator Maggie Hassan is trying to get to the bottom of why one man's special access to a highly sought-after weight loss drug. How that happened with the help of the Trump administration. The senator joins us next, only on the weeknight.
When I hit my 50s, I felt like things were slowing down, and I felt like I was struggling to keep up with my gardening. I didn't know when I started taking Metamucil for digestion, it was going to be a lifestyle change. Not only did I feel more regular, but my heart health saw the benefits. It's a small change that keeps me regular and helps with my cholesterol too. Turns out your body works a lot like a garden. You tend to it every day, and it starts to thrive.
Metamucil. Digestive health starts here.
The thing about dogs is, they don't care about your floors. Regular mats, they just push it around. But Muddy Mat traps mud, dirt, and water the second your dog walks in. 5 times more absorbent than any ordinary mat. Go to muddymats.com and get yours today.
When you become a parent, everything changes. I invented Light Back because I wanted to protect my daughter in the moments that matter most.
Turkey can happen in seconds, and brain damage can happen in minutes.
When standard method fail, you need a second chance because every child deserves a chance to grow up. Be ready for the moments you can't predict with LifeVac. Learn more at lifevac.net.
Thanks, Dad. Go to lifevac.net or call 877-543-3822.
AC breaking? An American Home Shield warranty can help protect major home systems and appliances. And if AHS can't repair the covered item, they'll replace it. It's all in the ball. American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
This 4th of July, skip the heat, keep the fireworks. Avocado's certified organic mattresses sleep cooler, made without polyurethane foams, and crafted with natural latex, cotton, and wool, so they're naturally breathable, comfortable, and supportive. Because better organic materials make all the difference. Save 15% on our award-winning mattresses this July 4th sale. Avocado. Celebrate organic. Shop at avocadomattress.com or leading retailers nationwide.
The first time I experienced vertigo, the room was spinning, like I was in a clothes dryer. Then I started taking LipoBalance support. Its ingredients are clinically shown to help reduce dizziness and spinning. Take back control with lipoflavonoid.
Most people call a leaf filter when their gutters are clogged and they notice one of the many issues that can bring. Well, sometimes it's the smell of mildew when water has seeped into the interior walls, or maybe they've spotted mold in the attic. But most often, it's the more obvious signs of damage, like rotten soffit, fascia, or water pooling near their foundation. You can get ahead of costly damage by protecting your home's gutters today. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help.
Schedule your free gutter inspection today. Call 833-LEAF-FILTER or visit leaffilter.com.
Gunk? Clear it out with Navage during the Great Gunk Out. Navage removes mucus allergens and viruses fast. With our 30-day satisfaction guarantee, you've got nothing to lose but a bunch of gunk. See and feel for yourself. Try Navage today.
Now here's something you didn't realize until just now. You're probably overpaying for your hotel. That's right. Not your fault, really. It's just the same hotel has way too many prices on way too many sites. Unless, of course, you check Trivago. On Trivago, you can compare prices from multiple sites in one place. So you can save up to 40%. And just like that, goodbye overpaying.
Wow. Let me guess. Trivago?
You know it. Hotel Trivago.
We knew that a system like NetSuite will help us scale. Having put NetSuite in place, we've definitely optimized our processes. In terms of inventory level accuracy, we are over 95%. Our order to cash cycles are very smooth, and we take pride in that.
Dry eye still gritty, scratchy, and tired? With Mibo, eyes can feel. Mibo is the only prescription dry eye drop that directly targets too much tear evaporation by forming a protective layer. Don't use if allergic to Mibo. Remove contacts before using. Wait at least 30 minutes before putting them back in. Eye redness and blurred vision may occur. Ask your eye doctor.
Now to a weeknight exclusive. Senator Maggie Hassan is demanding answers from Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. following a report detailing special access to an unreleased weight loss drug. Now, 3 sources told Stat News that in April, Eli Lilly and the FDA gave a 79-year-old man early access to, let me get my pronouncing right, retatrutide, okay? Through a program that's called the Compassionate Use Program. Now, this program is typically reserved for people with immediate life-threatening conditions. Well, in a letter to RFK Jr., the senator writes this: reporting suggests that you use this pathway to provide a highly anticipated medication for obesity to a single VIP individual for free without providing that opportunity to other Americans. The senator asks if that patient is Donald Trump, which the White House strongly denies, or someone close to the administration. Well, Democratic Senator Maggie Hassan of New Hampshire joins us now. She is the ranking member of the Finance Subcommittee on Healthcare.
Senator, it's a real pleasure to have you at the table. And I just wanted to say, for the record, I think the mystery has been solved. The individual in that 79-year-old individual in question is clearly not Donald Trump because the drug is not working. So I don't think we have that concern here. So in that front, the White House is probably correct. But I think on a more serious tip is what you are pressing for.
Right.
And that is the selective nature, the sort of, side room conversation. Here, I give you a little something to make you, a little slimmer and trimmer. And the rest of the country's going, what about us? Talk to me about your concern with one person being singled out, 79-year-old individual, unknown, that Lilly is just not responding to.
So look, they're on the NIH clinical trial website. Eli Lilly makes a report saying that it had provided this compassionate use exception to one person after there was outreach from a highly placed person at NIH. So now you've got somebody, that one person has to be somebody who is connected well enough, is a VIP enough to get a high-ranking NIH official who I would think has a lot of other stuff to do, to reach out to Eli Lilly and get this drug to this patient before it's been approved by the FDA for free. And usually when drug companies do this, they identify a whole cohort of patients, people who are, all the people out there who are 79-year-olds, who have other healthcare conditions, who have been on an approved weight loss drug and it hasn't worked for them. Usually that's what they do. They say this whole group of people should be able to get this drug. But no, this is for one person. And this is at a time when Americans are struggling to make ends meet, including struggling to pay for prescription drugs. We get testimony, constituent calls all the time, people rationing their drugs, not buying them in the first place, deciding that this month they got to pay rent and the car payment. They're going to have to skip their medication. And at that time, we've got somebody highly connected in this administration who's making special deals for one person. And it just speaks to the whole way this administration operates. They're thinking about the highly connected, the wealthy. Today, the president changed his mind on a housing bill that would actually, over time, increase the supply and help bring down the cost of housing for people. By the way, had some really good provisions to help people get into good manufactured housing, right, among other things. And at the end of the day, this is a guy who spent today turning his back on the housing bill, demanding that it be harder for Americans to vote. And at the same time, clearly, they're doing some sort of backroom deals for somebody who's wicked well connected to get a special drug. Who's a 79-year-old man.
And interestingly enough, when this report came out yesterday, the pushback on it from the White House was hell hath no fury. It was as if a very personal insult was lobbed at the president, and there was a rapid response like that we've never seen before. But what's very interesting, Senator, is that yesterday at his rally, the president told a story about a friend of his who uses a fat drug. I want to play that tape if we can.
Who takes the fat drug? And a friend of mine who's extremely fat, sloppy, but very brilliant. He's a brilliant businessman, but he's a slob. There's no question about it. Very neurotic person, which you need sometimes to be successful. But he said, President, I just came over here and I bought, I won't say Ozempic or whatever the hell it was, but I bought the fat drug. I said, I didn't know you used it because it's not working. And
that was a little strange to say the day that this report came out. I want to just read real quickly because, well, we do have a little bit of lightness here. It is a very serious thing. In an interview, 18 bioethics experts, obesity clinicians, and current and former government and health officials told Stat, that's who broke the story, that the application struck them as unusual. One after another, they questioned why Lilly would offer compassionate use, also known as expanded access, for a single patient when obesity is such a widespread condition. One person got this afforded to them out of a country of 330 million people.
And one person got other people who have really important jobs at the NIH, jobs that impact America's health, our safety, one person to reach out and make this special deal with Eli Lilly. And, that really speaks volumes about this administration, right? And the denials from the White House, I mean, we don't know for sure who it is, but this application, this outreach came in April when the President of the United States was 79 years old, and it's been approved just for this one person.
Senator, we were saying before we came on air that we thought it was very important that you wrote this letter. And look, I think people out there will see this story and they're like, oh, did he take the drug, the president? We don't know. And it is, for me, that's not the point. Look, millions of Americans are on GLP-1s of some way, shape, or form, and they work. You know, at this point, it's like kind of like Tylenol. You got a headache, you take your Tylenol. You gotta, you feel overweight, you get your GLP-1, child. We gonna all be able to take a pill by next year. But in all seriousness, the reason why this story struck me is because, to y'all's point, we don't know who the one person is. And for ordinary people out there in this country, as Luke noted, 330 million people in America, ordinary people, the way in which ordinary folks interact with the government and with our healthcare system seems to be very different than the way folks who are wealthy and well-connected get to interact. And there are, I wouldn't go so far to say it's corruption just yet, because we don't know. We don't know who the person is that took the drug, which is why your inquiry is very important. But what other kind of deals have been made in this administration that we don't know about? Well, who else have they called up and gotten folks to do things for? This is a slippery slope, and the rabbit hole might be deep.
Well, look, I think we all agree at this point that this is the most corrupt administration in American history. Special deals for special people. Let's also be clear. It's not just that Americans are struggling to make ends meet and pay for their health care and their prescription drugs. Donald Trump has actively worked to make prescription drugs more expensive. You go on his Trump RX, GLP-1s there are $350 a month. If you don't have insurance or some sort of discount, these drugs are going to cost you $1,000 a month. And yet one single individual, because of intervention by somebody in the administration, is getting this drug for free when there are, there are probably thousands of people, if not more, who fit this profile of being in their late 70s, who have things like sleep apnea and hypertension, and who haven't been able to be successful in terms of the other weight loss drugs, and yet it's just for one person. And I think that's one of the things that bothers Americans so much right now, not about this administration and about an economy that seems to work for the really wealthy and the really well-connected, but not for people who are working really hard and just trying to build a better future.
And there's been so many cuts to trials. I'm sorry, so many cuts to trials, so many cuts to life-saving drugs.
And they come after birth control when this ain't even approved by the FDA. This drug that they passed out, birth control, has been approved.
Yeah.
All true.
All true.
I'm going to have to thank you and tease you. So I'm going to tease you for later on. Senator's going to come back because I do want to get into Eli Lilly's response to all of this a little bit deeper. But Senator, we really appreciate you being with us. Senator Hassan, thank you so much. If you want to read the senator's full letter to RFK Jr., just head over to our website, ms.now. You will see it and read it yourself. As Simone noted, thank you for that. Very, very important.
Thank you very much.
Next, you haven't heard the full story about last night's major primary results. We're going to break down what the other news, media, and environment isn't covering right here on the Weeknight.
Gary, used car shopping can't hurt you.
But what if I overpaid?
Come out and I'll show you a better way.
Well, you said...
I know. I said nearly half of all used cars have been in an accident, but there's no reason to shop with fear.
Well, show me, Carfox.
Knowing how a car's accident history impacts price means you don't have to overpay.
I wasn't scared.
Sure. Can we talk about the PJs?
I'll talk about them, as long as you keep it positive, because I like these things.
No fear, just Fox. Say, show me at Carfax.com.
I saw the thinning on the top. I was like, what? I knew that Nutrafol was working because I was seeing less scalp, especially in the front.
Nutrafol was physician recommended and the holistic approach that my body needed.
Get growing at Nutrafol.com.
When it comes to Viking hand or Dupuytren's contracture, and you can't lay your hand flat or grip a doorknob, don't be a Viking. Surgery isn't the only option. Request a modern, non-surgical treatment with minimal recovery time. If not offered, get a second opinion. Visit findahandspecialist.com.
I used to hide my ugly fungus-damaged toenails.
But then I found OptiNail patches. OptiNail patches work while you sleep to lighten, smooth, and moisturize for clearer, healthier looking toenails. Get OptiNail patches and show off your toes again.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But take a look at Consumer Cellular. We're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. Just $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data? Now that looks good. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Come on, you've earned this. Call, click, or come into a store today.
Make the bed shake with meds that prime your brain for arousal, boost blood flow where it counts, and help you last longer in bed. Rougette's ED meds are personalized to you and delivered right to your door. Your best sex starts now. Get started today at Rougette.com.
My friends that are in their 50s, they do not know how to do their makeup at all.
That's why we love Bake Balance and Brighten, because there's 6 different pigments in it. It knows how to balance your skin because our skin is not made up of one color.
Search Bethany Unfiltered to learn more.
She's really getting up there. Yeah, she is. Don't feel your age. Act your age. Aspartame.
The grind catches up with everyone, even me. That's why I trust Cunol Ultra High Absorption Turmeric to support my joint health. It's the #1 doctor-recommended form of turmeric. It helps you keep doing the things you love at every age. Cunol, the brand I trust.
You've got to try the softest sneaker ever. Hands-free, cozy fit Skechers slip-ins. Sneakers that are as soft and comfy as your favorite slippers. Just step in and go with no bending down or touching. Wrap your feet in hands-free, cozy fit Skechers slip-ins.
Hooray, hooray! Lumi launched a spray. Clinically proven to control odor for 72 hours. It's so gentle that during clinical testing, not one woman experienced burning or irritation on pits, feet, or privates. Way to go, Lumi! For the best deals, go to LumiDeo.com.
Life with ear ringing sounded like a constant train whistle I couldn't say. Then I started taking lipoflavonoid. With 60 years of clinical experience, it's the #1 doctor-recommended brand for ear ringing. And now I'm finally free. Take back control with lipoflavonoid.
Make yourself comfortable. She said it quick. You know what she's looking for? Nope. I think she's looking at a diamond necklace. Maybe a heart? Copy that.
From zero to hero. Goriana. Gifts I'll love.
Oh, gum problems. You need new Parodontax Gum Strengthen and Protect with hyaluronic acid. It strengthens the gum seal for long-lasting gum protection. The gum experts.
There is a lot of talk today regarding the future of the Democratic Party after last night's primary results, but we're not sure a lot of that analysis tells the full story. So let's break down what we know. In Utah's 1st congressional district, moderate Ben McAdams, a former congressman, held off a spate of progressive opponents to clinch the nomination. In New York's Hudson Valley, former combat veteran Kate Conley, she'll take on incumbent Mike Lawler in the 17th district. That'll be one of the country's most competitive seats. And in New York City, progressive candidates, including 2 Democratic socialists, reshaped the local political landscape. All 3 candidates endorsed by Mayor Zohran Mamdani advanced the general election, ousting 2 incumbents in the process. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm bringing my popcorn. I got my popcorn ready because there's nobody else in the world that I'd rather hear about the last night than you two. Okay, we have the OG agent of chaos, Michael Steele at the Tea Party, and you with Bernie Sanders. The floor is yours. What did we learn last night?
Well, share some popcorn.
Yeah, give us some popcorn while you're here.
Popcorn while you're doing
Pass the cup.
Pass the cup, baby.
I think that people are getting it wrong, frankly, talking about like, oh, the Democratic Socialists are taking over the Democratic Party. This is telling us a lot about the Democratic Socialists. And Michael Steele as well. I mean, I think our analysis is rooted in not just what we think of what we've seen, but what we've experienced and what we've done in our own careers. And in my own experience, the people that supported the OG Democratic Socialists, as I like to say, Senator Bernie Sanders, on his first campaign and even on his second campaign, but I worked his first, the people that stood in lines and came to the rallies were folks that they themselves were not self-avowed Democratic socialists, but they believed in what Bernie Sanders was saying and they appreciated the way in which he was saying it. And so I think the lesson from last night, frankly, coming out from New York all the way to Utah, is not that you need to run more Democratic socialists, because not a Democratic socialist in Utah could be found, yet they did well there. And not to mention, we didn't even talk about what happened last year. Hello, Virginia. Hello, New Jersey. The lesson is that, yes, candidate quality matters. The lesson is your district, knowing the district matters. But also, it seems that Democratic primary voters are looking for somebody who is willing to be a fighter. And if you are an incumbent and you have not effectively demonstrated in big and small ways to the voters of your district that you are a fighter, you could be on the chopping block. And that's what happened to some incumbents last night.
So your Democratic socialists are my Tea Party, meaning that you're looking at a group of political activists, voters, before you even get to candidates, who are beginning to set and reset the table politically within the party itself. And what they're looking for, and your last point is the essential, I think, critical part of this, is they're looking for a fighter. The animus for the Tea Party were individuals who wanted to fight for the Constitution. Now, y'all, I'm not going to get y'all stuck on crazy stupid after 2012. Let's talk about the origin story, because that's what we're talking about here, the origin story of this movement. Republicans will look at what happened in New York, and they will declare very clearly that the Democratic Party is now a socialist
They've
Democratic
been saying it
Party.
all day.
They've been saying it all day. So just put a pin in that and just put a little red flag and just say stupid next to it, because it's not true. It's not necessarily what the policy is going to be that Zohan or anybody else is going to advocate for. What you have to look at is what the voters are telling you. And the voters are telling you right now, they want individuals in the Democratic Party, and this is conservative, liberal, whatever, inside the party itself. They want someone who's going to fight for them. And that's what these candidates have indicated they're willing to do at every level of government. Yes, Republican supporter for Donald Trump may be sort of the figure that they're looking at, but it is the policy that they want to go advocate for. It's the idea of what the country looks like that they want someone out there to fight for. And that to me says a lot, because when you go up and pull, to your point real quick, when you go and pull it back, Democrats didn't just win in liberal portions of the country.
Yeah.
They're winning in conservative portions of the country. They have won 37 special elections, people. That should tell you something.
It's not an idea issue. I have always been frustrated by the idea that, Democrats got to change their message. They don't know what they're doing. The people aren't resonating with the message. No, I don't think it's a messaging problem. I think the issue is how you go about getting power and candidate selection.
Well, maybe that's why I got popcorn. Thank you, Luke. I know we got some popcorn.
Popcorn.
It's gonna be fun.
This, folks. This is why you got to come to the table. Midterms are happening right now.
Popcorn too.
Next, folks, on All In, Chris will sit down with New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani. That is at 8 o'clock Eastern. And then at 9, House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries will join the briefing with Jen Psaki. That is all happening tonight on MS Now. So you get your popcorn. We'll be right back.
Did you take your vitamins today?
That's my job.
Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
Leaf Filter Gutter Protection helps prevent costly damage to your home, like rotting fascia, soffit, and foundation damage. But not all gutter protection is the same. Let's put them to the test. In heavy rain, these hood-style guards just can't keep up. In lighter rain, debris can flow into the gap. It's like an invitation. Don't give debris an invitation. Filter it out with Leaf Filter.
Schedule your free gutter inspection today. Call 833-LEAF-FILTER or visit leaffilter.com.
When I found out I had diabetes, it felt like a door slamming shut on my dreams. I wish I could tell myself what I know now, that with help from Dexcom G7, I'd take control of my diabetes and do more than I ever dreamed possible.
What does Skechers' new Aeroburst and Skechers Race Car have in common? Both cut through the wind with hypersonic speed and feature Goodyear rubber for incredible grip. However, one takes a whole team, and the other, you just step in and run. Go fast the easy way in new Skechers Aeroburst.
Want the fastest working GLP-1? Now in a new monthly pen and at half the price. FDA-approved weight loss medication. Cheaper. The fastest GLP-1 at its lowest price. On Ro. Lose 20% of your weight in a year. On Ro. 4 weekly shots in 1 monthly pen. Weight loss faster. Price cheaper. 1 monthly pen now on Ro. See if you qualify at ro.co/TV.
Life with ear ringing sounded like a constant train whistle I couldn't stand. Then I started taking lipoflavonoid. With 60 years of clinical experience, it's the #1 doctor-recommended brand for ear ringing. And now I'm finally free. Take back control with lipoflavonoid.
Before AG1, I was having some trouble maintaining consistency. My energy was low. And now the biggest change I've noticed is having maintained energy levels. I feel good from morning till night.
Did you know you can relieve everyday aches and pains with odor-free Aspercreme? Maximum strength lidocaine targets nerves fast for soothing and numbing pain relief. Try Aspercreme, the #1 pharmacist-recommended topical anesthetic.
Still taking yours?
Every day. Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
Even the toughest cowboys get heartburn, but I don't fool around with silly acids. I ride with Rolaids Max Strength, 1,500 milligrams of acid-neutralizing power for serious relief.
Am I a cowboy now?
No. Rolaids spells relief.
Turn up the heat with Culver's new jalapeno jackpot burger and chicken sandwich.
Breaking news. Missouri will vote on Amendment 4 this August. Right now, a ballot measure passes in Missouri if it gets a majority of votes statewide. Amendment 4 would end that. Instead of using the total statewide vote, a measure would need to win a majority of votes in all 8 of Missouri's congressional districts in order to pass. So just 5% of voters could veto what the majority of Missouri citizens want. Vote no on Amendment 4.
Stop and savor the strawberries with Haagen-Dazs. Take your sweet time. That's Dazs.
Don't trust the insurance company to pay you what's fair. Call Brown and Crouppen now.
Islanders! A new bombshell has entered the villa.
Hey, hello, baby.
He's feeling himself. Wait, a second bombshell has entered. See what gets your heart racing in Minions and Monsters. And watch Love Island USA, only on Peacock.
Well, folks, sadly, that does it for the weeknight, but we'll see you back here tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern. Former Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg will join the show. We're excited about that. Be sure to follow us on social media at Weeknight MS Now. Thanks so much for watching, folks. All In with Chris Hayes starts right now.
Tonight on All In.
Welcome to Statuary Hall, where they have removed the presidential seal from the bill signing desk.
Trump's ultimatum, no housing relief without voter suppression.
It was going to be one of the best things we do on lowering costs. But then the president canceled it at the last minute because he wanted some MAGA stuff to happen instead.
Tonight, the Trump demand to control elections at the cost of Americans everywhere. Then, national shockwaves from a New York earthquake. Mayor Zoran Mamdani joins me live on his meeting with Hakeem Jeffries and what it all means for November.
The old politics that got us to this crisis is not the politics that's going to get us out of this crisis.
All that and another reality check on Trump's green pool.
And then the fake news tries to say, oh, well, it didn't work. Of course it worked. Everything I do does work. What I do works.
But All In starts right now. Good evening from New York. I'm Chris Hayes. We're coming off major political upsets in yet another election night, notably in New York, where all 3 of the congressional candidates endorsed by New York Mayor Zoran Mamdani won their primaries, unseating 2 incumbent Democratic members. I'm going to be speaking with Mayor Mamdani coming up later in the show. But Tuesday after Tuesday this year, we are seeing just extraordinary voter energy on the Democratic side. And it's certainly not Democratic incumbents alone who are worried. The incumbent in chief sees exactly how all this is going right now. Remember in 2024, or 2023 even, it was always clear that Donald Trump was running primarily for one reason: to stay out of prison. On the trail, the guy was already totally checked out on any actual policy, even on some of the biggest issues of the day, like, for instance, housing affordability.
how are you going to make the economy not just the the food and electricity, but bring down the rent prices, the housing prices, so that these kids can survive without their parents' help?
Such a good question,
You're
Mr.
right.
President.
You're right. I hear it very well. And I tell you, first of all, I love the people that you're with. I know that I must have at least 99, perhaps 100% of all of them. And I think they're incredible. We are going to drill, baby, drill. We're going to bring down the cost of energy. Energy is what caused the worst inflation, I think, in the history of our country. Food prices are up 50%, sometimes more. You look at bacon. Bacon is quadrupled. You can't order bacon. You can't order anything.
You caught that, right? The guy asked a really good question about housing, not just food and energy. How are you going to bring down housing prices? And Donald Trump talked about drilling and bringing down food prices. And you know what? That message worked. Voters believed him. He stayed out of prison and he became the president. Of course, he did not end up making anything cheaper. He said he was going to bring down prices on day one, but everything's gotten more expensive. Energy prices, of course, are way up because of his war with Iran. And he hasn't done a thing about housing, even though there is real support across the aisle to tackle the issue. I mean, not just people in elected office, but from Elizabeth Warren to Ezra Klein to Josh Hawley to Tucker Carlson, there is a growing belief that we have to make it easier to build more housing. And Congress, weirdly enough, decided to actually do something about it. Over the last few years, they spent a lot of time grinding out in the background a big bipartisan piece of legislation, which became the 21st Century Road to Housing Act. It just passed the House and the Senate by huge bipartisan margins, like 80% of the vote. In fact, if you watch the program, we had Senator Elizabeth Warren, who co-sponsored the bill on this show on Monday to discuss it when it passed the Senate. And even though Trump basically had nothing to do with it, and in fact, him having nothing to do with it was a big part of its success, the White House, when it passed, took a huge victory lap. So, for example, yesterday evening, this is the White House press secretary posting, quote, "Tomorrow, 12 p.m. on Capitol Hill, President Trump will sign into law one of the most significant pieces of housing affordability legislation in American history. Tomorrow's historic bill signing is another promise made, promise kept." So, today was the big day. I mean, keep in mind, they haven't passed a lot of legislation this year. They passed like $70 billion to shovel the ice and CBP. That's it. They've got to try to run on something in the fall. So today's the big day. Republicans are ready to hold their signing ceremony with Trump, where they get to say, we've passed a big bill on housing affordability, and then Trump canceled the whole thing out of nowhere. You see, they'd set up the whole little stage setup and everything. Democratic Congressman Maxwell Frost of Florida did his own little mock signing in place of Trump before aides took the whole thing apart, the presidential seal and all. Now, you may be asking, that's kind of weird. Why would Trump punt on what is, by all accounts, a very popular bill, a bill you can go and sell to the American people? And the answer is really, in large part, the main answer is that he just doesn't care. He couldn't care less. It would be impossible for the man to care less about whether your housing is expensive. In fact, don't take my word for it. He told the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, as much weeks ago, quote, "No one gives a bleep about housing." No, the no one there being, I don't give a bleep about housing. People really do care about housing because Trump only cares about two things right now. He cares about building a bunch of stuff like his ballroom and his arch and the reflecting pool, and he cares about becoming a dictator and rigging the elections in order to become a dictator. His stated reason for punting on the ceremony today was he wants his voter suppression bill passed first.
It's voter ID, it's proof of citizenship, and it's also the mail-in ballots. We want mail-in ballots for the military if they're away. We want it for people that are ill or people that are in some form handicapped or have a hard time or people even that are on vacation. I'm open to that. But mail-in ballots, you have to vote because we have a lot of rigged elections. I said I'm not signing the housing bill. I want to see what happens. We said, look, the housing bill is housing. I made billions of dollars with housing. I know housing better than anybody, maybe anywhere. It's all about the interest rate. Lower the interest rates, you can have all the housing you want. But you have to understand, I don't want to hurt people that own houses too.
Okay, there's a lot in there. I mean, the first is that he just cares about rigging the election and sabotaging free and fair elections, right? That's what he cares about. And he's not bluffing here. This isn't just talk. You get a lot of talk from Trump. There's a lot of action behind it. So today, the Postmaster General, Trump's Postmaster General, said Trump is serious about restricting the delivery of mail-in ballots unless states hand their voting rolls over to his administration so that, the purpose of it, the Trump administration under Trump creates its own veto list of who can and can't vote. I think folks are understandably pretty wary of giving that info to the guy who, let's remember, already tried to steal one election. Now, you might be thinking it's been 6 years since Trump tried to steal an election, 6 years since he called up a state official and basically ordered them to do him a favor and nose around the election results. Remember the Georgia call? Well, no, that's not so. Trump already claims he directly interfered in the vote count in California's gubernatorial race last month. We did not learn about it through leaked audio in the Washington Post. No, Trump himself is bragging about it.
I called up the U.S. attorney in California. They said, we're going to have a number in the next week. Next week. I called up the very powerful, very good U.S. attorney in California, and I said, do me a favor. Take a look. They're trying to steal that election, too. I guess they called up. So over the next week, he was definitely going to lose, but the U.S. attorney called. We want to check your votes. About an hour after the call, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Hilton has won. So had I not made that call, Steve Hilton would right now be watching the election from home. So I don't know, he would have a great chance, but the election's totally rigged. California's totally rigged. All mail-in ballots. It's a disgrace.
That's all nonsense. It's either lies or dementia or some combination of the two. You never know. Self-delusion. There is no evidence Trump actually altered the results, despite his implication. Maybe he's just lying. Maybe he never even called the U.S. attorney at all. He's definitely lying about the election being rigged in California. But the fact he would make those comments publicly, boast about it, means he does not even care if you know that he would, and this is really important, he would rather cheat than win. Think about what he did today, right? The midterms are coming up. Donald Trump's a pretty good politician, as he has shown, much to my chagrin. A president who's concerned about persuading persuadable voters would make a big to-do about signing a bipartisan housing bill, the only piece of legislation that you signed that could really plausibly be said to address the affordability crisis, the cost of living crisis that got you elected in the first place. But he chose not to do that because he doesn't want to win. He wants to cheat. He doesn't actually care what the voters think because he wants to suppress the vote and control the electorate. Ian Basson served as Associate White House Counsel of President Obama. He's now the Executive Director of Protect Democracy, and he joins me now. Ian, I wanted to talk to you because Protect Democracy does a lot of work in this space, one of the sort of main organizations working in this space. And I don't want to catastrophize. I try to be sort of clear-eyed about all this. But I was talking to people at an event a few weeks ago, and I casually said, like, look, I think there's a good chance Trump tries to Jan 6 the midterms. Use that term. And someone said to me, they were like, you really think he would do that? I'm like, oh, yeah, no, I don't think it's definitely going to happen, but I think he's likely to try. Like, do you think is that where your head is at in your organization about what you're preparing for them to do?
I mean, 100%. As we saw today, he made as clear as day that he cares more about making it harder for you to vote than he cares about making it easier for you to afford your home. And if Republicans tried to cook up a worse electioneering slogan in a laboratory, they couldn't do better than that. And it's because of what you said, which he knows at this point in time, that he can't ultimately win this election on the merits. And so he's given up trying. He basically has lost a race. When he started in office at the beginning of last year, he was in a race to consolidate power before becoming unpopular. And unfortunately for him, and fortunately for us, he has become unpopular before he finished consolidating power. And ultimately, I think that is going to be our saving grace, because he is absolutely trying to do everything he can to tilt the playing field to rig these elections, but he's no longer popular enough to get all of the actors and accomplices he needs throughout our distributed federal system to do it. And so I think ultimately he's going to fail at his bid. And I think we can take solace in knowing that the Hungarians won an election where Viktor Orban had 16 years to tilt the playing field. Donald Trump only has a couple months left. He's just run out of time.
What did you make about the anecdote, which might be false, about calling up the U.S. attorney in California, a U.S. attorney who, by the way, has sort of flirted with these conspiracy theories, totally baseless and groundless. And someone on our show team today said something that I think is true, which is, if it was leaked audio of the phone call, it would be a scandal. Like, president calls U.S. attorney directing him to meddle in election count. He talks about it, so it's not a scandal, but it's still like that in any other context is a wildly flagrant violation.
I mean, George W. Bush had a gigantic scandal because his administration had leaned on, at least according to the story, a whole bunch of U.S. attorneys to bring voter fraud cases that the U.S. attorneys didn't believe were warranted, and 8 U.S. attorneys had to resign. So in some sense, it illustrates just how far the goalposts have moved, that Trump is not afraid about saying it out loud. Look, I think he is going to fail at this, but that doesn't mean that will happen automatically. There's work for us to do to protect this election. And we need to start by understanding the game plan. Trump is going to deploy 3 Ds to try to rig this election: deceive, disrupt, and deny. He is going to try to deceive the country into thinking that there's something fundamentally broken and rigged, in order to then persuade accomplices throughout the country to disrupt the rules and change the rules to fix a phantom problem that doesn't exist. And if all of that fails, he will deny results he doesn't like. And I think what he was doing today with canceling the housing bill signing in order to push for SAFE, he's not getting SAFE through the Congress. There's not enough votes in the Senate for it. But he's trying to lay the groundwork to say later on, if the election doesn't go the way he wants, which by all accounts it doesn't look like it's going to do, to say, see, it's because they didn't stop all these phantom fraud things that aren't really happening, as a basis for denying it. And as long as we all understand that in advance, and we make sure everybody understands that in advance, we inoculate ourselves to that conspiracy.
The post office meddling in this, in who they mail absentee ballots, seems the most sort of pressing an alarming action here. It's not just talk, right? I mean, this would be essentially federal sabotage of many states' elections. I think there's 30 states that allow some form of no excuse absentee ballot, if I'm not mistaken. It might be less than that. That also seems illegal on its face under current law. Are you confident this is going to be blocked?
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 pending lawsuits in the District of Massachusetts, another pending lawsuit in the District of Columbia that are going after this. And ultimately, what Trump is trying to do is get a back door around the fact that our founders, in their inimitable wisdom, distributed the management of elections to local officials and state officials because they did not want to create an opportunity for a singular. Remember, they built the Constitution as a check against tyranny. They were worried about a singular person, just like Donald Trump, having control of elections. That's how it works in other countries like Hungary or Venezuela or even in India. Our defense is that it's distributed. Trump's trying to use the Postal Service as a backdoor way of trying to take control of elections. I do think ultimately it will be blocked in the courts, but that's not enough to get us where we need to go. What we ultimately need is all of us to do our part, because at the end of the day, we the people are the final check. And we need to do 3 things. 1, we need to make a plan to vote early, get everyone we know to do the same. 2, we need to make sure that there's enough poll workers out there to staff the polls. There's a great organization, powerthepolls.org. You can go there, sign up, be a poll worker in your community, do your public service. And 3, we should be calling our elected officials and letting them know we want them to stand up against Trump's lies and attempts to take over control of our elections, because all of our elected officials at the local, the state, and the federal level, they listen to those calls, and especially the Republicans right now need to be told, stand firm, defend the Constitution.
Yeah, I mean, when you go back through and you look at January 6th and why, and Trump's attempt to essentially, perform an extra democratic self-coup, right? Stay in power against the will of the majority of the populace, against the majority of the Electoral College. Ultimately, there are a bunch of parts of the system in which Republicans, crucially, Rusty Bowers in Arizona, Republicans on the Maricopa County Board of Elections, the Republican on the Philadelphia Board of Elections, who talked about how their results were on the level. Brad Raffensperger in Georgia, I could go on, right? Wayne County and Michigan. There were enough that just did the right thing in the face of his pressure. And I think one of the fears you have to have is they've been going around purging those kinds of people. And whether you feel confident that those folks at this sort of granular low level are still there.
Yeah, I mean, look, the way I think about it is, we've been flying on an airplane that had a very near crash landing in 2020, and somehow at the last minute, the secondary and tertiary defenses on the plane kept it from crashing. Should we be confident about that plane? Well, I wouldn't be confident getting on that plane again. Right. On the other hand, a lot of the fail-safes did work. And so that's where we are today. We're on a plane that's being driven by, a pilot with some serious problems that wants to bring the plane down, but we still have a lot of fail-safes in the system. And I think the great fail-safe, ultimately, is Trump himself. When he came back to power, he was really dealt a royal flush. He had a compliant Congress. He had a compliant Supreme Court. He had the cultural zeitgeist on his side. And as you and I both know, the only way to lose a royal flush is if you trade in your queen on the draw. And here's the thing. Donald Trump has been dealt royal flushes over and over again throughout his entire life since his daddy gave him $1 million. And every single time he's traded in the queen on the draw. And I think ultimately we do our part as citizens, and he will do his part as someone who ultimately fails when the cards are actually put on the table.
He has squandered every inheritance he's ever been given, and he's been given one after another after another. Ian Basson, thank you. Appreciate it. Coming up, after going undefeated 3-0 in his primary endorsements last night, New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani joins me on the Democratic Party's big shakeup. Next.
The dog's paws are covered with bacteria you can't see. And dirt you can see.
Book the pet bundle now and see Supergirl in theaters June 26th.
Moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms can keep you out of the picture. Now, there's Skyrizi.
I've got places to go and I'm feeling free. Controlling my symptoms means everything to me. Control is everything to me.
Get back in the picture. Skyrizi is proven to help deliver relief, repair, and remission. Feel significant symptom relief as early as 4 weeks. Skyrizi is proven to help visibly repair damage of the intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year, and help people achieve lasting remission.
Don't use if allergic. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and TB. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or UC.
Ready to get back in the picture with Skyrizi?
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and UC combined.
Total Beets, America's best-selling Beets brand, is available at Walmart. Total Beets blood pressure support soft chews contain a key ingredient clinically shown to deliver 2 times better blood pressure support. Take control of your health. Head to Walmart and get Total Beets blood pressure support soft chews today.
The Evergreens family vacation started with Expedia. Dad knew his crew needed peace and quiet, so he booked a vacation home big enough for everyone. Great, right? Nice job, Dad. Expedia, the one place you go to go places.
The human brain is truly incredible. It's a complex network of 100 billion neurons that create cognitive functions surpassing that of supercomputers. Our brain controls our thoughts, our emotions, and our movements. Prevagen contains apoaquarin, originally discovered in jellyfish, and is designed specifically for the brain to help keep it amazing, so that we can continue to live our best life. Prevagen, for your brain.
For all the visitors at the door,
hey, what you doing?
Jumping in to save the day, a baby on the move, and the guy who just can't stay, the fire that's getting closer, a break-in prevented. Whatever it is, when you have Ring, you can be sure that it's protected. Shop savings now at Amazon.com.
Arthritis causes pain in your joints. Unlike pills, Voltaren gel is applied to the site of pain, penetrating deep through the skin to the joint, reducing intense pain caused by inflammation so you can move more freely. Voltaren, clinically proven long-lasting arthritis pain relief.
Home inspectors, contractors, roofers. All kinds of pros recommend Leaf Filter. Why? Topped by stainless steel micro mesh, Leaf Filter is engineered for protection. In testing, Leaf Filter handles double the water volume of common hood-style guards without overflow. Our product design is driven by relentless innovation, ensuring optimal performance even in the toughest storms. And we back it all with a lifetime clog-free guarantee.
Call 833-LEAF-FILTER or visit leaffilter.com.
So much stuff.
Move past pain with Vicks VapoFreeze. Get hours of pain relief with maximum strength menthol, plus powerful Vicks Vapors.
College!
VapoFreeze your pain.
Turn up the heat with Culver's new jalapeno jackpot burger and chicken sandwich.
AI should be transforming your business, but that's tough if it's not connected to your data. You need intelligence where your data lives, in an AI-native suite uniting financials, inventory, and more. That's NetSuite. Book a demo to see how it works.
Audion Hearing. Hearing for everyone.
Free gift from my Medicare number. Dad, come on. I know this is fraud. Never accept gifts for your Medicare number. And get wise to Medicare fraud. Learn more at medicare.gov/fraud.
Truly and cheer for the boy in the red, white, and blue.
There's a lot of people that have a lot of negative stuff to say. There's a lot of people who have a lot of opinions. But when you prove them wrong, you really don't have to say to them.
That video clip is what New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani posted in the wake of a stunningly successful primary night for a slate of candidates he endorsed. In the lead up to the primary, the mayor made a risky move, backing 3 congressional candidates against the pull power of not just the Democratic Party, but really institutional progressive movement of New York City. 2 of the candidates primaried sitting Democratic incumbents, which is risky. Last night, all 3 of those candidates won. As the New York Times put it in Sunday's headline, quote, Mamdani burns allies in making a big bet for Congress and the left. But as of this morning, it looks like the bet paid off. Joining me now is New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani, who will be speaking with House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries later tonight. Mayor, congrats. I know my colleague Jen Psaki has leader Jeffries on the next hour to discuss what's going on. What are you looking for in your conversation with leader Jeffries tonight?
You know, I appreciate the relationship that I have with Leader Jeffries, and it's one where we're united in looking to deliver for the people of the city. And as you heard from him, we have disagreements about endorsements. And I think you mentioned a number of those candidates that I was proud to endorse, and Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier and Claire Valdez and Brad Lander. And also, at the end of the day, what we're looking to do is to deliver for the working people of New York City. And I think last night we heard from New Yorkers a hunger for exactly that kind of work being done here in our city.
You know, I obviously I'm a lifelong New Yorker, know New York politics well. I should disclose that my brother actually worked on the Lander campaign, which I basically didn't cover for that reason in the run up to this entire race. You know, when you're in your race, I think you can really say, like, you had a laser focus on affordability. You really did. You were very on message. Interviews where I tried to push you off the message, you kept coming back to it. You know what you're doing. I think it's much harder to make that argument about these wins last night. I covered these races pretty closely. I mean, I follow them. They weren't really about affordability. I don't think you can say there was some big difference between Claire Valdez and Antonio Reynoso. So what were they about from your perspective?
You know, I think they were about clarity. They were about conscience. They were about conviction. And what I mean by that is when you're walking the streets with Claire, one of the things that she speaks often about is the importance of fighting income inequality and how the most effective tool to do so is increasing union density. And she knows that because she's somebody who rose through the union movement, rose through UAW. And this is somebody who has also made clear time and time again that we need to have a foreign policy that is not, as Daria Lisa would put it, investing in bombs as opposed to in babies. And I think what you've seen from New Yorkers, whether it's in Brad's race, Daria Lisa's race, or Claire's race, is an exhaustion with status quo politics and a desire for something that actually responds to the needs that they have in their own districts. In some of these districts we're talking about, you know, especially in Daria Lisa's case, this is one of the poorest congressional districts in the United States of America. The other night when I was walking with her through Harlem, we met a man coming out of a bodega who had his hands full with Huggies that he just bought. And in that same moment, she and I are having a conversation about how our government has spent more than $30 billion in bombs for the Israeli military to kill civilians, whether in Palestine or in Lebanon. And it just speaks to what New Yorkers are tired of and what they want to see. They want to see people who are willing to not just stand up to the federal administration, but also stand for a vision of working people at the heart of it.
There's a lot of folks, I would say, in New York who, let's say broadly in sort of pro-Israel coalition, I think that's how they would describe themselves, who view last night as about that single issue. Basically, what they will say is, particularly if you look at Goldman and Lander, like, this was really about Israel, and it was motivated by people's feelings about Israel. And I think the pro-Israel folks would say, you know, their anger, their rage. Some even say it's anti-Semitism. I don't necessarily sign on to that, but do you think it was, like, fundamentally, is that what it was about the people and the Democratic Party supporting fundamentally or not doing enough to oppose the actions of the Israeli government over the last several years and continuing actions in Gaza?
I think that played a major role. And it played a major role because New Yorkers have had to watch as tens of billions of our tax dollars have been spent on bombs that not only shred international law, but also the lives of civilians. And what they've seen is that while it is a Republican administration that is doing it now, it was also something that was bipartisan and continues to be. And I think there is a desire to see a politics of life be at the center of what we are fighting for. And, you know, I think if you're looking at Brad and his race and his candidacy, he led with such a humanity and in many ways an embodiment of what Mr. Rogers would speak about in the actions of a good neighbor. And he would speak about the fact that he is going to Congress not only to fight against bigotry, whether it be anti-Semitism or Islamophobia, but also to make clear that he is going to fight against the occupation, against the genocide. He's going to co-sponsor, as well as Claire Valdez and Daria Lisa will, the Block the Bombs Act to stop our federal government from sending those kinds of shipments to the Israeli military. And I think that's what's in line with what so many New Yorkers are desperate to see. And all of this is all the more difficult for a New Yorker to accept when at the same time they're having trouble affording life in the nation's most expensive city. At the same time as we're greenlighting tens of billions of dollars for Netanyahu's wars, we're being told, sorry, we just can't help you make it a little bit easier to afford your rent check or your groceries or your childcare or even your public transit. And I think that what we saw is that New Yorkers were fed up with a status quo of our politics where we're stuck explaining why this is the best we're going to have, as opposed to advocating for the working person who's being left behind by that same status quo.
I just feel duty-bound to point out the federal government budget is like trillions of dollars, depending whether you account for security. So in the grand scheme of things, I mean, you're right. There's been about $30 billion to Israel. There's lots and lots of billions of dollars that could be found for those things, even if we were to continue. In doing this, you clearly ticked off a bunch of people. You knew that. I mean, they weren't like shy about saying it, because generally the way it goes is you don't endorse against incumbents. Yeah, it really is kind of the unwritten rule in this. Tish James, who was a very vocal backer of yours when you were running for mayor, and even a backer of yours when I think it was pretty politically controversial to be so, had this to say. She said she and other political leaders she's spoken to are disappointed in Zohran Mamdani. All of us are a little frustrated with the Democratic Party, but you don't blow it up. That's what MAGA has done. What do you say to that?
I think, what is the Democratic Party if not its voters? And what we saw yesterday evening were Democrats across the city turning out and voting for a new kind of politics. And I've been clear time and time again that I believe the only majority in our country is that of the working class. And what we saw is that a focus on the working class, whether it's from Claire, whether it's from Daria Lisa, whether it's from Brad, is the kind of focus that New Yorkers want to see. And I have a deep amount of respect for my friend Attorney General James. And I also believe that these are the kinds of candidates that we need to see in Congress, as well as the 5 state legislative candidates that I endorsed that also won yesterday evening, if we want to truly fulfill the affordability agenda. And, you know, as I'm speaking to you, Chris, it marks 1 year since I won the nomination to become the Democratic nominee for mayor of our city. And I made a promise to New Yorkers that I'd use every tool at my disposal to actually transform the city into one that they could afford. And one of those tools is using your political capital to ensure that the people who will fight hardest for that same agenda are going to be there, whether it's in Albany or whether it's in D.C. And I'm so excited to say that in yesterday's 8 different campaigns that we endorsed, we saw 8 different victories for exactly that same message.
On that point about the working class, and I just want to be clear here, like, you win, right? Like, these were like all 8 won, and different winning candidates assemble different winning coalitions, particularly in primaries. But it also is the case, and you can go down to the census tract level, or you can look at the different parts where there is a correlation between the success of the candidates you backed and higher degrees of college education attainment and even higher degrees of household income in those areas, right? I mean, you can run the numbers. The Times had them today. In the Bronx, which I know pretty well, my home borough, Daria Lisa was lost by 30 points to the incumbent Adriana Espaillat in that part of the borough, which is a very poor part of the borough. What do you say to people who say this is fundamentally democratic socialism, a kind of college affectation, that basically, like, you talk about the working class, but really it's just a bunch of people who just got out of some college seminar who like to talk socialism?
Well, I think that everyone has their narratives. What I'll tell you is I'm excited to be able to speak to you as someone who won more than 1 million votes in last year's election here in New York City. And what we saw is that we got those votes across New York City and across so many of the different demographics that make up our city. And when we're speaking about Daria Lisa, who will be the first Afro-Latina Dominican woman to represent that district, she would not be able to win that nomination without the support of communities of color. And the same thing with Claire Valdez, who will be the first Mexican-American and indigenous woman to represent that district. She would not be there winning by 20 points if it was not also for the support of voters of color. And I think too often what happens after a race is an attempt to explain why that result happened, as opposed to listen to the voters who cast their ballot in that way. And what I heard from many voters is they do want a different kind of politics. And especially for all of the conversation of 2028 and where this party should go, I think it's wise to listen to voters about exactly what kind of politics they want to see. It's one that is much closer to what we used to see from our party in the days of FDR than what we've seen in a time when our only vision seems to be a responsive one to Trump, as opposed to one that goes beyond that.
FDR, if you ever read a biography, both charming and ruthless. An interesting combination. New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for having me.
Still ahead, how worried should Democratic incumbents be after last night? John Lovett and Heather McGhee join me next.
Sensodyne is our first line of defense against sensitivity. When people are experiencing sensitivity, they're experiencing an exposed layer of the tooth. Sensodyne helps by creating a protective barrier on those exposed areas. I love Sensodyne because it works.
Over 500,000 people with AFib have left blood thinners behind with Watchman, a safe one-time implant that reduces stroke risk and bleeding worry. For life. Watchman. It's one time for a lifetime.
Early birds get the vacation rental. Book your summer stay early on Vrbo and save over $135. Vrbo. Book now and save.
Want the fastest working GLP-1 for half the price? Ro now offers FDA-approved weight loss injections cheaper, so you can see weight loss results faster. Lose 20% of your weight with the formula that hits not one, but 2 hormones for less hunger and faster results. Weight loss faster, confidence higher, price cheaper. See if you qualify at ro.co/TV.
Meet Ring's all-new lineup of battery doorbells, with your choice of ultra-crisp Retinal 4K or 2K video, now in a sleek new look. With crisp clarity and battery flexibility at your door, it's protected. Shop savings now at Amazon.com.
Go ahead. Crank the volume. We got you. USPS has increased daily package processing capacity by 46% in the past 5 years. And with USPS Ground Advantage, your packages stay in our secure network, dock to door, nationwide. Full visibility, near real-time tracking, affordable pricing, for peace of mind. USPS Ground Advantage.
Millions of Americans rely on a statin to reduce cholesterol, but statins can deplete CoQ10 levels. I recommend Cunol CoQ10 with 3 times better absorption and the #1 cardiologist recommended form. It helps replenish what statins deplete. Cunol, the brand I trust.
The thing about dogs is, they don't care about your floors. One walk, 4 paws, mud everywhere. Regular mats, they just push it around. But Muddy Mat traps mud, dirt, and water the second your dog walks in. Thousands of microfiber chenille threads grab the dirt and keep it trapped. 5 times more absorbent than any ordinary mat. When it's dirty, just shake it outside and throw it in the washing machine. Comes out brand new every single time. So what are you waiting for? Go to muddymats.com and get yours today.
Want to see a ripple effect? It starts with one action. Get an Aquasana water filter and improve the quality of your water everywhere it flows.
One change, big difference.
Now up to 58% off at aquasana.com.
Before we had a country, we had a hospital in Philadelphia. You could say that firsts are kind of our thing. First then, first now, and we're just getting started.
Long-lasting battery life on Dell XPS. You can stay plugged in, even when you're unplugged.
Simparica Trio protects against 3 categories of parasites. This drug class has been associated with neurologic side effects, including seizures. Use with caution in dogs with or without a history of these disorders. Don't just protect, triple protect.
Breaking news. Missouri will vote on Amendment 4 this August. Right now, a ballot measure passes in Missouri if it gets a majority of votes statewide. Amendment 4 would end that. Instead of using the total statewide vote, a measure would need to win a majority of votes in all 8 of Missouri's congressional districts in order to pass. So just 5% of voters could veto what the majority of Missouri citizens want. Vote no on Amendment 4.
At the end of the day, what we're looking to do is to deliver for the working people of New York City. And I think last night we heard from New Yorkers a hunger for exactly that kind of work being done here in our city.
That was New York City Mayor Mamdani moments ago. We just had him after a crazy night of primary election wins for Democratic challengers from the left, including all 3 congressional candidates the mayor had endorsed. Tonight, Mamdani's also speaking with House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, who's been a critic of the mayor and his party, the Democratic Socialists of America. You just heard from the mayor. You'll be able to hear from Jeffries as well. Jen Psaki will be speaking with him shortly. John Lovett was speechwriter for President Obama. He's now co-host of Pod Save America, host of the Love It or Leave It podcast. Heather McGhee is the author of The Sum of Us, What Racism Costs Everyone and How We Can Prosper Together, one of the best books on politics I've read in the last 10 years. You should read it. She serves as chairwoman of the board for Color of Change. Heather, I haven't gotten a chance to talk to you in a while. What'd you think of last night?
I was not surprised at all. The Democratic Party electorate in New York, as well as across the country, is restive. We want change. There is a real sense that I don't think a lot of Democratic Party elites really understand of the party being on a burning platform. The